All right, folks, welcome in for another live stream of the Providence game. Kenny, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm excited.
Yeah, last night was a blast, and we might be in for a doubleheader tonight if we're up for it. We'll have to see how it goes, but hopefully today's adventure against Charlotte's a little bit more successful than yesterday's.
Yeah, well, it's a lot easier to clinch tonight. We're also looking at a Hartford regulation loss as well.
That helps. That
Yeah,
really helps. All right, let's take a look here. I know we were both just chatting about it before I hit that live button. We're looking into this Pierce Charleston that they just signed to a was it an ATO?
PTO, yeah, from the
PTO.
ECHL.
Let's see. So it's a professional tryout. So it's probably just an. Let's see. Greenville Swamp Rabbits. Okay. There's got to be something with this kid that Dunham and what's his name? Why am I blanking? Holy crap! You could tell it is a Wednesday night. Babasenza. That's the name I'm looking for. There's got to be something in this kid's game that they like.
I mean, one can hope. I'm just hoping that DiPietro's all right.
Yeah, that is obviously your immediate thought, but I mean, you're not gonna pick this kid up to, out of nowhere to just sign someone. Boston doesn't operate that way. The organization in general. I wonder if he went to any development camp.
Last season they did pick up Vinny Duplessis out of Quinnipiac late in the season, but that was kind of a college PTO rest of the season. So maybe this is a little bit different, but maybe they're just gearing up for a run and having an extra goalie there. Who knows?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing to watch through because, like you said, if there's something wrong with DiPietro, I'm not sure I like their chances going into the Calder Cup playoffs with only Brandon Bussey.
No, and you need two goalies playing at 100% to make it far in the Calder Cup playoffs. I mean, especially when you look at teams like Hershey who have two outstanding goalies, like it's going to
Oh
be
man,
difficult to beat that team.
that's a talk about a dynamic duo in net. I'm just trying to see if this kid made it to any development camps. It looks like maybe back in 2022 he went to Red Wings development camp. But let's see. Yeah. Yep. He was with Owen Flores and Sebastian Cosa in 2022 at development camp for the Red Wings. So that was his second year at Michigan State. I mean, all right. So I just don't understand the bouncing around from Michigan State to University of Alaska to then Niagara.
Yeah.
It.
Hold on, I might need to get back in here. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go.
My microphone died.
All right, good. I thought it was me.
Nope. Oh, shit, thought it's going to be me. So let me get that one charged. We were on for so long yesterday, I didn't end up plugging that one back into charge. So I should have thought of that, but that's all right. That's why we have the backup. But hopefully Bussey plays a little bit better today than last night.
Yeah, and we were just talking about it, but I would feel a little bit more confident, but I don't know if I'd feel as confident as having DiPietro and Bussey, even if it was just DiPietro. I know he's the best goalie in the league, but like I said, you probably need two goalies to make it far in the Calder Cup playoffs.
Yeah, if I was going to have one, though, if I had to choose and it could only be one of them, I'm picking DiPietro over Bussey. So
yeah, of course, you picked the best goalie in the AHL.
Well, he's been more consistent. He didn't have that rough start to the season. He's had more consistency over the past 3 years in Providence. So, you know, I think he's even had the better numbers over the time frame.
Yeah, stat wise, he was
So,
better last year.
just trying to see if there's anything else I can find on this kid, but I was running out doing a bunch of stuff and literally got home like maybe 20 minutes ago. So I have also missed the full lineup for tonight.
Yeah, it looks like they're running 11 forwards and then 7D for tonight, from what I've seen.
That's interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
I wonder if they're preparing to call someone up just to be safe because with Zadorov being sent home, oh, gotta love this. This is the one downside to flow hockey. Sometimes they
Yeah.
have technical issues, but what I appreciate is they put this up. That way, it's not your computer freezing. It's not your internet going all wonky. Like it's them going, yeah, this is on us. We're working on it.
Yeah,
So
so at least you know.
right. God forbid Nesson takes a friggin' lesson from their playbook.
Oh, yeah, imagine.
Oh, but anyways, when the game comes back on, we'll catch. Unfortunately, we missed the action when this happens, so that's a bummer. I'll put it back up when I see the games going back on because I don't want people thinking that's our stream having the issue. Um, yeah, I don't even know what I was talking about. Oh,
Yeah,
Zadorov sent home.
yeah, family issue, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know some. When I reposted that, I made a comment on it. Someone immediately went, "Well, isn't his wife pregnant?" Which, yeah, I'm pretty sure she is. But I'm, there's so many things that could be going on in that situation
Yeah, you
that
don't even want to throw out anything or any scenarios or yeah.
right. Hopefully, it's the team going. Yeah, our season's going fucking nowhere. Go home, be with your wife, have your child. We'll see you Saturday when we get home. Like that's what you hope it is.
Yeah.
And anything beyond that, you really don't want to think too much about until you get more information on it. I mean, we all remember what happened with Pasternak and his family a couple years ago. So it just you never want to go to the worst case scenario, but let him do what he's got to do. It's not like this game, and honestly, even the Detroit game, none of them mean anything anymore.
Yeah.
You really do hope that the organization is just saying, go home, be with your family. We got this trip. Like it's going to give you a chance to look at, Callahan again. I think I saw it was Callahan and Mitchell together.
Yeah, Callahan and Mitchell are up.
So I don't know. You know what it means? It means more minutes for Mason Lohrei. So I will not complain about that.
Exactly. We'll hope for the best and just watch the games and, see how these guys perform.
And if someone needs an ass kicking, don't worry. That's what we got Jeremy Swayman for, right?
Oh God. Don't bring that up. People are going to take that and run.
I
Oh.
mean, we already know it's Korpisalo in net. So is there a bench? There is a minor for leaving the bench. So I did not. Speaking of that, I just didn't like the fact that they gave them both penalties for leaving the crease. Like,
I don't understand like leaving the crease and like goalies leave the crease all the time. It's just, leaving the crease to go to center ice. It's just yeah, especially if you don't let him throw a punch. Like then what's the penalty for really?
well, and my other thought is okay. So you gave 2 minutes to, oh crap, who was it? To
Who's taking
Kemper.
off?
No, it was
Oh
Kemper.
yeah.
You gave the 2 minutes to Kemper for leaving the crease. You gave him 2 minutes for the roughing. You gave 2 minutes to Swayman for leaving the crease. Where was the 2 minutes to Kemper for crossing the red line?
Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing.
They
Swayman
should
didn't even get through.
like. So it should have Boston should have been on the power play through all that, which I get why they're not, and it's not the end of the world. I mean, let's be honest, but it's just one of those things where, like really, if you're going to be that petty and then not petty enough to call everything to the letter of the law.
Yeah, and I just it's kind of funny that we're kind of at this point in the season where it's like we'll talk about it, but then we're like, yeah, but we're also still trying to tank and get a draft pick. So it's a talking point, but it's not something to lose sleep over.
For me, the talking point isn't, oh, the team, the team, the team. For me, it's, hey, NHL, get your refs' heads out of their ass because you want to get things right. Isn't that the goal? Well, you didn't
Man,
get it right. You know?
yeah. And the other day, I was watching Columbus versus the New York Islanders, and that whole thing with 12 seconds left, they call it goalie interference, which wasn't really goalie interference. And then they go to Toronto, and then what's Toronto going to do? Not back their referees and say it's wrong, and they ended up agreeing with them. And then after the reports came out, and they said the same thing. They were like, "Nope, that's goalie interference." When everybody in the hockey world was like, "No, that's not." And it's tough, especially for those two teams who are both battling for that last wild card spot.
Yeah, and I will say, if, Frank Saravalli has a great checklist out. If you haven't seen it on DFO, I highly recommend checking it out. Simply because it really does define, like, okay, do you want to know if it's going to be goaltender interference or not? So the fact that they ruled it not goaltender interference on the ice means they're going to defer to the on ice call. Just plain and simple. Always assume they're going to defer to the on ice call unless there's something completely egregious to say the ref was wrong.
Yeah, and I think that's the tough thing is when it's so close, it is the on ice call, but I think the refs are now kind of, they're preparing to let stuff go, or in this case just wave it off so they can go and check and make sure that nothing happens, and then sometimes you kind of just get stuck with the call that you get stuck with.
Yeah. And hey, Kevin, what is up? No, Kevin, I have permission from Flow Hockey. I can do this. So no, this is the Providence game as they're against Charlotte. We did this last night. Surprised you weren't there, but it was yeah. We might continue this through the Bees game too. We're not quite sure. So no, not illegal. I have permission. I am not using the audio though because we don't want to have to talk over it and everything. So good chance here though from Providence.
Yeah, I like Fraser Minton taking that shot too. It would have been a tough pass, and I know Fraser Minton is, I all the goals that he's scored have kind of been right in front of the net, so I like him using that shot a little bit more. I've heard he has like a wicked one timer, but we haven't really seen it here yet.
Yeah, no, I mean the kid can shoot. The kid can flat out shoot. I think he's going to be underestimated, but yet by Bruins fans, they'll probably start destroying him as soon as they can because we got him from Toronto, and let's face it, the last player we got from Toronto in a trade, well, went down as one of our best goaltenders ever,
Yeah,
and they're
exactly.
still not happy with him.
Oh man, there's no winning. There's no winning with the Boston fans. I'll tell you that.
No, it just I get it if it's I don't I'm new, I'm not quite sure what's going on. Like I totally get it. You're learning, you're asking questions, fair. But if you're just bitching to bitch because Tuca didn't win a cup, uh, get over it. Like I know everybody wants to say that's the true mark of success in the league, but okay, so you're going to tell me Henrik Lundqvist was a failure?
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to win a Stanley Cup. There's, you know, so many teams in the league, and only one can win each year. And to say that Rask's career wasn't legendary after all that happened, and that was my childhood watching that. So it's tough to hear people talk about it like that when it was such like I have fond memories of it, but it's gonna happen. It's Boston. It's Boston fans. It's doesn't shock me one bit that the same thing's happening with Swayman. Granted, Swayman is not playing well right now, but yeah, doesn't.
No, but I mean, I think a lot of people also lose sight of the fact that things that, like with what happened with Swayman this year, everything just compounds itself. You go into camp late. You're already under the stresses of the contract negotiation. You come in cold. Yeah, you're able to kind of get warmed up and stuff, but none of that stuff goes away. And
Yeah, I that's what I hope it is. That's what I hope all this is just, had a tough start, didn't go to training camp. The team isn't that great. I'm hoping all of that stuff is the reason that he's not playing well, opposed to him just not being that good. Maybe he bounces back. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm just quickly looking over it, but like when you think about it, the year before last year he had the 916 for the year, the 920, 914, 911, 910, 945, 933 in Providence, like 939 at Maine, a 919 at Maine, a 921 at Maine, a 914 at Sioux Falls. Like the kid didn't forget how to play net. Like he didn't just forget how to put up a 90 save percentage.
yeah,
You
exactly.
know,
He's dominated every level of hockey that he's played at, including the NHL. So I throwing him under the bus now, especially when the season's already over, is just kind of a tough look, honestly.
and the last time he had a season with more than with any games played and his save percentage was sub 900 was all the way back in 2010 2011 for the Alaska All-Stars U14 AA team. And it was still an 895. And you know what his goals against average was in those 7 games?
Let's hear it.
0.99.
Yeah.
So like I can't say the kid, forgot what he's doing. You have mental lapses and it's a temporary forgetfulness. You're out of rhythm. You're just not focused on it because I don't know. You're thinking about your contract. But
Yeah, and also sometimes you just have tough stretches. Like sometimes it's just, it's tough. Like it's a job. Like you're trying your hardest. The team isn't performing well. And you're also not getting the saves. It's all coming down right now. And
and he struggled coming into I think it was the December, January, February of the 22-23 season. Allmark picked him up in that one. And then last year when Allmark was struggling, Swayman picked him up. So like you never had a chance, or no, was it he was injured in 22-23, 21-22. He had the minor injury where he missed like a month. And because 21-22, that was the year where they were trying to do. Was that the year that was trying to be Rask's comeback, or was that the? Yeah,
well, I think it is because that's after COVID.
because it was the second season right after COVID, and Rask only made 3 starts.
Yeah, and then one or what was it? 2 were like awful, and then one was actually like really good, is what I remember.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
something like that.
There was one start where you're like, okay, it's rust. He's coming off the hip surgery, and all right, it's excusable. Then he comes out and has a really good game, and you're like, oh, sweet. And then he goes out again and has a stinker, and you're like, oh boy. And that was when he's like, nope, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, and I think everybody at that point, after seeing that, was like, "Yep, we kind of knew that this was probably coming down the pipeline."
Yeah, it just, and I mean, you can't be upset with the career that Rask had by any stretch. And watching him on some of the unobstructed views broadcasts. I don't know if you've watched any of those, but he seems so at peace with his decision to do it. So, good for him. Nothing but good things for him.
Yeah, unobstructed views is great. Him, Bergeron, Raycroft. It's fun to watch during the game, especially when the Bruins are playing like this.
Yeah, I love it when they accidentally let things slip.
Yeah, you can tell it's their first time on TV.
Yeah, they make a bad pass. What are you doing? Oh, this is not good. No, it's not. We are watching it too.
I was watching unobstructed views in that game against Carolina when Zadorov put that his stick snapped and then the muffin right towards center ice.
Yup.
Unbelievable.
Yep. The stick snapped and they're just like, oh no. Yup, there it is. And it's like that's the same reaction we all had.
Yeah, of course. It's like, that works. That's how it was gonna happen. That's just the Bruins season.
I was gonna say that sequence summarizes the entire season so far. Where it's just like, all right, great. Things went well. You just got possession of the puck. Things are going solid. You're about to go and fuck.
Yeah. Well, I was like, all right, overtime, nice. And then it's like, oh my God, that did not just happen. That did not just happen.
And God forbid that they win that game. Like everything changes going forward after that.
Yeah, imagine a huge win against Carolina. Everything after the Four Nations break and going back to Swayman, it's like the Four Nations break was where everybody was like, okay, once we come back, like this is where it matters the most. And I think that this has been the stretch that's been the toughest, where the eyes are on him, and it's
Well,
unfortunate, but at least the Bruins have a sense of direction. It's better than being in no man's land and picking 14th and getting nobody, which could still happen, but at
that's
least
just it. Everybody wants to say, "Oh, Sweeney's not the right guy for this rebuild," but the fact that he traded the guys that he did, and the fact that he just said, "All right, we're ripping the Band-Aid off," and I'm pulling. Realistically, if he waited, he probably could have gotten better on draft day for Carlo or for Coyle. He probably could have, but these deals were good. They were very good, in my opinion, and it ripped the Band-Aid off. If he had just traded Brandon Carlo, then we're all sitting here going, "The fuck is he doing?
yeah.
Half-assing it." He's trying to be half pregnant with this and that and whatever. And it's like, no, it is. We're done. We're bringing in these pieces. We want to assess them, and our next stage is once we see what we have, we're going to make some moves at the draft table.
Yeah, and that's what I like. I like that we're able to, Sweeney saw what the returns were and he was like, "Yep, this is it." And then full throttle. All
Yep.
three deals happened basically the same time. So, just a great job, and I was thrilled at the time with the guys that we got back. When I saw Will Zellers in the deal, I was like, "Wow, that is awesome." And again, we have no idea what's going to happen. He still has to go through college and stuff like that, but he's
Oh,
dominating the USHL, so
yeah, that nice pass there. I didn't see who's in goal for Charlotte tonight, but nice pass there. But Bussy's looking much better today than he did yesterday. Just had some solid side to side movement there.
yeah, I think you could kind of tell. You could kind of tell when he's on his game. He looks a lot more confident. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like between the pipes tonight, and again, confidence could look different, but he just looks like he's ready to win this game. So
Nifty backhand attempt right there.
I like it. I like the creativity.
That's how you generate shots, though. You take them when they're there.
Yeah, I wish Boston would
Right there,
figure that
he's
out too.
tracking the puck solid. No,
I
no free
wonder.
advertisements. No Bud Light on here.
I wonder if he knows he's going to be the starter for the future. So maybe he's like maybe a little bit more at peace, knowing that it's his team for now. Because he never
Well,
really had that chance to regain it after DiPietro started, and basically was just got better and better throughout the season.
but that's the thing that worries me with Brandon Bussey. Like, you've got to be able to take the role that you're given and just do that role. So that that
Yeah.
that worries me a little bit. It's one thing if you're like, okay, you are our number two. This is what we expect of you. It's a little easier to go in, but like they knew what this tandem was going to look like. They did it last year. It's not new to him.
Well, I mean, yes, and mentally it must have been tough because just Bussy re-signed this past off season before the Olmark trade, I think. So we all kind of assumed that he was preparing for, and there goes the stream. They were preparing for a trade, and then Bussy might have taken that second spot, and then at camp he was the second goalie because Swayman wasn't there, and then 48 hours before puck drop, then he moves down, has a few bad starts, and then now he's the AHL backup. So that's tough. It's got to be tough mentally, but he looks like he's bounced back. So
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't add confidence.
no, 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 it
So
doesn't.
when you already see the types of goals he gives up and how he sometimes plays when he's not confident, it already makes me sit there and go, well, at least we got the stream back up though. This first
Yeah,
period's gone quick.
I know. 6 minutes left, 7 minutes left, closer to seven.
I think by now, yesterday's game, they had each like 10 shots on goal.
Yeah, the play looks to be moving though, so that's good. Just a lot of there we go. Yeah, it's just a lot of dump in, chase, get it out, dump in, chase, get it out. Just keeps the play going. Someone just got hit. Mason Millman behind the goal.
Yeah, he's still down, but it just looks like he can't get up. They're not giving him a chance to get up.
Throwing punches. So this is the third line. So this is Abate, Kuntar, and Nelson. Yeah.
And you got Brunei and Millman out there.
Yep, this is what I expect. I'm sure that's Abate at the bottom there. Kuntar just got up. Oh no, Harrison. Brett Harrison under there.
Interesting. I'm anxious to see what Kuntar can do for a bounce back season next year.
It's been so tough because I feel like when he gets the minutes, he's been playing pretty well, but there just has not been the consistency with the minutes this year. He is that Boston Bruins style player, though. I mean, he is gritty, and I felt like him and Durant had a good preseason as well.
I don't see a penalty there. It doesn't look great, but he just didn't stop. One thing I will say about Kuntar, though, that worries me a lot is he doesn't know when to stop. He started that scrum and he didn't know when to stop.
Yeah.
And there was a game earlier this year, I think it was against Wilkes-Barre Scranton down in Providence, and he got tossed from it.
Oh, yes, I do remember that.
And it was just like, he went at it like 3-4 times, and at a certain point you're like, all right, ref, let him go and let it be done. But the ref didn't do that, and so he just boiled over, and when he finally broke free, you were like, oh boy, he's gone.
But again, like you said, he has to recognize that as well and be like, listen, like this is starting to get a little bit out of hand. I need to tone it in a little bit.
Right. And that's where I think being able to keep him with a Patrick Brown type player is good. Even a Rem Pitlick would work. It looks like they might have reviewed the board play.
Yeah, they were at least talking about it.
I'm wondering who's got all the letters today.
I heard I thought I saw Merkulov wearing an A last night.
I think this is Millman. I loved Millman's game. I hope they get him on an NHL contract for next season.
Yeah, this is VL right here talking to the ref.
Is it VL?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. Okay.
Well, they're going back to talking, and the only person I saw go to the box is Kuntar. So,
well, I love when the ref does that. They circle around. I'm going to tell you what's going on. No, I'm not. What rule is that rule book flipped open to?
Yeah. What is going on? Zoom in on that. Let's see what you're talking about.
I wish they would announce the penalty. It's a 4-minute double minor. All right. Well,
Ooh.
You know what we're going to do? I love the fridge. I don't know. I don't get it. I love it, though.
I love these streams. What's going on with the Charlotte team over there? They're doing a great job with the babies, and then they had that kid yesterday. They got to bring him back full time. He needs to be a full-time character.
The kid dancing in the stands, that was awesome. He was having a time of his life, and I am for it.
Absolutely. Give that kid a stick every time he shows up to a game. Let him dance his heart out.
All right, let's see. On the penalty kill.
4-on-4.
I hate how they, 4-on-4. Okay, so we went from a double minor to a 4-on-4, or did the scoreboard person just screw up?
And now there's another penalty, so.
It was probably coinciding roughing. Was that Duran?
Yeah, Duran just took a trip.
See, now they're making me pull up the box score on my other screen here.
Well, this is what happens. We were like, wow, this period's going by pretty quickly, and then it's just we can't even get past the next 30 seconds.
All right, let's see. Brandon Busty. Oh, they went back to Capo Kakinen in goal.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, it's Kakinen again. So the 10-24 penalty was VL for interference after Matthew Poitras got the 2 minutes for tripping. But those are the only ones listed. So and I don't blame him for going back to Kokkonen because their other goaltender is Ken Appleby, and I've seen him play in Worcester, and no thanks. We
He's
got
actually, I
Darnell
think he's been
jumping in.
having a good season, and he was with Bridgeport, where he was not great, but Bridgeport's like one of the worst franchises ever. Honestly, team is just awful. Like I said, I live in Lower Connecticut, so that's where I was always at growing up, and they just never won ever. I think they have one of the worst winning percentages in the past 25 years this year. So it's not a good team.
He got one start last year with the New York Islanders, and he had a 75 save percentage and allowed 6 goals.
Yeah, but I'm sure after that game they were like, "Yep,
Or
no,
no, he allowed 2 goals on 6 shots. I'm sorry, in 20 minutes.
Oh, great.
So he didn't even play the whole game. Yeah, no,
Jeez.
I've seen him in Worcester, and in Worcester, granted it's the ECHL, so like goal scoring is going to be much easier. But still, I mean, every time I've seen him play, I have not been impressed. And the fact that he's already pushing 30, like, hey, good for him. He's making a career doing something he enjoys, and I'm sure he's thrilled with his life right now. There's the power play
Oh,
goal.
snipe.
But was it was Carrick who got the shot off. I don't care what you say though. Having Puljujärvi in your AHL organization, like that's a solid add for your depth.
Of course, yeah. And I think Appleby was the starter, but then, Florida signed their 3 goalies during the deadline, or 2 goalies, and I think Kokkonen got sent down. But
I'm pissed. I wrote like 2 months ago, 2 months before the trade deadline, and I have a screenshot that shows that I posted it, but for some reason the article got deleted. I did an article saying that people need to watch Spencer Knight, whether it was at the trade deadline or it was in the offseason, because he was their most tradable asset. And sure enough, 2 months later, he got dealt. I went back to look for it, and it was like, this article can't be found. I was like, what the fuck?
oh yeah, when you go back for the receipts and it's like, oh my god, no way, this is happening right now.
I wrote it. I have I sent something to some, like, you can see the screenshot from when it got posted. So like the thumbnail is there. I have the receipt and a thumbnail, but it doesn't show the whole article, which I'm like, what the hell?
Oof, off the post.
I'll take it though. But listen, I'm not going to rip him for giving up a goal on a 4-on-3.
Yeah, that was also a snipe.
Yeah. So, like I said, we got Darnell in the chat. What is up for you, Darnell? Thanks for jumping on, joining us. We got the Providence game on right now, and we get enough questions, we get enough chatter going. We may stick on through the Boston game. Unfortunately, that one I don't have the okay to show this way, but I'm sure we'll all be tuning in our own way on that one anyway, which
Yeah.
we might regret after the first period. But still winnable game for Providence today. Now, you said, I'm trying to remember, either a Hartford loss or a Providence win, right?
Yeah, so Providence win, Hartford regulation loss, or is that in?
I'm trying to see. No one's digging the puck out of the net.
Did it go in and out? I don't know what just.
That's Merkulov too?
Yeah, I have no idea what's happening here.
Some of these promos I see, I'm like, damn, where are those around here? Bojangles Coliseum.
Yeah, what? Yeah,
And I knew I wanted to travel more.
Yeah, I know. I know that some of these AHL trips are actually at nice places. I know Mark went to Cleveland a few months ago. He's planning on going here too, but this arena is not like, I don't know. I mean, obviously it's tough to tell here, but doesn't look that nice. Kind of looks like I don't know.
Looks like an ECHL barn.
Yeah, with all the sponsorships on the ice too. I don't know.
Well, I'm wondering if those are superimposed. They don't look it because you would think they would be brighter. You know, they're
Yeah.
not. They're not. They're lower than ice level.
Yeah, they're fading.
The real tell will be at the start of the next period when they're all shiny. But I mean, I mean, Charlotte, North Carolina. I can understand them needing the sponsorship money.
Yeah, it looks like dressed like a seat night for the second night in a row. Seeing a lot of red seats out there. But
Right?
again, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, so this isn't really fair.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a non-school Tuesday or a Wednesday.
Yeah, I love going to Bridgeport during these nights where there's like 200-300 people in the crowd. Just incredible.
I got to get down to Bridgeport for some.
I mean, if you're gonna come down to watch Providence, I'd say yes, because Providence is 10-1-0 this season against Bridgeport. But just going to watch a Bridgeport game, like my dad and I went, and they were down 2-0 within the first 5 minutes, and it was like, wow, can't believe parking was $20. The tickets were 40 to watch this.
I
They
mean,
have the
that's how
worst
people feel
home.
about Boston right now. So
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm not paying all that money to go see Boston, but
no. And trust me, as someone who's worked in ticket sales, I get it, but it's just, oh man, oh, was that really 28 years ago today? I think 28 years ago today was that Wah Osgood fight.
28 years ago.
I believe so. Yeah,
Yeah, that
because
was
there's
10
a.
years 10 years before I was even born.
Oh God. Oh God. Thanks for making me feel old. I mean,
My
I
fault, my
am, but
fault.
now I feel it. So
Yeah, that's my bad. I'll keep that comment to myself next time.
God, making me do math. Going, how old is he compared to my daughter? uh, as is life, though. Trust me, this Bruins year has been like a decade.
Yeah, well, like I said, this is like my first year, so I'm loving like all of it.
T-
Even the bad parts, I'm like, this is great. This is
t-
awesome. I can't believe that this is happening right now.
at least go and look up the fight at some point. Watt versus Osgood.
What is that? Is that hockey or boxing or?
Yeah, no, Patrick Watt,
Oh,
no,
wow.
Patrick
Oh, okay,
Watt
yeah, yeah.
and Chris Osgood go at it at center ice. Like it's why people were pissed that Kemper and Swayman couldn't go at it. Because like the last real goalie fight we had, it's been a long time.
Yeah, plus the fights in general get a lot of people into it. A lot of non-hockey fans. I can't tell you how many people like I was just playing hockey growing up, and people would go to like one game.
Oh, you
Can't
gotta
believe
get
you missed
that.
that.
You gotta put that in.
Oh, who fourth,
I'm trying to.
third
Yeah, I
line?
want to see that. Oh, it looks like it was VL. Okay.
Oh,
He had him beat too.
he looked like he tried to put that through the net. Just put a little finesse on it, chip it over the goalie, and call it a day.
Uh, that's the difference between me going VL on the fourth line versus let's see how he can do on a third line. Because if he can get those kinds of goals, then putting him on a third line might work as well.
Yeah, that especially in this type of game, like you need to find the net. You can't miss the net. That's in everything. You got to hit the net.
Let's see. Well, that's interesting. That's definitely a different spin. That's interesting. The new comments from Zadora from the other day. I love how people are trying to read into that. Aren't you going to ask me about this? Like, well, yeah, you just got your shirt off, like.
They're trying for anything right now. Anything. Just to keep it going. Unbelievable.
And now that he's gone home for his personal matter, which, obviously, like we said before, you hope everything's okay for him. I mean, this first period went quick.
Yeah.
That was a damn quick first period. No score, or just the one goal, rather. No score. It's been a long
Yeah.
day, if you haven't noticed. Yeah, it just. I can't wait to see some of the spin of people of him being sent home.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, it's really something that you don't want to speculate on, but it's Boston fans, so it probably will be. People will guess and put out information, just how it is.
All right, I'm gonna take a look and see if we got any other updated. All right, so let's see the penalties. That was Kuntar and Skoog for 2 minutes for roughing each, and then Duran got the tripping. Kuntar got another 2 minutes for roughing, and then Jacob Megna got the 2 minutes for cross check. So it was offsetting roughing. That seems so long ago now.
Yeah. Well, Wilkes-Barre Scranton up 2-1 against Hartford. It's actually funny. So, if Hartford loses in regulation, then Wilkes-Barre, Providence, and Charlotte clinch tonight. So there's over half the division clinched if Hartford loses in regulation tonight.
Yeah, and they're fully capable of it, especially against Wilkes-Barre Scranton.
Yeah.
I have to say, watching Wilkes-Barre Scranton, I like that kid, that Sam Poulin kid. I know he's gotten a couple call-ups and stuff, but they're trying to do a quick rebuild in Pittsburgh. I think he could be had in a deal.
Yeah, I know fans are also excited about Rucker McGroarty. I don't know. He has. I don't. Like I said, I'm not really following that closely with Wilkes-Barre Scranton, but I don't know if he's had the season that fans were hoping for. I know he was with Winnipeg and then was like, "I'm not going to play for you," and then ended up getting traded and then played 2 games in Pittsburgh with Sidney Crosby and then got sent down for the rest of the season.
Yeah, he's got 39 points in 60 games, so he's doing all right. He is a -10 player though, which is saying something because those above him are he is fourth on the team in scoring, and Ville Koivunen, who's got 54 points, is an even player. Boris Kachuk got 48 points and is a +11. And Emil Bemstrom has 25 points, 46 points, 25 assists, and he's a +5. And with the exception of Chase Stillman, who's a -15, he is their worst plus-minus player.
Well, it was the same thing with Fraser Minton. Fraser Minton was, I think, third highest or lowest plus minus on the team. He was like a 10, I think, with the Marlies. And the only players that were under him were players that played the whole season with Toronto.
Yeah.
I mean, Fraser's out there a lot, so he's also on the penalty kill. So I don't know what Rucker McGroarty is doing. I don't know where he's fitting in for Wilkes-Barre. It's also tough to tell when Providence is up 10-2. It's not really the game to be like, yep, this is.
Yeah, and I don't know how many goals he was on for that one, and that game right there could have made him brought him from a -3 to a -6 to
Yeah.
to a -9 or something. So there's some math there. Again, plus minus, it's a junk statistic overall, but over a fairly significant sample size, it can tell you a little bit.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I know there was a lot of Bridgeport fans excited for tonight's game because they had their two players come over and they're already down 3-0 in the first period to Hershey. So thanks for nothing, Bridgeport.
And let's see. I'm just pulling up the rest of the scores. Cleveland is up on Belleville, and Texas is up on Grand Rapids 1-0. That's gonna start at 8 o'clock Eastern. Chicago plays Iowa. That should be a good game. I gotta watch more AHL overall. Pro hockey is making it that much easier to do.
Exactly. That's what I liked. Well, like Boston, I'm a huge Colin Graff fan, so usually I would watch Providence, and then 10 o'clock rolls around, perfect timing. You throw on the Barracuda game, and you get to get the best of both worlds. So I could tell you a lot about those teams, but a lot of those West Coast teams, I'm not really following that closely.
Yeah, it's tough. There's just so much and so little time.
Yeah, especially with the NHL games as well. Like you're trying to follow everything and college and every Bruins prospect wherever they're playing. It's tough to get to these other games, especially on the other side of the division or other side of the league for the AHL.
Yeah. And right now we got Vancouver and the Islanders tied at 0 and Devils Blackhawks at 0 apiece as well. So it's going to be a long night until we get to Bruins Ducks. I do find it funny that the Bruins are not the betting favorite in this game.
Of course not. After the few games that they've played, I'm sure they're not.
Oh, I don't blame them for that. Let's see. Merkulov is wearing an A again for Providence.
Yeah, he was wearing it last night as well, I thought.
I can't wait until we can start doing more fine-tuned betting on the AHL as well.
Oh, well, I'm not. I can't speak to that. I can't speak to the gambling, but um, it's crazy. It's crazy how easy the gambling stuff is for nowadays. It's unbelievable. Everybody's just sitting at the game. These people like they're just betting on the next pitch, throwing $5 on home run next pitch is unbelievable.
Oh yeah. Well, for the amount of times you're going to get that one wrong, is like, really? I don't know. I only try to really do it in hockey, just because that's what I know. I know the daily lineups and stuff. I've done well on football for this year. Best I've ever done. Least amount of football I've ever watched. I think there's a correlation there.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I'm a Jets fan, so I try to watch as little football as possible.
Yeah, they're not exactly giving you a lot to watch right now.
Nope, just a lot of pain.
Hey, well, now you're getting it from the Bruins, so
But I'm
I don't
not
know.
getting it from Providence, so that's what I'm happy about.
There you
There we
go.
go.
And that's aside from Quinnipiac. That's the good thing about college is you can sit there and just enjoy good hockey.
Yeah, even with Quinnipiac, like if I see a good game and our Bruins prospects are playing well, like I consider that a win.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many good games. I'm pumped. I can't wait till 2 o'clock tomorrow when it all starts again.
Yeah, I even that first game is just BU Ohio State. That gets me excited for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Like, let's see, because you got. Let's. I'm gonna try and pull up the two rosters, see if I could do it next head to head. But let's see. BU. You've got Aiden Celebrini, Macklin's brother, Cole Hudson. Uh, let's see, Cole Iserman, Jack Hughes, Quinn Hudson, just to name a few. Oh yeah, and Yegorov in net. Talk about getting a boost from a new goaltender.
Yeah, and I'll never forget BCBU first shot goes in because they're on the penalty kill because he skated out a minute early.
Such a dumb fucking rule. It was like 45 seconds.
Oh, I don't even know. That's so bad.
Like that's one where I wish the refs could have just gone to who were they playing again that night?
It was BCBU.
It was BCBU, right?
Yeah.
That's when you just go to BC and you're like, listen, the kid doesn't know the rule. By letter of the law, we can penalize him. What like it's his first game. He's just he just came off off the plane 20 minutes ago. Are you good with us letting this one go? It's not like a cross check at 3 minutes left in the game.
It's also it wasn't even like egregiously early. Like you said, 45 minutes a minute early or 45 seconds a minute early, really? Is that what we're doing now?
And honestly, it's on the guy who opened the door.
I don't know. Is there somebody that opens the door or I don't know how the Conti Forum is.
The shot that I saw of him going on the ice, there's someone who opened the door for him. But like it's one of those things where you can tell what he normally does is he opens the door and he goes, "All right, hold on," and then, "All right, you can go." But like, I don't know.
Yeah, it was even more like not really upsetting, but it was kind of it was tough because and then they ended up giving up the first shot ends up going in. It's like, oh, this kid can't catch a break early.
That game could still be going on if that goal didn't go in.
Exactly. I mean, unbelievable. I think every game was good for tomorrow. Every game looks solid.
The
honestly.
only penalty I've ever seen where the refs weren't on the ice.
When I read it the first time, like I did a double take. I was like, is this serious? Is this real? This has got to be a joke. Like, really? We're penalizing players for stepping on the ice early?
That's the NCAA for you, though.
Well, one thing I do like is how the games are kind of spaced out. I like how it's 2 and then 5 and then unfortunately 5:30 and then 8:30. So then
Western Michigan, Minnesota's at. Oh no, that's Central. Oh damn. So 2 and then 5 Eastern and then 5:30 Eastern. Oh, that's not fun. I first read that I thought it was 4 Eastern. I was like, yeah, they're spread out awesome. It's a little less awesome when it's a half hour apart. But I don't know if ESPN's going to carry the Western Michigan Minnesota game. I would hope they carry all of it.
They will. It looks like they're going to carry the Western Michigan game on ESPNU, and then Michigan State versus Cornell is going to be on ESPN Plus.
Okay.
I have ESPN Plus, so it's not really a huge deal, but I could.
I was going to say of the ones I'm going to be watching, the BU Ohio State, probably Cornell, Michigan State, and Minnesota Mass. Just even with an overlap, it's probably how it's going to work out for me. Although I could probably throw on an extra screen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's nothing going on tomorrow. Providence isn't playing.
That's why. Because all the other ones on Friday are listed in Eastern time. 2, 5, 5:30, and 8:30, all Eastern time.
That's unfortunate. Oh, that's unfortunate that UConn, Quinnipiac, Providence, and Denver are the 2 games that are 30 minutes apart.
Yeah, although one of them has a shot to be like not worth watching after a little while. It honestly, it really depends on what Philip Svedback you're going to get.
Yeah, well, typically he's pretty good with the first starts. It's just I don't know what's going to happen after that.
And it's Denver, the defending champs. So like, I know they're not the same team that they were last year, but they're still a damn good team.
Well, Quinnipiac won 2 years ago, and then last year they took Boston College to overtime. So, I mean, you really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to make it a great game, and that's unfortunate. I wish they put like the Boston College Bentley game as like the 5 or 5:30 game because honestly, I don't know. I'm not. That would be a game that I'm like, yeah, it's okay if I miss that. I don't think Dean Letourneau is going to get minutes anyways. So
I have no confidence in my bracket simply because, like you said, anything can happen. And here's the thing: like you look at the UConn Quinnipiac game, and it's like, all right, that's easily a 1-goal game, right?
yeah,
one goal game. I could totally see it going to OT. Great. Who gets the 1 goal?
it's tough. Quinnipiac played UConn. They have the Connecticut Ice tournament that's on SNY. They lost by a goal to UConn the first time. And then Quinnipiac also played Maine twice this year and lost by 1 goal both of those games as well. So, but also in all of these games, you didn't have the Chris Pelosi effect that he's having right now. So that's something to factor in my opinion. But that's what I like about this Allentown regional. You have no idea who's going to come out. And I think that all 4 teams I would be excited to see in the Frozen Four anyways. So
Yeah.
just no losing really.
And then you got the Saturday matchups, which are at 3 and 4. I don't like that they are only an hour apart. Oh wait, no, that's
4 and 4.
That's stupid. I just realized that one's at Central Time. 4 and 4. That's stupid. 4:30 and 4:30 for the Sunday game.
And then the championships or the semifinals will be 6 and then 9:30 and then the final will be 8.
I don't like how they jump around like that. That is not.
It's weird.
Yeah, pick one and stick to it. I mean, I get it. I get what.
You might need to check that mic battery again unless it's me.
Am I back?
Yeah, there you go. You're good.
That one must not have charged all the way. I guess I'll be playing magical microphone.
Just swapping the 2 out for the rest of the game.
It's all right. Might be the most entertaining thing we get.
Maybe.
No, what I was saying
was shaping up.
From what I can tell, they are posted based on the time zone in which the game is going to be played in. But it's still not conducive to everything. I don't know. I just don't. Just makes you get to double check. That's all. All right, let's get this game. They are getting ready to hit the ice for the second period here. Like yesterday, currently still a very winnable game for Providence.
Yeah. As long as you clinch. As long as they clinch tonight, that's the goal. Obviously, win the game as well, but
I think once they clinch, we could see Boston use their 4 call-ups that they get.
yeah, there's also incentive to playing the rest of the season in Providence because I know a lot of teams are trying to gun down those top 2 spots so then they get that bye. Providence got those 2 spots the last few seasons and then struggled out of the gates and then
Right.
ended up losing. So I don't know. I don't know if they want it or not. Who knows? I'm sure
Well,
they're still going to try to get as high as possible, but
I think you always want it. It's just you're not. I think Providence has learned the lesson of if we don't have it, that's okay.
yeah.
We want to get in and we want to be. It's that old adage of we want to focus on our game. Wherever we land in the standings, as long as we get in, fine. And that's where Providence should focus on.
I would like to be 2 or right now 4. I would not want to play Springfield in the first round if I'm Providence. Providence is like 5-5-1 this season against Springfield. They
Yeah.
play they match up way better against Lehigh Valley. So that's my hope right now. Obviously the standings can change, so
Let's take a look here at some of these. I'm just having some roster fun at this point. Might as well, since this game is just a lot of back and forth and
yeah,
on a lot of puck possession. Which I'm not complaining about.
no, like you said, that first period was quick. We got through that in a breeze.
Yeah, just you know how it is. Just looking at some rosters, seeing who could be available and that sort of thing. But and see now you get it out of the zone. They're gonna come back. They're gonna take it. And now your turn, but you get the icing call. This is going to be a lot longer of a period.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of just dump it in, break out, dump it in, break out, dump it in, break out.
Oh, holy crap. I didn't realize that. Calgary right now has accumulated $149 million in cap space.
For next season?
No, for this year.
Oh,
Like if the trade deadline happened today, they'd have $149 million in cap space.
oh
Because
man.
they have 17-9. And so with it accumulating, oh man. They're gonna have $37 million in cap space in the offseason.
Well, they're gonna have some fun. Hopefully, see what they can do.
Well, they're losing Mantha, Rooney, Kirkland, Hunt, and then they have Coronado, Zari, Klapka, and Morgan Frost all up on the front end, and then Kevin Ball and Joel Hanley on the back end, and then Vladar, which they're just going to replace Vladar with Devin Cooley.
Yeah, Bussy just got bailed again. So there's 2 posts already.
Yeah, but I don't complain about the posts depending on how they're hit, because if you're able to get your post hit, it means you're blocking enough of the goal that you're taking the positioning away, if that makes sense.
Yeah, this play where he hit the post, it was kind of identical to the shot last night where it just went over the glove.
Yeah. So what that tells me is he's come out a little bit further and cut down that angle just a little bit more. He's made an adjustment on that. And while he still got beat, he's playing it a little different. And because the way he's out further, he's got the angle cut off more. Instead of going over his shoulder and in the net, it's going over his shoulder, hitting the post. And ideally, when it hits the post, it goes out of the net. That's why I love it when Marc-Andre Fleury always thanks his posts.
Yeah, well, that's what I expect from a goalie. Just a little quirk. Every
I'm
goalie I've ever played with has not been the most normal person. I'll say that.
I'm going to miss Marc-Andre Fleury next year.
I think everybody is. I mean, he's just great guy for the league, honestly.
Oh, and who just got tossed out?
Patra.
Patra. The one guy we want taking as many faceoffs at Providence as he can get.
Yeah, what's going on with this line? Is that Merkulov on here? I don't think so. Oh no, it is Merkulov Wallstrom. Then I don't know why Merkulov wasn't taking that draw. They had
Probably because
Wallstrom
of the
take the draw.
side. Because of the side, it was on the right side of Bussy.
Oh yeah.
It probably would have been Merkulov if it was on the left side. I really don't hate Wallstrom with Patra in Providence. I would absolutely despise it if it was in Boston. But Wallstrom's the kind of player that if he can gain some traction with, like this is a legitimate option for a third line next year in Boston.
Yeah, and I don't think Oliver Wallstrom is that bad of a player. I just, I think it was just a rough stretch.
Well, like you said,
And
players have rough stretches and
yeah,
they just got to work on some things and it's all confidence thing.
you watch him in the AHL, and you're right. It's just a perfect mix because Oliver Wallstrom is that shot first guy who has just the elite shot, and then you have Matt Patra, who's an incredible playmaker. It just works out well.
I don't think we're going to see Patra with Pastrnak ever. Like, unless it's a line change, unless it's like a power play or something like that, I don't see the two of them on the same line on a regular basis. Because you got a playmaker in Patra and you got a playmaker and shooter in Pastrnak. They both need to have the puck on their sticks. That does not jive well at the NHL level.
Well, it's kind of funny how it went was it was that what was it 3 game stretch where they were only really playing together when that happened, when there was a line change, and then Patra was assisting Pasta. So
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see it as a primary thing. You can throw the two of them out of there after a what's up, Gail? Got Gail coming in here. I don't know what she's saying no to, but that's a lot of no's. That's a lot of O's in the no.
yeah,
Clarify
hopefully it
for me,
wasn't something
Gail.
I said.
It might have been my Patra Pasternak comment, to be honest with you. I feel like Patra also has enough of a shot that you want him on a line with someone who can allow him to use his shot because their shots like a Morgan Geeky is a perfect line mate for Patra because his shot is so good, but Patra's the one who's going to set the play up. Oh, Wallstrom. Not a fan of Wallstrom, are you, Gail? Gail, if you want to jump on, shoot me a message. We are happy to have you join. I know you're probably busy working, workaholic, but if you want to jump in and join some chatter, just let me know. Say the word. We are open to anyone and everyone who wants to jump on and talk some hockey. We got the Providence game on. We're kicking back, having a good time. And, we might even roll the conversation into the Boston game later if we're all up for it, depending on who's around. So, I know not everybody's a fan of Wallstrom, but he's still a young kid too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I figured you are, Gail. I figured.
yeah. Well, Wallstrom got injured with the Islanders and then just didn't come back the same. It's also Wallstrom played in Bridgeport, which I'm
Well,
not a huge fan of.
that's just it. I mean, if you really look at his skill set, it doesn't really fit the Islanders organization. Maybe Gail has a little more insight into the possible Zadorov situation. Maybe not necessarily what's going on, but hopefully it's not anything too bad at least. But no, I don't. There are certain types of players when you see them come from an organization, you're like, yeah, I can see how that didn't work. You know, like,
Yeah.
and we were talking about it on the Providence blue line when they traded Carlo away. Who was the other one we were talking about in comparison to Carlo?
Oh, were we
Who's
talking
the
about Callahan?
no? Who's the one they dealt away for Gaudette?
Oh, Drew Bavaro.
Drew Bavaro. Was he a forward? No.
No, he was a defenseman.
Maybe it was Bavaro. Because he played a similar style to Carlo.
He also wasn't getting the minutes.
Right.
He had like 20 games this season, 1 point. Jake, like I said, I think it worked out for the best for both teams. Obviously, Jake Gaudette 5 points in 3 games, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
sure
hope
he's
they hang
happy.
on to him. I mean, a lot of teams missed on Adam Gaudette too, so good for
I think
Ottawa.
they're both on loan. I also think their contracts are up at the end of the season, so I don't know how that's gonna work. I can't imagine the team re-signing Bavaro, but
Let me
you never
take a
know.
quick peek here. Let's see. Bavaro is an RFA at the end of the season,
I think Gaudette is too.
and Adam got not Adam Gaudette.
Jake
Um,
Gaudette,
yeah, who was that deal with?
Cleveland.
Cleveland. So that would be. Why am I blanking on their and their NHL affiliate?
Columbus.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like I knew it, I just couldn't. My fingers weren't hitting the right key. You
I
know.
accidentally said it the first time. I was like, nope, Cleveland.
Um, where is Gaudette? Well, that's weird. He's not listed there.
He might be in just an AHL contract.
Maybe. Yeah, because Gaudette's not listed. He must be. So that means we go to a different website. Let's take a look here. Maybe I'm just spelling his name wrong.
Jake Gaudette. It's
G
Gaudet. It's not spelled like Adam Gaudette, the one from Northeastern.
Gaudet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not TTE, right?
Yeah, no, it's spelled differently. It's yeah.
Let's do. All right, let's try doing it this way. Columbus. Sometimes you just got to do things the long way because they work. Buried. Miners. Let's look at Gaudette. Of course, she's not listed here. And since you never know how each site is going to have everything listed until you actually pull it up, let's see if he's listed on the Boston or in Providence here. Wallstrom Gaudette is not listed, but they still have Bavaro listed.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I think it's a loan. So both they didn't specify this because I wrote an article about the trade and Providence didn't specify at all that this was like a loan exchange. They said it was a trade, and then Cleveland came out with their article and they said this was a loan exchange. So
I know it's a loan, but like I just can't find Gaudette's contract. That's the part that I'm sitting here trying to sort out, but no big deal. I mean, it's working out for both sides. I think this means that Bavaro's not back in Boston or in Providence.
I think even if he stayed, there's just not really a need, especially with them getting Warner, Miziel, and Gallagher. Just there's no space. Not to mention Edward has not played. here in Charlotte yet, so he's still in the press box. So
Yeah, Edwards on the left side though. And I'd be very interested to see what they end up doing with Loke Johansson, because that was a contract they did not need to have signed right away, but they did anyway.
yeah, I've heard some good things from
Oh,
Loke.
Loke looks amazing right
Yeah,
now. I just don't know why. I mean, it can slide. He's got the slide years, so like I guess it works, but I I really think next season on the left side you could be looking at Misiul, Mirenberg, Edward, and some fourth option. I'd have to go back and look and see if there's anybody else coming out this year. Um, is Langenbrunner left or no? He's a right shot. Oh, maybe Beachcoff, because they still have his rights, but probably not. It would end up being somebody else. I think those are the three on the left side next year. At least that's the intended left side.
yeah,
And then your right side, you're probably looking at Wanner, Gallagher. I think Gallagher's your top line defenseman on the right side next year in Providence.
yeah, and also they're either gonna go out and get more players. Like the AHL, the roster turnover is pretty, mid each year. There's definitely going to be some turnover, especially last year compared to this year. There's a few moves, so you never really know what's gonna happen until you're at camp and seeing the full team.
I figured out the fourth guy on the left side, Freddie Brunet.
Oh yeah,
I knew I
Freddie
was missing
Brunet.
someone. So, and then of course you got Edward there. I mean, really, you're going to have a lot of turnover in your forward group. That's where Providence is going to see its turnover.
Yeah, they have a lot of veterans playing big minutes right now as well.
But let's see. And I know Gale, sorry, but I would bring Wallstrom back for an AHL deal. Also, he reminds me of another version of Patrick Brown, just as a more skilled guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know like what his leadership is like in the AHL, so I don't know about that aspect. But
I don't
I
know
mean,
either.
having him as a bubble guy is better than having Riley Tufte as a bubble guy, in my opinion.
I'll put
So
it this way: between Tufte, Pitlick, Wallstrom, and Brown,
there
you
we
bring
go.
two of the four back.
Riley Duran goal,
There we go.
1-1 on the power play.
I'll take it. That is a solid power play goal.
Yeah, from the second unit as well.
Oh man, the way that one worked. There's a little bit of luck in that one.
Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good.
You make your own luck.
All right, hold on.
Oh wow. Okay. I did not need Gail, I'm blaming you for this. Yes, Gail, absolutely. He can stay in Providence, just not in Boston. That's why I'm equating him to a Patrick Brown type player, because he can bring value to Providence and he's got the ability to improve to the point where he might be able to be a future player, maybe not in Boston, but a trade chip. He could be the next Max Jones trade. You know, that's kind of where I see what you're trying to do with Walt. Like, it's okay to have some reclamation projects in your system, but you can't have too many of them. Then your system sucks. But I'm blaming Gil for this because I just refreshed my Twitter feed, Gil, and I saw an article from Nesson, and just the headline was depressing enough. You didn't write it, but I'm still blaming you for Gio's work. The headline about Boston trying to avoid a 7-game losing streak tonight. I knew it was bad, but when you put that number on it, that's just brutal. That is just it really hurts to see that headline. 7th straight loss. And the fact that it would come against the Ducks, that's just I'm blaming you for a bad mood, Gail. That's all. Because it's Nesson. Well, Gail, I hope you're writing about a victory, not a loss, because, 7 in a row would not be fun. Whatever you do, also, please don't say anything about, even if he scores, don't mention anything about Zegras to Boston. I am so sick of hearing that. I do not want to see that.
I am always going to rock with Zegras. He is not from Connecticut, but played at Mid-Fairfield and Avon Old Farm. So, not that I want to see him in Boston. Putting that out there. I just like.
Let me put it this way. If you're giving up very, very little, like a 3rd-round draft pick and, I don't know. I'm trying to think of someone else in there that I'd be all right with them throwing in there, like Brett Harrison. If you're doing some combination of something like that, honestly, maybe even like a Trevor Kuntar, just someone like that that's not all that, valuable on the trade market. All right, I'll entertain the idea, but you better be willing to move off the kid quick. But because he's someone that if you can get him in and maybe get the right team leadership, like let's face it, that dude's going to come in and not fuck around under Zadorov. And you know what? He seems to have turned a little bit of a page ever since Jacob Trouba came to Anaheim.
Yeah, it's tough. I think his confidence is shot as well. I know he was like everybody loved him for so long, and then everybody just turned on him so quickly, and he's kind of struggled with injuries as well. He's definitely not a guy I would be throwing like Minton or like
No.
Lysell or anybody like that for Trevor Zegras. I don't think that Anaheim wouldn't even bother for a guy like Harrison or Kuntar. And
No,
honestly, like
that's why
I'm
I'm
fine
not
with that
doing
too.
it. That's why I'm not doing it. See,
Yeah.
Anaheim, like he's the type of player that you throw into a deal to make it better. Like you do a package deal with him. If I'm Carolina, for instance, and I'm trying to look at John Gibson, I would say, all right, Gibson and Zegras, 4, ... You know, because then you're not just taking on Zegras, you're getting something else as part of it, which is your bigger need in the first place.
Yeah. Because at that point, it would just make more sense for the Ducks to keep Zegras. Like if they were going to move him 1-for-1 and then get Brett Harrison and then a late pick, like it's just not worth it for them.
Yeah. Now they also have someone. I want to see how his numbers have maybe gotten a little bit better. If not, yeah, there's this kid that they have. Let's see. Was this him? Yeah, this kid Brett Leeson. He's with Anaheim. He screams like the type of player Boston would want. He's a former 2nd-round pick, but big body, 6'5", 220, right wing center, and right shot. decent offensive abilities in the past. I mean, he was originally selected by Washington, and then he's been in Anaheim since 22-23. So, like, nothing to write home about when it comes to his numbers, but kid's got a quick release on his shot, and you know what I mean. Like, there's potential there.
Yeah, and I'm looking right now, like 17 points in 60 games, and he's eating minutes. He's a workhorse. He could also play on the PK. Like, absolutely. Why
He
not?
reminds me of a Morgan Geeky risk.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be opposed to that, obviously. Easy to say. I wouldn't be opposed to bringing him in.
You know, and his cap hit right now is $1 million. I don't think he's going to get $1 million on the open market. So he would be a league min player. You know, like he would be a Jeffrey VL type. You know, the type of player that if you all of a sudden go, you know what, he's not making our roster, we're going to try to get him through to Providence, and someone claims him, you're like, okay, good luck. Thanks for trying. Thanks for playing. Move along.
Yeah. I was really surprised when Alec Regula was taken off of waivers. That one kind of caught me by surprise. Osterley not as much, but
I wasn't surprised once I saw who did it.
oh yeah, well he went to Edmonton, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. At the time, they needed D bad.
Well, he played what, like a few games and then ended up getting injured again, and I think he's out for the season.
I'll have to double check. I'm pretty sure they sent him back down. They may have been able to get him through waivers because, well, no, because you can't waive an injured player. So,
Well, he was injured, and then I think after he came back or something, Boston sent him down to Providence where he was claimed, and then, like I said, I think he played a few games wherever in Edmonton's organization, and then I thought I just saw something came out where he's out for the season again.
maybe. I mean, kid's a solid defensive defenseman. I know people aren't happy because of what they had to give up to bring him in, but if you go back to that trade, also, this team was hurting fiercely for right shot defensemen in the system, and you brought in two.
Ian Mitchell's solid. He's solid, and he's a guy that you could see working into the.
I don't know if solid
NHL.
is the word I would use. The word I would use for Ian Mitchell is he is consistent. He consistently gives you the same level of play. He's going to make mistakes, you know they're coming. However, he is consistently able to get plugged in an eighth D role.
Yeah, and we talked about the value in that yesterday. Like those players do hold value, not a lot. A guy that is league minimum, a guy that's willing to go down to the AHL and play time there, and a guy that isn't necessarily, sought after enough to be picked up on waivers.
Right. I you mentioned being surprised when Osterley got claimed. Like, he's a veteran defenseman who's played in the NHL. At some point, I mean, think about what Utah did earlier this season to their defensive unit. They got hammered with injuries, absolutely crushed by them. And so, we talk about Colorado overhauling their goaltending unit. Think about what Utah did to their defense. And now you look at their defensive unit and you're like, they've got too many.
Yeah, well, rather have too many than not enough, and then you're fishing for whatever happens on waivers. So
Yeah, I mean, they ended up getting Valimaki through waivers, which he's another one. I view him very similar to how I viewed Yoki Haru in Buffalo while he was there. Get that on net.
oh, come on. No way.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
There it
What is
is.
that?
Now, if you're Charlotte, though, do you challenge that for goaltender interference?
I don't know. I'd have to see a replay. I was just following the puck. I was like, come on, there's no way this doesn't go in. I like to see
So
Minton in
he's
front of the net,
down.
though. I think it was Wallstrom.
Oh,
Minton
no,
with the
he's
assist.
knocked over by his own player. There's no point in challenging that.
Wow. Wallstrom, though. We were just talking about him. That's the luck right there.
That's the luck right there. All I saw was he was on the ground flailing around, but I love that replay. It shows he clearly got his own defender into him.
Yeah, and he was down for a while. He was down flopping around trying to just pick something out. It was like he had time to get up because his defenseman blocked a shot, and then the second chance just bounces in.
Flopped around like a fish.
Desperation.
But see, now I sit here and I go, oh, man, you were so close to just giving up a tying goal the same way Boston does a minute later. That should be a trip. Yep, there it is. That's the other reason why I love the fact that they brought Jacob Lauko back. That dude draws penalties like there's nobody's business.
I liked having Lauko back because it felt safe. Like I feel like you know what you're gonna get out of him every single night, opposed to Hustadinov, where people had no idea what was happening. So I liked it as well, and he's fan favorite, so why not?
Well, like I said, I would have done Justin Brazeau straight up for Jacob Lauko. Like you get a pick and Hustadinov on top of it. Oh, man. I mean, maybe that's the thanks for not filing a grievance, kind of thing. We'll give you Lauko back. He's not part of our long term anyway.
It's funny because it's like, if that was me, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not making deals with you anymore. And then they end up making a few after they made the deal with Lettieri. But again, Vinny Lettieri, I'm sure they had everything or most of what they needed anyways, because he was there the season prior. So who knows?
Well, I was just say the Lettieri deal was it this year?
Yeah, it was this off. Oh wait, deal? I don't know. Like the trade was this off season because it was it was right at the draft because they traded up to get Groenwald.
Yeah. So you were getting Lettieri back in the draft pick that you selected for Groenwald. That was when you sent Lauko to Minnesota.
Yeah.
This deadline after the injury to McAvoy, I'm like, I'm not after what happened with Pat Maroon last year and what happened with McAvoy this year. I'm sitting there going, I don't trust your fucking doctors. I am not dealing with any of your guys. Like, fuck off. That was how I thought it was going to be. And
that's what I thought it too, but they keep trading for players that they've had before. So I don't know like what again, like I don't know what the records are. I don't know if the doctors even keep that type of stuff from every player that they have had, but I feel like maybe it's a player that they're comfortable bringing back because they know that he hasn't had any long term or.
Oh, puck is off. That should be in. Or the puck is the net is off.
Minton just threw the puck on the ground, so that's not.
That should
promising.
be in. Let's take a look at this replay. Of course, we're going to get the ref's ass in our face.
Oh, no way. Oh.
They bumped
Pushed
Merkulov into the net to knock it off so that didn't go in. Doesn't look like they're going to get a goal out of it, though.
It definitely didn't cross, unfortunately, but...
No, but if I'm not mistaken, it's a penalty to knock the goal off to prevent the puck from going in. But whatever. You move on. You're already up. You just kind of sit there and go, all right, let's keep going. We can get one more. Let's stop them from scoring. You've got a 5-on-3 for 40 seconds, or now a power play. So, take it as it comes, and 3 minutes left in the second. I mean, this game's going by quick.
I know. I felt like last night went by quick as well. Not this quick, but it did go by fast. And there was a lot of goals that happened yesterday too. So
Yeah, against us.
yeah, unfortunately.
But I like the behind the net, the behind the goal line play that some of our guys have. There's board battles that get won there, and Bussy definitely looks more comfortable today. Way more comfortable than last night. Oh
Yeah,
boy.
like I said, I don't know if that's confidence. Like I said, I thought he looked a lot more confident, especially when moving laterally. You could see kind
Yes.
of when the goalie is feeling it. So
Maybe again, if there's something going on with DPA, actually, let me go look and see the there should be some semblance of a box score that has the scratched players. I don't know if they'll list it in Game Center. Goaltenders. Yeah, it's not DiPietro. It's Bussy and Charlson.
wow, really?
Yep.
Oh, that's I don't know. So here we go. Oh, all right.
Boy.
Nice save.
And what do we have for any other penalties? This last one, Gallagher ripped it. I gotta say, I think a lot of people have slept on Gallagher for far too long.
Yeah, like we talked about yesterday, I was thrilled to see him get that change of scenery after that junior year and go somewhere and just dominate the way he did. It's so reassuring because I feel like everybody knew that he was so talented, and then that one season was obviously scary for everybody. And then he leaves and just plays the way he does.
I don't know why they went to a 7 defenseman system. That's the thing. It's like he went from being a 20 to 24 minute a night guy to 10 minutes. And they went from a 6D unit to a 7D unit consistently, and it's like, why? Oh, good, they're not calling that one. All right, who we
All right,
got
here we go,
here?
Wallstrom. Oh, what a save! Did that go?
No, but it was
Oh,
on the goalie's pad. It wasn't even covered, so that was all fair game. That's all fair game. He's not covering the puck. I mean, we're not. Oh, here we go. Here's the replay. Nice little breakaway for Wallstrom. He's got to lift this puck up though. See,
yeah, it
it's
looks
not
like
covered. It like he's hovering over it. But nothing you can do about that. Like,
it's tough. I can see where he's coming from because he's getting trailed. And then when you make that long move, it's just you kind of overextend a little bit, and then you have no leverage to lift the puck. So you're basically hoping just to beat the goalie with your stick to that side. And then, tip the cap when the goalie makes a nice save. It was just a great save. I don't know.
yeah. But this game's going nice and quick though.
Yeah. So I wonder if they picked up Charleston because of the proximity. Is Grenville close to Charlotte, and then they just needed a goalie for this game, so they just picked up whoever they could?
Let me take a look. All right, where'd they pick him up from?
Greenville Swamp Rabbits.
Greenville?
Yeah,
Greenville Swamp Rabbits.
Greenville in North Carolina, I think. So unless there's another Greenville somewhere else.
Yeah, so it'd be Greenville, North Carolina, and Charlotte, North Carolina. It's less than 2 hours away.
Yeah. So now it kind of makes. Oh, yeah. I don't know about that. Let's see. Oh yeah. This would
Bussy
be
hurt?
perfect time for Bussy to get injured too.
Shit. I really think that they just got him because of proximity.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I'm kind of glad we pieced this together because I was definitely curious. Like,
is that? Oh, that's not. Minton's on the ice. It's not Kuntar.
No, imagine this will go on for the this game will turn long because Kuntar won't stop ever.
No, who's wearing number 3? Ortiz, Tufty, 18 is Wallstrom, 45 is
3
Minton.
is Mast. Ryan Mast.
Bussy looks to be okay. He might have just been like, I'm staying safe over here.
Yeah, let me just stay down.
Which is what I want my goalie to be doing, not trying to fight.
Also, please do not risk any injury. Just stay down, let it push to the side, and then get your bearings and get up.
I want to see a little bit of that replay, though. Of course, they're going to do like a commercial break with 35 seconds left. Or they're just going to take forever to sort this out.
We need to stop saying the game is going so quickly.
I know, right? They're doing everything in the world to slow it down.
Right after we said it the first time, then Kuntar wants to go for a 40-minute fight, and then right after we said it again, here we are.
Is there an ECHL team in Greensboro?
I think there's a new one. I think that's the one that the Spit and Chicklets guys were starting or whatever.
That might be what. Okay. Because when you think about it, like if they need a goalie on the quick, right? Let's see. They are in North Carolina. Let's see. Yeah, you're not flying anybody in for a same day need. They have to be within a driving distance. So I really think they just needed someone like my guess is they haven't had a chance to get DiPietro looked at. And so they said, Bussy, it's you tonight, and we'll get someone in. I mean, it's a tryout.
Yeah. It makes a lot more sense.
First of all, Gail, I don't know what I said that might upset the masses, but I'm all for it. That's why I'm saying Sweeney is the guy for this rebuild. I'm all for it. So I want the masses. I'll put it this way. As long as I can defend what I'm trying to say, I want the masses coming my way. How far would Norfolk, Virginia have been?
So I know yesterday we were like, why is DiPietro coming into the third period? So I wonder if they knew that DiPietro wasn't 100% and they knew Bussy was going to start the next day. So it was like, all right, he's struggling, put DiPietro in for a period, see how long he can go, and then make sure Bussy's good for the next game. It makes a lot more sense now.
Well, why would you risk the injury to DiPietro?
Well, I don't know, but DiPietro didn't look awful except for that one goal where he just couldn't see it. He looked fine. He only gave up that one goal. So
and I didn't see anything in him yesterday where it's like, oh, maybe he tweaked something or he was getting up wrong. Like maybe it's just general soreness. Like extra maintenance that he needs, knowing that you're going to need him for the playoff push. But like,
But then why sign the PTO and just why not have him sit?
that's what I don't get.
Yeah.
And
Like I said, I knew he left practice early before Wilkes-Barre Scranton, but he
what
also
was that
played.
injury?
But I think maybe I won't even speculate because I don't know. But
Well,
then
do we
he
know if
also
it was
did
upper
play.
body or lower body even?
No, I don't know. But he also did. He played against Lehigh Valley, and then he also started a period yesterday. So I don't know if it's the
All right.
same thing or
What are we doing here? We've got a clock set at 0, a 4-on-3 with 125 left, and no time on the clock. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just looked up and I went, "What are we doing a face-off for with no time left?"
no, you're good.
It's not even 0.01 seconds. It is zeros across the board on the clock.
I don't think they do the I don't think they have the point. I don't think they have it down to the millisecond on Flow Hockey. So, and honestly, if they're taking this long to drop the puck with 0.4 seconds left, it's just unbelievable. No, there was definitely a few seconds left. I don't know.
So
The
that's like
clocks are definitely not synced up.
Yeah, it's like 3 seconds left in the period or something, which based on how the last 4 seconds had gone, I probably would have said, let's just send him to the locker room.
Yeah.
Oh, now they fixed the clock.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there. And then it runs out.
Huh. Well, we've got a good one here. A little bit more result than yesterday.
Yeah, I like the way they battled this period. What I don't like is how the AHL box scores are. They take so long to get in.
Yeah.
And then if the box score is wrong, it usually takes 2 days to fix it. So like me who's trying to get these goals out like as soon as possible. It's not easy.
Well, it makes sense why we both saw that name and went, "Who the fuck is this kid?"
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if I wish they required a transact. All right, so he signed his PTO. He's added to the roster. I don't see any roster move with DiPietro.
Well, the AHL there is no like injury. They just stay on the roster for the rest of the season.
That's what I'm trying to find out. Like, but wouldn't they have to designate him as injured?
No, he just stays on the roster, just in the active roster for the rest of the season. Because the AHL they don't have a maximum player. You can only dress 18, so there's
Yeah, and there's no real salary cap to the same level.
yeah.
All right, let's take a quick look. Let's see if we can get some updated scores here. Scores. We'll go around the league. Well, that's cool. They are doing a U.S. Army swear-in ceremony at center ice right now, between periods.
That's great. At Charlotte?
Yeah.
That's sick.
It's a creative between period thing to do. That's,
We've said it a few times, like the stuff that they're doing in Charlotte has been great. Like it's been so entertaining for the broadcast and just
some of the graphics have been weird, but hey,
hey,
beggars
listen, we're
can't be
talking about it.
choosers. Well,
We're
that's the
talking
thing is
about it.
beggars can't be choosers. We can't. It's the same thing when a player speaks their mind. We can't complain that players are boring, and then when they come out and they say something, and we criticize them for speaking.
Yeah.
You can't have it both ways. At least some of them might be weird, but at least they're trying something. I gotta give them credit where it's due. They are trying something.
Well, listen, they're also doing their job because we've touched on it a few times about how well how funny it is and how good it is. So they're doing something right.
Yeah. Hershey is up 3-1 on Bridgeport right now. And we've got, obviously, our game is at 2-1. Cleveland is up 2-1 at the end of their second, but that way that Bridgeport game is in the third. Texas is up 3-0 on Grand Rapids end of the second. Here's our other one that we're looking at. Wilkes-Barre Scranton is now down 3-2 at the end of the second to Hartford.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter if Providence wins. If Providence gets 2 points, they're in anyways. But obviously, that's a 2-1 game. So, like to have some insurance.
Okay, that's a twist. All right, you know how like even Providence does I think they still do the chuckle puck, but they put the
Yeah.
big target out on the ice and you chuck
Yeah.
it on
Yeah.
the ice. They have done a chuckle puck where they've put a target on the sunroof of a van, of an SUV, and they are driving the SUV around the ice. It's an Acura. And so the target basically means you have to get it in the sunroof of this car.
That's so fun. They used to do it at Quinnipiac where they would drive it around, but you had to throw it into like the bed of the truck. And then they also had like whoever gets closest to center ice. But
Here, I'll show you this one. See what I mean?
oh wow.
Now, my question is, do you win that car? Because I don't want it if it's got all these dents on it. Because those chucka
Listen,
pucks aren't light compared to like they're that thick foam.
yeah. Well, you have to have it thick so then you can actually throw them. So.
Oh yeah. But all I'm saying is how many dents does that car have now? I don't want that car. I'll take the make and model, but
listen,
I like that play on the chuckle puck though.
Yeah, that's sick. I'm just saying. Listen, I'm a broke college student. I'll take cars with dents. Like I do. I do not care. I don't care. I'll take it anyways.
I mean, listen. If you're getting the car for free, I guess you could suppose like you could pay to repair the dents over time. Get one of those pops at end, and you're just like, all right, as long as the paint's fine. I don't want anything wrong with the paint. Because then you get like rain in there, and it starts to rust, and then it becomes a bigger problem.
Yeah, a new car is a new car, so I'll take it regardless. But
and it's an Acura, so that's solid.
Yeah, so it is a nice car.
All right, let's see what our friends around the NHL are doing. Not that there's a lot. That's the other thing is we talked about it yesterday. The scheduling for the NHL has been. We got 4 games tonight. Canucks Islanders are tied at 1. Devils Blackhawks. Devils are up 4-2, and then Stars and Bees play at the same time. Stars Oilers though, that's going to be a good game, and it looks like Draisaitl might be back for that one, or maybe not. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find out. Was it
McDavid's out, Klingberg's out, Draisaitl's out, Frederick's on
out.
IR, and then Kane's on LTIR.
Yeah.
So they're without McDavid and Draisaitl.
Going against the Stars.
Yeah.
I wonder. Edmonton's another one where if they don't win the cup this year, they are going to be a team to watch. I really think that where is he? Is he not Ekholm? I would watch Victor Arvidsson in the offseason if they don't win.
Speaking of which, I think I like the timing of this rebuild because I think that the teams that are in right now, like I think the teams that are like this season, I think it's going to be tough. Even if Boston snuck in, like I did not see them go into the cup, but I think a lot of those top teams are going to get worse next year.
Significantly.
Yeah, teams like Florida and Toronto, like I don't know. I think that Toronto's definitely going to lose a big piece. I know Nyes, Tavares, and Marner are all up for free agency. And then I also know that
Well, even Nick Robertson is up, and he can very easily be had. By no stretch am I saying Nicholas Robertson is going to come in and be your top line left wing to go next to Pastrnak, but like tell me that kid, if you brought him in and you're like, yeah, here's an opportunity to make an NHL roster with other young players around your age, and by the way, you get to play Toronto 3 times a year.
yeah,
Like he's arbitration eligible, but if you're Toronto, are you going to take him to arbitration?
the whole thing with arbitration is it's like what happened with Swayman. It's something that I think with that situation, I think teams are going to be a little bit more careful with how they do it because I think the way the Swayman stuff played out was just an embarrassment. So I don't know how that's going to look going forward. I mean, I like Nick Robertson. He played at the World Juniors for Team USA, so I'm a big fan. But
I
who
mean,
knows?
he's not exactly lighting it up this year either. 20 points in 61 games. Like
Yeah,
he hasn't cracked through the way that he needs to have a good, favorable arbitration hearing. But like, he's good on the forecheck. He's got high level skill. He moves his feet. So like, there is something there. But do
it
you want to add another sub 5'11" player to your lineup?
Yeah, and also like with him perform, like I think he knows that he's not performing up to the expectations, especially in Toronto. I know Toronto was so high, especially the fans were so high on Robertson. Is that a guy that you want to stand in front of and point out all his flaws in arbitration and just destroy him? I don't know.
I don't know if it'll come to that though. They might be able to just throw him like $1 million for 1 year or for 2 years and avoid arbitration altogether because
Yeah,
his numbers aren't strong.
yeah. Well, if I'm Robertson, I would probably take that if I wanted to stay in Toronto.
Yeah, 1.25. You know, you're not going to get much more than that on the open market anyway.
I think it's just going to be about where if he sees himself in the future for Toronto, which could very well happen because I know that Tavares is on his way out. Marner is a guy that I don't know is definitely a question mark if Toronto's going to re-sign him. So there will be openings. It's just how confident do you want to wait? Do you think your game is going to get better? It's just up in the air. Everything's up in the air.
Yeah. I'm trying to look through and see. All right, let's do one more year remaining on their contract or less. I want to roll through some of the guys that might reasonably be available. In this offseason. Let's see. I don't think they're going to target anyone in the in free agency, restricted or not, older than the age of 30. It just doesn't seem to fit what they're looking for right now.
Yeah.
But if I what is it? What's the difference between 30? But I'll go to 31 just because it only adds about 16 skaters. Let's see if there's anything else. I'm trying to sort this on Wikipedia here. Ryan says, "Give me Matthew Nyes on the beats." I would take him. I'll tell you what, I would take him over Mitch Marner. Not because of the talent, but because of the contract.
I don't think the Maple Leafs are gonna let Nyes go. He's one of the guys that I think they will absolutely resign, even if somebody puts in a good offer sheet. Nyes is somebody you want to bring back for sure.
He is someone that I look at making an offer sheet to just to make Toronto's life more difficult.
Yeah, why not? You know they can't. They don't want to lose Nyes, especially if they're
Knowing
playing.
knowing that it's your 2026 first round pick, not 2025, but 2026, would you go so high as to trade a first round pick for Matthew Nyes if it was your 2026 first rounder? Because that's the type of contract.
2026
Actually, let me put it to you this: would you risk your 2026 first rounder?
for Nyes, I probably would.
Because one of the things, because if you put an offer sheet in at the right dollar amount, they either match it and you keep your pick, and you've just made their cap situation that much more difficult because now he's costing them close to $4.5 million, or you gain Matthew Nyes and you've given up your first round pick.
Yeah, seems good to me. I would take Nyes.
He says absolutely not pipe dream, but I'd love to see him creative goal scorer. I mean, that's the Ryan. That's the question though. Is you've got to get creative because you don't give a fuck about Toronto and what they're going through. You want to make their life difficult as hell. So Josh just give me Nyes 8 at 8. I'm not quite there on Matthew Nyes. I wouldn't quite give him 8 by 8. However, you could offer him a nice solid. What is he? 23 right now.
Yeah, he's young.
You could offer him a nice solid 4-year deal at, I want to say 4.25, and really put Toronto in a bind, especially if they want to bring Tavares back and Marner back. Because you figure Marner is going to come in, let's say on the low end, 13. Now you've got Nyes that they have to match at 4.25, and what's Tavares going to come down to? 4? Like, that eats up 85% of all their cap space on 3 guys.
I wonder what a deal would look like with Marner. I don't know if Toronto's wants to re-sign him for the amount of times that they've tried to trade him and get him out, and the amount of time Marner keeps saying no. I know Marner wants to be in Toronto, so I wonder if maybe he would take a little bit less than that, opposed to going somewhere else. I don't know.
See, you say they've tried to trade him, but all I've really been able to gather as fact was the one time during the trade deadline. And it wasn't even, hey, we're trying to trade you. It was, we have an opportunity to bring Mikko Rantanen in to our organization, but they want you in return. Would you consider waiving and going to Carolina? No. Okay, great. We move on. Like, you haven't said yes to our contract that we put on the table months ago. So we are obligated to do our job and ask if you want to go if you're willing to go to Carolina. I don't think it's we're shopping you. We want to trade you. We want you to do this. I think it's just, hey, this is my job. My job is to present you with your options. The contract offer we have on the table is still there. You don't want to have back and forth on the number right now, and I'm respecting that. But to do my job in full, I have to ask if you're willing to go to Carolina so we can complete this trade for our team. So
Yeah, and the way last season ended, I know there was. I don't know if it was front office saying anything, but it was the fans were definitely not happy with Marner. They wanted him gone, but again, that's same as what we have here. Like
we've got
maybe,
people bitching to trade Jeremy Swayman. So like,
so you can't really look too much into that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just and Ryan, to your point, they might find that Matthew Nyes can fill in for Marner enough to say we would rather pay Matthew Nyes $6 million for 4 years, and basically get half the amount for Marner as far as dollar amount. But it really shows you what a player can do when they get given that no trade clause. So let me see. So there are 336 skaters who have 0 or 1 year remaining on their contract and will be an RFA or like any form of free agent at that point. and fit the that's the signing age. And are of the age, let me see if I can narrow that down, of the age of 31 or younger. Now, some of these names, though, are going to be quick. Let me just sort it by their point. Let's do it by AAV. That's always fun. Because that'll also knock out some of the ones that we know aren't coming here real quick. Because I think Boston is going to look to, like, if they're looking trade market, they're going to look for someone with at least next year and one more year of term.
Yeah.
So that's why I put the parameter. Well, based on this, it would be next year and the following year. So like Connor McDavid, he's currently in year 7 of his contract. Next year would be year 8. So that's the parameter for a trade deadline deal. But we know McDavid is not being traded.
Yeah.
At least, well, he's got 1 full year left on the contract. That'll be very interesting if he's not signed by that like January 15th mark of next year. But yeah, Marner will be a UFA. I don't think Boston's going to go that big fish hunting.
No, and like I said, I like the direction that Boston's going right now. I like the way that the draft capital and the prospects pool is shaping up. So I don't think there's I don't think there's a need really. I think we can wait a little bit. And
there's the tying goal.
Again, it's kind of like the same shot that went in first.
And it's another 4-on-3. See, Ryan says, I see Boston pursuing Nikolai Ehlers this offseason. I don't know. This one was a little bit weaker of a shot, not going to lie.
Yeah, the puck was on edge.
Not thrilled with this one, but still a 4-on-3. Like, I want to know who that dude is with the cowbell because they keep showing him.
He's got to be like fan favorite right there. He's got to be like the fireman Ed for the Jets. He just shows up to every game. They show him at every goal.
You know that dude at Boston games who wears the Thunderbolt suit?
Yeah.
Or has the hat? He looks like a train conductor, honestly. That's who it reminds me of.
Well, he gets what is going on now? Oh no,
because he's like always he's always one of the 3 that you can vote for fan of the game.
Yeah, that was just, I don't know. Like you said, 4-on-3, but both of those shots Bussy's able to see. I think they're clearly targeting that glove hand because they also rang 2 posts.
That's his blocker side. He's been beat one on blocker. That one was his one of them was blocker, one of them was glove, I think. Like Bussy can be beat up high. Glove. That's the point. That's the issue I have with Bussy is he can be beat up top. Like, you know, and maybe it's the left hand, right hand glove factor. You know, when you're used to shooting at a glove on the left side and all of a sudden you've got a blocker there instead, you probably see a little more of the net, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I also think that it's just like when you get to this level, they're scouting all that, so you know exactly where you want to shoot on this guy before you even get into the building to play. So, and we said it, just shoot high on him, and it's gonna give him some trouble.
Yeah. Well, now we might. Oh. All right. I couldn't see where his leg was, but he was covering that post pretty well. So
it still gets me scared, especially with the way that he sometimes the lack of movement when a guy's moving that fast behind the net. That wraparound is definitely open.
Oh yeah, especially if he can find a way to go after it. Bruins mate says they should go after Ehlers and Besser. Yeah, I'll start throwing these names out. We'll go through this list. I don't think we'll get all the way to the Bob. We'll get to some interesting names here. Actually, there is one name that I think is a dark horse for a trade candidate, especially now that they have some of their young players to start re-signing. Jason Robertson.
I like Jason Robertson. He's having a down season with Dallas, but
given the guys that they have to re-sign, they just re-signed John. Oh yeah, he knows he's going for the trip. He's pissed. Poitras. Just all the other guys they have to re-sign, and he's at 7.75 right now. He's only going up in cost, even with a down year.
Yeah.
And so where he's in year 3 of his 4-year contract, like now is the time to move him. And he will get you a haul, especially if you don't win the cup this year. If you're Dallas and you don't win the cup this year, you've got no reason to hang on to him because you've got to continue to make sure you can keep making runs. No, he's not eligible to sign an extension just yet. He'll be a pending restricted free agent after next year. That's the other thing is he's already at 7.75. He will be a pending restricted free agent. So he still has that shot. Bruins meet. I see the comment. He still has that shot. It's just he's not playing up to his level of what you'd expect. And where you've got, let me pull up another page here. Because if we start going through some of the guys that they need to re-sign, it's getting tough. Now, next year they only have $5 million in cap space right now. The year after, $35 million. But Jamie Benn comes off the books this year. So that $5 million is with Jamie Benn's 9.5 coming off the books. Granlund comes off, Duchesne comes off, Dadonov comes off, Maverick Bourque becomes a restricted free agent, so you got to re-sign him. And then you are in the next 2 years after that, you've got 6 restricted free agents in forward group down in with the Texas Stars, and another 3 on the back end. And that's the restricted class. That doesn't include the fact that Robertson needs a new deal. You need to get someone to replace Jamie Benn. Tyler Seguin is still under contract at that point. Mikko Rantanen's deal kicks in at $12 million next season. Mason Marchment's going to need a new deal after next year. Like, you know, you've got Wyatt Johnston locked up, and then you got $35 million to work with, but you got to re-sign 90% of your team.
Yeah.
Let's see. Marner. I would watch out for Vegas on Marner just because that's what they do. Honestly, though, a dark horse for Mitch Marner for me would be Utah.
I've heard that. I've heard Marner. I've heard Utah would be a good spot for Marner. I think there was definitely some, not rumors, but people were definitely talking about Marner to Utah last year when it was a huge topic to trade Marner after the playoffs because he just performed so poorly.
Well, that and his no trade clause hadn't kicked in yet.
Unbelievable. Man, stay out of the box. The game in Hartford right now is 3-3, so
oh boy.
As of now, you just need to make it to overtime, but Charlotte
that's
2 quick
3
ones.
minors for Poitras tonight too. Lateral movement. He committed way too early on that play.
He committed way too early to the first shot and then had to sprawl for the second one that probably could have just went in if he shot it, and then absolutely no chance he gets to the third one.
Are they?
They can't pull him. They literally cannot pull him. So I don't know if this is just a timeout or.
Yeah.
Well, here they.
No, this is one of those stadiums where the backup goaltender is like way on the other side, so they must be calling like a timeout or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard Marner to everyone.
Yeah, true.
That most teams are going to try to make a move on him, though. That's the thing. Marner, the question is where does it make sense? Like, it doesn't make sense for him to go to a team like Vegas. They just have to make too many things happen. But they're a team that is willing to do it. Now, as much as Vegas is competitive this season, there is a very good chance in this world that they don't win the cup this year. And if that's the case, they are going to be in a little bit of trouble. They got 10 million 5 going into next season to work with. They might be able to fix their problems, but Riley Smith, Brandon Saad, Victor Olofsson, and Nick Hague, like there's some money to be spent. Oh, and they need a number 2 goaltender.
Yeah, so the window is shrinking.
It's this year and next year.
Yeah.
Basically. And then after next season, by the way, Jack Eichel needs a new contract.
Yeah, in Vegas's prospect pool, other than Connolly, and I like Dorofeev, he's not a prospect anymore, but other than that, they really don't have much. So this could be a problem. It would get really dicey if they do not win this year, which, like you said, there are a lot of good teams, and there's a lot of teams in the West that bulked up a little bit at the trade deadline too. So
now,
yeah.
The thing is looking what would be 3 years out from now, they have a bunch of cap space, $69 million for the 27-28 season. So it's like, what can they do next year and the year after to free up a little bit more? Well, if someone's going to get Nicholas Roy as a $3 million rental, like any team can bring him on and pay a good price for him. Brett Howden, same thing. Now, Jack Eichel is going to have a no movement clause, and Jack Eichel, they are not trading. Like, they're not trading Jack Eichel. I would see them soon as move Mark Stone in the final year of his contract before they would move Jack Eichel.
Yeah. Bussy takes a shot up high again. This is like the third time this game where his helmet's popped off.
He's definitely playing better than last night, but he's been beat a couple times easy.
Yeah.
But that one, I mean, like, that's the kind of play right there. Oh, yeah, he just pulled his mask off as well.
Yeah. Well, when you feel that strap come undone, you're just like, and then the refs obviously aren't looking at that. They're looking at the play. So you got to throw it off just to make it.
Let's see. I think either Colorado or Dallas taking the cup this year. I had Dallas until Colorado brought in all the depth. See, the issue that I have with picking a lot of those teams out of the West is literally the Western Conference itself. Because I'm going to pull up the standings right now real quick, because right now you've got Winnipeg facing off against St. Louis in the first round. I look at that and I go, St. Louis is on the hot streak. I think St. Louis gets that spot, by the way. They're just far enough ahead. And they're playing fucking really well right now.
Yeah, Monty came in, they hit a nice streak, and then they kind of settled down a little bit, and now they're just picking up and getting hot at the right time.
But right now, Winnipeg and St. Louis, I very easily can see St. Louis taking that series.
Yeah, especially given Winnipeg's playoff history where they just have not got it done, especially last year against a really winnable, especially against a not that great Colorado Avalanche team.
Well, the thing is Hellebuck very much is beatable. You just have to know where to shoot the puck. And like right now in the regular season, you're like, I don't care that much about beating the Winnipeg Jets. Like, as long as I'm in the playoffs, if I'm Dallas, I'm not fine. I don't care that much whether I lose to Winnipeg or beat Winnipeg, because they're going to be in the playoffs no matter what happens. So, like, as long as I'm in the playoffs and if we get a point every time we play Winnipeg, fine. As good as he is in the regular season, he is beatable, and you will beat him in the playoffs if you just deal with it. A little bit more scrambling from Bussy.
Yeah, and also when you play against the same goalie like 4 to 7 times, it also gets easier because you're just aiming for the same spots 7 games straight. So,
I mean,
and
it's how
last year
Bussy gave up 5 yesterday.
yeah. Well, it's not too hard to just walk in and shoot high and hope for the best. So,
but Winnipeg, St. Louis, I mean, that's still at least a 6-game series. Winnipeg is like Carolina to me, good, but not actual contenders. We'll get to the Eastern side in a minute. But that's still going to be a 6-game series. It's still going to be a physical bloodbath. St. Louis isn't going to go down without a physical fight.
yeah, and it takes a toll on you, especially for even if Winnipeg gets through and they play a tough series where it goes 6 or 7 games and you're getting hit every single opportunity that they have, and it's tough to keep the level of play that Winnipeg is playing right now when you're playing 6 games every other day, getting hit at every opportunity, and then you have to go and play a better team the next series, and then it just gets better and better until the end. And that's why I don't think Winnipeg is. I don't have Winnipeg.
Winnipeg to me is a paper tiger.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, for the sake of this conversation, let's say Winnipeg advances in 5 against the Blues. Fine, I'll give you that one. That's the easiest road they probably get in the series possible, right? Maybe it's a 4-game sweep, but St. Louis is playing well enough to steal a game, especially at home. Well, the other bracket side, you're going to have Vegas against Minnesota. That's a pretty big bloodbath, if you're asking me.
Yeah.
That's a physical series. Neither one of those teams is going to come out quickly. Now, the argument that you would have is Minnesota, if they get Eriksson Ek back, if they get Kaprizov back, and they're working all these guys back into the lineup all at once, and they haven't had a regular season game to kind of prepare for the playoffs, then maybe. But those guys have played together long enough that I don't see that being an issue. You're not taking some random guy that they've never played with and saying, figure it out in one game.
Yeah.
And then you've got, Bruins meet. You've got Colorado, Dallas in the first round. Whoever comes out of that one's going to be beat up. Now, my question to you is, who would you take in that series?
It's so tough, especially with Colorado beefing up at the deadline.
It's looking like Dallas will have home ice advantage in that one if it goes 7.
Yeah. I don't know. I would definitely see it going 6 or 7 games, and like you said, being a bloodbath. I would probably take Colorado at this point. Maybe
Don't you kind of have to?
I just think the depth that Colorado has right now is just unbelievable.
Because I know, Bruins, you mentioned the goaltending, but Blackwood has played amazing since he got to Colorado. So that really, see, you say go with the goalie, but let me counter you with a Cale Makar and a Nathan McKinnon. You know what I mean? Like, I would go Colorado in that one. Not, it would probably go 6 or 7. I would really think Colorado would probably try and take it in 6. But I could definitely see it going 7. And then LA, Edmonton.
Yeah.
LA with home ice advantage in this one. It's looking like, I mean, they're only 2 points up. That could change, but this is the best chance LA has to beat Edmonton. But even if you go with Edmonton, even if you take the Stars, let's fine. Well, that means you're following 4 round. You're advancing 4 are Dallas and Winnipeg, Vegas, and LA. So is Winnipeg's trip to the finals that much easier going through Dallas?
No.
No.
It's
All
not
right.
easy at all.
Right. Is Dallas's trip that much easier going through Winnipeg? Let's say Dallas does get through Colorado. They're going to be banged up as hell against that Winnipeg team. But let's say they then advance. Okay, great. Well, in your other bracket, you've got the Kings and the Golden Knights.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry, but that's a Golden Knights victory all the way.
Yeah.
So now you've got Dallas and Vegas going up against each other in the conference final. All right. Winner of that doesn't matter. They're going to be banged up all the high hell. So pick your winner. Well, let's go to the East. Florida Tampa in the first round. That's going to be a bloodbath. Beyond that, Toronto, Montreal, or no, it would end up being Washington, Montreal. Washington will wipe the floor with them. Ottawa, Toronto, close matchup, but I'd say advantage Toronto. They might actually have an advantage there. Carolina,
Yeah.
New Jersey. Carolina is going to get through probably without a problem because New Jersey is falling apart. I guess the question is who do you think comes out of the Florida Tampa series?
That's another tough one. I don't think Bobrovsky is the guy he was last year. I think he's a lot more beatable.
Even if he is, Vasilevsky's
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's tough. It's like I want Florida for the first two rounds, obviously. So then that pick will turn into a first. So I'll say Florida, but
Let's
that's
say
what I
Florida.
want, not what I think. So
Yeah, well, let's say Florida, right?
yeah,
Okay, but we agree it's going to be a bloodbath.
yeah, it's not
So
gonna be easy.
now you've got Carolina, Washington in the second round, and you've got Toronto, Florida in the second round. I think we both agree Florida's taking that one,
Mm-hmm.
and Washington's probably taking Carolina out because they have all season.
Yeah,
So now you've got Florida, Washington in the conference final. Now, I guess the real question is how much of a believer in the Washington Capitals are you?
I don't know. I think Washington also would have like a much easier path compared to Florida. That's going to play a tough series against Tampa, and then another tough series against Toronto or Ottawa.
I don't think Florida Toronto series would be like Florida can out physical Toronto by a mile.
Yeah,
So I think that would be a little bit more of a recovery window for them. And the catch is Florida's testing their depth now. So like even if they go win a little banged up and they need to sit a Brad Marchand for a game, they have someone they can plug in, and then the following game they can sit a Matt Kachuk for it, and Brad Marchand's back in. So like I would take Florida to that one. Now my question to you is, at that point you're Florida and Vegas in the final, or Florida Dallas. Who's more banged up?
yeah. Well, that's what it is though. That's such a playoff thing. It's like who who is injured, who isn't injured, and then of course we'll never know. We'll have no idea who's injured unless they are absolutely cannot go at all. We will have no idea who's injured. So it'll be difficult to even tell, even at that point.
Yeah, and I get your point here, Bruins me, where he says Florida could move back into first place though instead of Toronto. Well, that makes your first round matchup Toronto Tampa, and there ain't no way Toronto's getting out of that one. And that means Florida matches up against Ottawa. That's an even easier trip for Florida. Like
Yeah.
if if you I'll put it this way, if you don't want Florida to win back-to-back cups or have a good chance at doing it, they have to play Tampa in the first round. Tampa's the only team in the East that I really give a true opportunity to knock out the Panthers.
Yeah. And then obviously like I want Florida to make it those two rounds just so we can get that first round pick. So that's who I'm cheering for the first two rounds, but after that I hope they get knocked out, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they get knocked up into the first round or into the first spot simply because let's see. Florida will be more banged up solely on their roster not being deep enough. They rely on their top line so much. Half their top line is out right now, and they're still winning. I don't think. Let me pull up
Well,
Florida
just
real
missed.
quick here. We got 7.5 minutes and only 16 shots. They're looking like Boston right now.
Yeah, not looking good. The game at Hartford is 3-3, or at Wilkes-Barre Scranton is 3-3 right now. So Providence would need to push this to overtime or
Well,
win.
they're able to do it. They've been able to beat Kokkinen. Even yesterday, they beat him a few times.
They have a few outs right now. They just need to stop taking penalties.
Ottawa can't knock out the Panthers, but the Panthers may limp into the next round against Tampa. See, Ottawa is not, their shot would be to beat Toronto, and I could see that happening. Oh, the net. That's why.
Well, he also made the glove save, so.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to see if anybody else has an injury designation, but Kachuk is out on LTIR right now. Marchand is still out. He could be back as early as Saturday for Florida. I know there were a few other people who were banged up. I don't know if they've all returned to the lineup or not, but they're already banged up, and their depth is already being tested. And let's face it, they've already proven that Simoskevich can play.
Samoskevich. Yeah.
Like, he is definitely someone that can move up and down that lineup and not have a problem. So their depth has already been tested.
Another Connecticut kid right there. His sister goes to Quinnipiac, plays for the women's team. So love him too. And I think Wilkes-Barre just scored. So now we're just looking at we would obviously Providence should go in trying to win, but if they do not win, they still will clinch at this point. There's 5:57 left in the Hartford versus Wilkes-Barre game.
And we officially have a John Gibson Jonas Corposalo matchup. Oh, Friday, Saturday, whatever the game is against Utah. Yeah, that's when he could make his debut. If you don't want to see it, pick a different game to watch. Sorry, Ryan. You don't have to watch Florida. That's the good news. But good luck avoiding the highlights. Let's see. But Florida's another one. If they don't win this year, let's see. Next year, 19 mil. How many roster spots do they have? 1, 2, 3. See, I love the fact that they went out and they moved Spencer Knight to get Seth Jones. I thought that move was brilliant for them.
I think it worked out for both sides pretty well because Seth Jones obviously was not happy in Chicago, and then Spencer Knight is now getting that number one role that he wants.
Yeah, and they're going to roll with Knight and Soderblom, period.
Yeah.
So, but now with Florida, you've got a chance next season to roll with Bobrovsky and Cooper Black if he proves to be ready.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised we haven't seen him this series.
He got hurt. I know he was hurt.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he had an injury for a little while.
They also now have 3 because they do have Appleby still, and they have Kokkinen, who's in right now.
Yeah.
And the goal was taken off for Hartford versus Wilkes-Barre, so it's still a 3-3 game, unfortunately.
Oh, man. Yeah, so right now they have Cooper Black, Kokkinen, and Evan Cormier listed on their AHL roster, at least according to Puckpedia. But Cooper Black is the only one with a contract for next season.
I'm sure that they'll either get somebody else to split time, but I think Black will probably take that starter role at least in the AHL, at least. And like you said, he could be.
I mean, at $1 million, yeah. I mean, once I mean, granted, I'll put it this way: they are looking at Vitek Vanacek as a better number 2 than Capo Kakinen.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking at right now. So I disagree. They can absolutely keep Sam Bennett, even regardless. I mean, he's at 4.425 right now, and they're going to have, what did I say? What is it? 19 million. So they can absolutely bring Bennett back at. I'd say his number probably comes in around 9 to 9.5. They'll give him 8 years. They'll give him a full no movement clause, and they'll call it a day. Let's see who else we got back coming up as free agents here. See, he's in the 6th year of his 7-year contract. This is someone that I could see the Bruins making a target for via trade. Kyle Connor.
I like Kyle Connor. I mean,
If
obviously, I like a lot of guys, but
well,
Kyle
if Winnipeg
solid.
doesn't win this year, they have to look at making changes. And a guy like Connor going into the last year of his deal at a little over $7 million, with I don't think he has any trade protection. No, he's got a modified no trade clause. It's modified. So now, does that mean Boston is going to be on his no trade list? Who the hell knows? But he is someone that I would say keep an eye out for on the trade market. Let's see who else we got here. Oh, and by the way, Jason Robertson isn't eligible for a no movement clause, so they could trade him to anywhere they want to. So they could very easily look at a young team like a Chicago or an Anaheim or a San Jose. Like, think about the prospects you could get back from San Jose for Jason Robertson.
Yeah, San Jose is loaded with prospects right now.
Imagine because you brought in Tyler Toffoli to be on the side of Macklin Celebrini, and Toffoli's not going anywhere. I love when I see his name thrown out there. He signed in San Jose because he wanted to play with Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah, plus San Jose moves the lines pretty frequently, but yeah, Toffoli and Macklin Celebrini are always together. You either see Graf on that line or you'll see Smith on that line. But yeah, I'm sure he loves it too, Tyler Toffoli.
Oh yeah,
nothing is funnier than seeing that picture of them having that sleepover
I
in the
know,
milk
right?
and cookies on the side of the bed. Oh,
Yeah.
amazing.
Well, I mean, half the guys doing the sleepover couldn't drink. They're not old enough.
That's what he said. He was like, yeah, after a game, I cracked open a beer, and those guys just ordered milk and cookies to the room. I was like, that is awesome.
Yeah, they can't crack open a beer unless it's a game in Canada. Oh, the empty netter is wide. So we got the empty net with a little over 2 to go. You give up that shot on the empty netter to let the defense get set? That's a mistake. Now I just got to make them pay for it. So we got Merkulov on.
Oh, oof. Didn't see it. All right.
Oh, no. Well.
All right, well.
Who just whacked their stick on the goalpost?
Who I was not looking.
As soon as that went in, someone slammed their stick down and snapped the blade off over the crossbar.
Let's see this replay.
Dude pouring the popcorn in his face.
These Charlotte fans are electric. I love it.
There's no other hockey around them.
2 hours to Grenville to see Charleston.
Right here. Who's that? Who was that?
Wallstrom?
I don't know who it was. It might have been. It was just moving too quick.
It was a number in the teens who would be out there on a 6-on-5 and he had black tape. So I think it was Wallstrom. That would be my guess, but it went too quick for me to see.
It went super quick. It wasn't as quick the first time through. I just thought it was fun. Like as soon as it went in, just this was a winnable game.
Yeah, Charlotte's a good team. I think that Providence matches up well against them. I would have liked to see him take at least one of these. I think they could have taken last night's game if the goaltending was better, but what can you do?
All right. Well, we already have our lineup from Fluta per warmups. Hustadinov, Middlestad, Pasternak, Geeky, Zaka, Lacelle, Kepke, Lindholm, Letary, Lauko, Beecher, Brown. No changes up front. Lorai, Peak, Wotherspoon, Yoki, Haru, Callahan, Mitchell, and Corpusalo in net. This is going to be a long one.
Yeah.
This is going to be a long 2 minutes here first. We'll stick with this one for now because we got a little bit of time, and this will help eat some of that up. But let's see, possible expansion. What's the humor there? I don't mind. I've been a long time believer of the fact that by the time they're ready to do expansion, they're not going to expand by 2 teams. They're going to actually go for 4. They're going to do what they did back in what was it, the early 2000s or early 90s or whatever it was when they brought in that crew with what was it? Where was it? Now I got to go find it. It was 2000. Yeah, right there, 2000. Columbus, Minnesota. No. Where was it? Nashville braided. There was a time where they added 4 teams because it just makes the most sense. You add 1 to each division. And by the time you're ready for that, let's say 5 years from now, first of all, your entry fees are going to be that much more money, and you will have that much more talent in the pipelines. Possible expansion for Charlotte? I'm confused. But that's not hard to do. Oh, the fans there, not actual expansion. Okay. I mean, they just don't have much hockey around them. So the one team that's there is gonna. That was the kid from yesterday.
Yeah. I was about to say that kid's back.
That was the kid from yesterday.
Get him a stick right now.
Oh
I can't believe
man!
they didn't show him this whole game.
Well, in fairness, they were losing, so he probably wasn't dancing. Oh. I mean, I don't want to say if that goes in, they have a chance, but they don't. That goes in, they don't have a chance.
Oh. Yep.
That's well.
Game. 55 seconds, 3-3 tie here in Wilkes-Barre. It's not
55 seconds left?
Yeah, in the game.
You know what? When this one's over, maybe I'll switch over to that one for the OT.
Yeah.
Because that one has a little bit of implications here.
No matter what, we should be cheering for. Actually, I don't know, because it just depends where you want to be in the standings. Because Wilkes-Barre, Charlotte, and Providence are all within 1 point of each other right now. I think Hershey's definitely going to be 3 points higher. If Wilkes-Barre wins, they're going to be 3 points higher as well. But if Hartford loses, then it makes it easier for Providence to clinch. But does it really matter? I don't think so. They're going to clinch regardless. So Oh, would have liked to see a Joey Abate goal right there.
Yeah, they need one.
Providence is also like this is not they are depleted right now. So Gaudette, Farinacci, and Pitlick are out.
Yeah, this isn't the roster that we're going to see in the playoff push
Yeah,
by far.
nowhere close.
And I know there's going to be a big push at the end of the year for a lot of players going through waivers again to be in their American affiliates, their American Hockey League affiliates franchise for the playoffs. So I'm not all that worried about Hustadinov needing to go through waivers. So
you think he is going to be sent back down? I know he is. He was put on that list for the trade deadline, so he is eligible to play. But you think they're gonna send him down?
I don't think they're going to do it until the regular season is over for Boston.
Yeah,
Because at that point, if you do it at the right time, no one's going to claim him anyway. There's no point.
yeah.
All right, let me see if I can find the other one. We want.
Wilkes-Barre versus Hartford.
Let's take a look here. Oh, this one says 0-0 in the third. Oh, 5-minute OT starting right now. We flipped over just in time. Hopefully, this one ends with with enough time before the Boston game.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't even know who to cheer for here, but let's just hope it lasts a little bit to get us over to that Bruins game, and then hopefully it ends right then and there.
All right, let's see. All right, we want this one to go our way at least. I just want them to clinch.
There's no way they clinch right now.
Oh, that's right. It had to be in regulation.
Yeah. So, like I said, I don't know who I want to win. It's either it makes clinching easier the next game, or it makes it more difficult to catch up to Wilkes-Barre, or Hartford wins and it just requires a win next time. So I'm not worried about them clinching because I'm sure they will. So I guess Hartford, but
I mean, the question is who loses it and how. Look at these shot totals, by the way. 34, 35.
barn burner in the shot category. 3-3 is actually pretty good for 35 shots aside.
That's above 900 save percentages.
Oh, here we go.
It was a 2-on-1, but it was a sloppy 2-on-1, but it was there.
I think they were gassed.
Oh no, they look absolutely gassed. That is an I want to dump the puck, but I can't.
Both players immediately go for a change.
Yep. I don't even know who's in goal right now.
I think it's Larson for Wilkes-Barre Scranton, and it's Garand for Hartford.
Oh, Mark Diver points out Potter's 9-game point streak is over.
Yeah, well, he still has 10 points in 7 games, so I mean, it's whatever, I guess.
Yeah, definitely rough. Better than 18-18 shots by New Jersey and Chicago. 8 minutes left. I mean, that's what I mean. New Jersey's falling apart. What's the score over there? I'm going to check it when this one's over. And no, Providence does not clinch if Hartford loses. They don't clinch at all at this point.
You would have to wait until the next time Hartford plays or the next time Providence plays, which is Saturday. Providence plays against Hartford on Saturday, so that'll be a fun one.
Honestly, Bruins meet Korpisalo wouldn't make it through waivers. He is better than a lot of there are significantly more number 2 goaltenders out there that he is better than. He wouldn't make it through. Not at $3 million because there are a lot of teams that can afford the $3 million cap hit to their backup goaltender. And I don't rule out him being moved in the offseason. I think it's more of a year after next move because right now you don't have goaltending in your system and you need to solidify that first before you can move on from someone who's signed. All right. This one might actually end up going to a shootout.
Yeah, both goalies just look so good right now. Both look confident, but these are the types of things that happen here when you get the quick rush.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. But because it's not the NHL, you get a sloppy turnover like that in the neutral zone.
Dylan Grand with a good save.
Four 2 New Jersey, Chicago. Okay. I don't like the fact that there were only 2 NHL games tonight. Although this one's a nice overtime to be in on. Wonder what they're chatting about.
Oh, let's see. $40 shots for Wilkes-Barre, though. Jeez. Yeah.
That's a good game for Grand.
Yeah, Grand's good. Grand's great. It's Louis Domingue had a tough season. Hartford's a good team. They almost made it out of the Atlantic last year. They beat Providence in the playoffs, and now they're not even going to make it to the playoffs, I think. Hartford, at least.
Yeah, the AHL definitely has a lot more. Oh, here we go. We got a breakaway here. Oh! Oh, man!
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
I'm glad we caught that live. Oh, my God.
Oh, that was filth.
The fact that you even try that in overtime in a game where you can clinch the playoffs.
Look at this breakaway.
He hits the Kucherov. Oh my God.
And he sheaths the stick when he's done in one smooth motion.
Oh. Hits the fake. Oh my God. Yeah.
Even the goalie's like, what the fuck, man?
Dude, that's so tough when you're, oh my gosh. 40 shots in the game, you only give up 3 goals, and then that's the one that goes in with 10 seconds left.
Oh, man. But the fact, I mean, granted, it's 3-on-3, it's overtime. You're supposed to have that kind of open ice. But, like, the fact that they give up that kind of breakaway with 12 seconds left, 10 seconds left, like, oh, man. Now the comments are coming in. Good Lord, nasty. Oh, man.
Oh, that was so gross.
If they don't show it one more time, I will fucking rewind it.
Oh,
man. To even have the thought process. Yeah, exactly. I can't believe we pulled that off either. Oh. Man. Let me know in the comments if you're going to be tuning into the Bruins game at 10. I can't show that one on here, unfortunately, but I know Kenny and I will both have it on, so we'll be reacting in live time as well to that one. As long as people want to continue to chat and whatnot. I'm just curious who will have that on, but I honestly didn't even catch the name. I'm gonna have to go to the box office to see the box score to see who that was.
yeah.
Even on the replay, I was more worried about watching the play itself.
I can't even believe it.
But again, another shout out to Flow Hockey. I really would recommend if you want to get to know, honestly, even if you're not just a Bruins fan, if you want to watch other teams, and kind of really get ahead of where some teams might be. If you're not sure who to watch, that's fine. Ask. We'll let you know who to watch and who to tune into. That's not Boston, not Providence, but it's definitely worth it. There's so much to it. Kenny, I know we were talking about it yesterday. I'm wondering if he's going to end up. He's got to be the first start of the game for that.
It was Avery Hayes who scored that last goal.
I'm wondering if that's who's coming out right now. Yep.
Yeah, Avery Hayes.
Yeah, so he gets to have that little chat. So good for him though. Hell of a move.
Yeah, for sure. That is a ballsy move, and I'm glad it paid off for him.
Oh, I'm glad it worked. All right. Now I have to flip over to Nesson before the game comes on. Otherwise, I'll miss the first little bit of that one.
You have time. They're just interviewing Patrick Brown right now.
Oh, I mean if you ask the right questions, that's a good interview.
I have mine on mute, so yeah, I don't know, but he.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is you have to be asking the right questions for it to be a good interview. Like I'd want to know. I'd want to know things like when he was with Liesel down in Providence. I would be asking him a ton of questions about that kind of thing. So yeah, if I can stay awake, got work at 6 a.m. Well, we can keep you posted if you're not watching it, or if you want to stick around with us. Actually, I want to see. Hey, look at that! I can pull these over here so everybody can see. Let's see, Lori Peak. That pairing is going to get a shit ton of work tonight, and you know what? I'm here for it.
I'm excited to see Corpy's redemption game after that game in San Jose where he played really well, and it's just
look at this 1-2-1 on the month with a 2.35 and a 9.10.
Oh, that is brutal. The 1-2-1 with the 2. Yeah, that's.
But you know
he's
what?
Doing his job is what
I was just gonna say. But our goalies suck, and everything's their fault, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're talking about like how bad. I know Sully. Shout out. I know he's got trivia tonight, so I don't think he's in watching. But he had put out a tweet, and I've seen it on a few pages where they've used it, talking about Swayman's last 5 games and his brutal numbers. What I would caution people to do is go back and look at those 5 games and check out our team's shots on goal. Because even though some of them have been brutal, like the other day, the 7 spot that's put up, right? First of all, only a handful of those were on Sway, and most of them he had no shot at. And we had 0 shots in the second period, if I remember correctly, or was it 1?
Oh, I think it was. I think it was 1 shot.
And before you blame Swayman for as bad as he's been, answer me this question: how the fuck are you supposed to win games if you're only getting 15 shots in a game?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I would be looking at it individually. Like at this point, the team is just not good. They aren't playing well, and it's so easy to just blame the goalie for everything. It's just the goalies are the easiest scapegoats, especially when they're not playing well. And that's just what's happening here. The team isn't playing well. They weren't even getting shots. they're playing against terrible teams that they should be beating anyways, and they're not doing it. So Swayman's the easiest out to say, yeah, this guy didn't make big saves, but again, like you said, half the time it's like, well, where's the defense on this play? What's the score on the scoreboard? It's like already 4-1. Like, what can you really do? So
yeah, and Bruins, me, I see your comment of being against bringing in Korpisalo in the trade, but honestly, if you go back and watch Korpisalo's season last year, and you look up at the goals he gave up while he was with Ottawa, there were so many goals that were bad turnovers that led to 2-on-1s, one on breakaways, a rebound to the corner that gets kicked back out to the front of the net real quick. You know what I mean? Like, there were just so many goals last year that he gave up that if you truly looked at them and you went, let me grade the goaltender on it, you're really going to sit there and be like, well, not as much his fault as I want it to be, because 5 other people didn't do their job.
yeah, and like I said, it's so easy to blame the goalie. So easy to just say, yeah, it's Swayman's fault. But reality, there's so many problems with the team. Just picking out Swayman is kind of just unfair. But
Yeah.
that's what they do here in Boston. You pick out the goalie. Actually, that's what they do in hockey. They pick out the goalie. That's just how it is.
Yeah, and that's why they have to be crazy.
Yeah.
And then Ryan says there's a significant lack of talent on this Bruins team. Well, right now, that's kind of the point. Yes, Bruins. He might have even checked out. That's how bad Ottawa was last year. If you look at his demeanor later in the season, I would wholeheartedly believe that he just kind of said, well, they're not doing anything for me anyway, so I don't want to get hurt. And look at what he did in LA. Look at what his overall career numbers aren't bad. Korpisalo.
No, and he earned that contract. He had good seasons and earned that starter role and earned that big contract. So,
and you were, I don't want to say required, but Ottawa was required to give up a goaltender in the trade because they would have been over the allotted roster spots for goaltenders in their organization if they did not. So let's see. I was actually a huge Rask fan, and always stuck up for him. Good. I believe it. And I think there were a lot of people who, liked to bash on Rask, and now they're doing it on Swayman because it's also a shtick. It gets you clicks, especially when you have a goalie like Swayman who wants to get involved in the fighting and all that stuff. But yeah, he gets a bad rap because of his Ottawa season. But if you go back and look at Corpy's numbers through the rest of his career, yeah, he's had some bad starts, but everybody has. Go find a season for Marty Brodeur we didn't have at least one bad game.
And we talked about it earlier. Like, sometimes with the way that this team is going, especially, you just have bad stretches. And I think, like I said, with all the eyes and all the pressure of, oh my God, can we make the playoffs? It just hasn't been good, and the team hasn't been good. And like I said, if you picked out anybody, any single player, it would be unfair. But it's fine when it's Swayman, and it's not. But like I said, that's just what happens in hockey. It's just so easy, and people don't like Korpisalo, but he's been playing fine. Like,
yeah, and
it's such a weird thing to be picking out. He's been playing well.
Yeah, honestly, they should be playing him more.
Yeah, we were talking about this. It's Swayman's. I don't know what it is, but like you could tell that he's not the same after playing like the second or third start in a row. He's just not the same goalie. So why Korpisalo it hasn't been incorporated more, especially since he's earned it, is I'll never know.
I want to sit there and go, well, that's a bad coaching decision, but there's got to be a reason for it. And I truly think the reason for it is once you kind of acknowledge that this season is not what you wanted it to be and not where you thought it was going to be, you really have to stick to how do we get Swayman as 55 starts, because you don't want to regress your development for next season for him. So you're not really going to stray from what the goaltending starting lineup plan was anyway. Yes, I agree. Statistically, this season, he cannot start 3 games in a row. And yes, Tyke Anderson has great numbers on it. Absolutely. But you know what? This is the year to let him learn how to do 3 starts in a row. You don't know that he can't handle that many games, though. This is his first year where he's had to. And you've had such a shit team around him. You don't know. And you got off to such a crappy start and such a stressful start without a true offseason. You don't know that he can't handle this many games. You've got to get him up to 55.
And I think this would have happened anyways because both goalies, even if it's unbelievable that people were like, I think the Bruins picked the wrong goalie. We should have had Ullmark, especially with Ullmark's injuries as well and the age. Like, I can't even believe people were having this conversation. But both goalies went in and asked, like, I want to play. I want to be the starting goalie. I don't want to split starts. I want those 55 starts. Swayman went in and asked, and they picked Swayman. So I'm fine with him getting the 55 starts. And again, like you said, this is the season to see what he can do and get him adjusted to playing 3 starts in a row. It's fine. People are making it out to be this big thing, and I think it's fine. It's not really a big deal. Now, I know people want a winning team, though, so that's
now here's the thing. I'm going to read this off. He's made 24. Today will be his 25th start in net. These are the teams that he's started against. Game 1, which was against Florida, which no one was prepared for. They let that one get away from him right at the moment the puck dropped. They were more worried about making hits than anything else. And then Game 5 against Colorado. And then after that, it was Philly, Carolina, Philly, Calgary, St. Louis, Ottawa, Utah, Islanders, Detroit, Seattle, Buffalo, Columbus, Islanders, Sharks, Devils, Senators, Jets, Rangers, Penguins, Hurricanes, Senators, Sabres, Sharks, and now the Ducks. 25 games, and you've had, 5 against real meaningful playoff teams?
Yeah.
This is the plan from the beginning. If Swayman came in, the only ones that really changed were Game 1 and Game 5. So, let's see. If next year isn't better, do you move him before the no movement clause kicks in July 1st, 2026? But his clause kicks in, so it's now or never. I think he'll turn it around myself, but the question is there on Swayman. That the argument that you just made is least favorite argument that from people don't understand it.
What was the argument?
I was going to ask
arguing
that.
a lot of different things at once, so maybe
problem is we weren't arguing against each other.
Yeah, we were just talking, so I don't know what part. Maybe I can clarify it, but
see that Ryan, I get where you're coming from because the no movement clause kicks in. It's just even with that no movement clause kicking in, it's not going to be as hard to move him as you think, because even as a 26, 27-year-old goaltender, we know what he's capable of doing, and there will be plenty of teams that look at him and go, we can get him at a discounted buy price, because you're not going to get a lot for him if you start to move him. Oh, the wrong argument. Yeah, the wrong goalie argument. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's an asinine point.
I said.
No, it's an asinine point is what I think he's getting at. And it just truly, absolutely is. And honestly, if you see any article with it or anything, it's just clickbait. Anyone who brings it up, audio clickbait.
Yeah. And again, like, even if it was true, like, what are you going to do about it now? Like, you're not going to get him back. So I don't know why even bring this up if of course, you're gonna get clicks. That's what it is. Just to
Edit,
start
undo.
something.
Like, I tell you what, I bet you Vancouver wants to redo that Jack Stanika deal too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I bet you Vancouver would probably be okay with having DiPietro back in their system right now because God knows what the hell's going to happen with Thatcher Demko.
Yeah, plus Jack Studnicka not even with Vancouver's organization anymore.
Isn't he with the
And
Sharks?
he was with LA, and then I don't know where he went from
Oh,
there.
maybe it was LA. I thought it was. I thought he had a stint with the Sharks.
Maybe he
Nope, he
did.
is still there.
Yeah,
26. He'll
LA.
be an RFA at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Oh
Yep.
man.
And not to mention the other guy the Bruins got, Myrenberg, still well, not still, but he is practicing in Providence. So the return on investment for that trade for Boston was incredible.
I just, yeah. I really hope they end up signing Nuremberg. Oh crap! I think I'm going to end up having a little bit of a delay. I just got the tweet that puck dropped, and I'm seeing Joe Sacco.
No, I think we're at the same spot. Like,
I've got the overhead view of the duck.
yeah.
Center ice. Okay. Yeah, puck just dropped. I'm 4
Yep.
seconds in. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a Nesson delay then. Let's see where we go from here. So if they traded Sway, people would still complain and say we traded the wrong goal. Yeah, that's 1,000% what's going to happen. All right, so Hustadinov, Middlestat, Pasternak, Geeky, Zaka, Lysell. I know they sent them out earlier, but sometimes they change. Kepke, Lindholm, Letary, and then Lauko, Beecher, Brown, which kind of is what it has to be because no one else is there. All right, well, that could have been a bad entry. See, I don't even know. Would you trade Swayman? Even before, regardless of the no movement clause, would you trade Swayman?
Well, I wouldn't, even if next year isn't up to where we think it should be, just because the team is not going to be good. The team wasn't good this year. I think this year is not a, like we talked about earlier. I don't think this year is a fair look at it, especially since he's dominated every level since U14 Alaska All Stars AA.
And
I
that
just
was
think
like a 7-game play-in.
yeah, you just got to give him some time. I think next season maybe you could look at it, but I don't know.
So here's my thought on it. If next season, I don't want to say looks similar because I don't think he's going to be as bad next year as he is this season. Knowing what we know from the 24 playoffs, I can't justify that. So Ryan, that's kind of where I'm going with it. You know what he can do in the playoffs, and you know what he's capable of as a 40 to 45 game starter. Instead, and that's worth $8 million. It just is. Knowing what he can do for you in the playoffs, that's a guy that you want to have on your roster. What you would need to do instead of trading him is you need to find someone who can come in and get those other 40 starts. You need to complement him. You need to find someone. I don't necessarily like. I'm going to say like Korpisalo simply because he was a struggling starting goaltender who's capable of a 40 start season and can complement Swayman. Like at that point, if you bring, let's use Korpisalo as an example. If he gets 40 starts this year and your tandem costs you $11 million, you're still saving $3 million off of what Swayman Allmark would have been.
Plus, I think the pool of goalies that become available, especially with the work that Asenza does, is slightly bigger for the Bruins. So, I mean, I'm in the same boat as you. Like, I think Korpisalo is the perfect, maybe not perfect, but he is a good backup goalie for Swayman.
I'm using him as an example because he's the best one I can think of. But you know what? There's another goalie coming up out of Ottawa that might also work, who's been a starter or who could do 30 starts. That would be Anton Forsberg. You know, a couple years down the road, if you need, he would come cheaper than Korpisalo too. So that's the type of guy that you're going to look for.
Yeah, the Senators' goaltending depth is actually pretty good. I know they have Shogard as well,
Yep.
and they have one more guy that came up and played pretty well.
And I'm pretty sure they have a prospect in college still.
I would have to look. I don't know off the top of my. Oh yeah, Levi Merilainen for
Merilainen.
Belleville. Very good.
Let's see. Just playing devil's advocate, I'd love to hang on to him for a little bit. And with the cap going up, absolutely. That's the other reason why. This season isn't a fair assessment for anyone. Elias Lindholm, Zadorov, Swayman, and more guys will have bounce back years, in my opinion. Say Utah gives up their goalie, Velmaki, and a piece or pick that they just re-signed. What's his name? Who's the kid down there in Utah? Right now, I'm trying to pull up Ottawa because they have other depth too. I think it was Vladimir Nikitin. I think he was the other one I was looking at. That's pretty solid so far.
Yeah, he was. He played with Kazakhstan this past World Juniors. He's I would say he's solid. But I mean that Kazakhstan team was awful, and I thought that he played pretty well. I don't think I think they did get relegated though, so that's unfortunate. But
yeah, but I mean, that's a team issue.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
Velmaki's not going anywhere. They just signed him. Not Velmelka. Velmelka. You're Huso Velimaki and Karel Vemelka are two different people. But I don't know if you're trying to where you're going with that one. But Velimaki might be tradable, but Vemelka isn't going anywhere. We were talking about it yesterday. The goaltending that's available next year, Korpisalo's would be the cream of the crop if you make them available.
Yeah, I mean, even the top guy who we said was Freddie Anderson, we were still having a back and forth, and then you were like, yeah, and this is the top. This is the best goalie that's on the market.
Right, that's where I started, and you thought it was going to get better.
Yeah, and we had to go back and forth, and it's just, yeah, if Korpisalo becomes available, he would definitely be the number one of that list.
And okay, so here's an AHL goaltender who will become available, and I really don't see anybody chasing after him. Cal Peterson.
Man, that's unfortunate. Cal Peterson was so good at Notre Dame. Yeah.
He was good for the Kings for a short time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he was. The NHL starter, and then
he played so well, you thought they were going to ship out quick.
Yeah, and then where is he now? Philadelphia still, or
he's playing for Lehigh Valley.
Oh,
he's in Philadelphia's farm system.
Yeah.
Last year of his $5 million deal, I'm sure he's not. I mean, I'm sure he's doing all right for himself. His next contract ain't going to be worth $5 million, so I hope he's enjoying the paycheck now and investing it while he can.
Yeah, well, listen, if you can't break through with the depth that Philadelphia has, then
have you seen his numbers? They're trash.
Yeah.
Oh, his goals against is above 3. His save percentage is 85. He can't hang in the American Hockey
League. They've had a few other goalies come up. Keith Petruzzelli, ex Quinnipiac Bobcat, who was playing well in the ECHL, he came up. Alexei Kolosov is bouncing between the NHL and the AHL, and then Parker Gahagan as well. He started against Providence the first time where Merkulov scored that overtime goal.
Yeah, the thing with Philly, they got not to say he didn't deserve it, but they got screwed when they lost Carter Hart.
Yeah, I know. That season they were playing so much higher than what people were anticipating, and then that just kind of
Carter Hart was carrying them.
Yes, Samuel Anderson, not a starting goalie in the NHL.
He is though. That's the thing. I think he's one of the more underrated. But here's the thing: he's not developing in a way that works for where they are. So let's see, because we won't be great next year, I would trade Corpy to get into the lower tier. So with Korpisalo, though, like there are like if someone's willing to trade for Korpisalo, I'm listening. I'm 100% listening, but you have to realize that you're not gonna replace Korpisalo with someone who's as good as he is. If you already have questions about Swayman now, you cannot deal Korpisalo for an unknown. Now, I do look at Philly and I go, Korpisalo could be a fit there because when he went on his run in the playoffs in Columbus, he had John Tortorella as his coach. So I'd be okay with a reunion of those two, and I don't think those two would oppose it. But let me ask you this. If you're Philly, are you trading Samuel Ersson?
No.
Exactly.
Also,
if you're Boston, are you going to trade Korpisalo, who's a $3 million goaltender, for Ivan Fedotov, who's a $3.275 million goaltender, and way worse?
Yeah, and what Bruins meat is saying here is, you need a guy right now too. Ravensburgen is going to be, he's going to be a higher draft pick, but then you also have to wait a few years as well. So it's not like Ravensburgen is going to be jumping into a backup role right now. And even if he did, which is not going to happen, he's definitely not going to be better than Korpisalo is right now. So
right,
I'm content with where we're at.
With the cap going up, Korpisalo's contract is not as bad as people make it out to be.
Yes.
It just isn't. If you have $11 million invested in your goaltending in 2 years, that's 10% of your cap. Roughly.
Yeah.
Man, we've got 3 fucking shots on goal again. This game is reminding me too much of the Providence game we just watched.
It's flying by too.
That's why I didn't want to say it that way.
Oh God! I said the F word.
I didn't want to word it that way, but yes.
No.
We're also not getting shots. Goaltending is keeping us in it. Oh, man. It's funny because the Ducks and the Sharks are both so fun to watch sometimes. And yeah, ruins me. Philly is loaded with young talent, but they're not developed yet. They're getting there. But they, Jet Luchenko, Massimo Rizzo, I think that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. Trust me, I'll never
out of Denver
get them right. Even on their NHL roster right now, Tippett's only 26. Konechny's only 28. Cates, I thought they were going to look at Ryan Pooling, as Boston was at the deadline. He's someone that I could see them trying to work with Philly on.
Not to mention they just got Grabankin, and they still have Ollie Lixell.
Yep.
There are 2 guys that can be used.
Pelletier's only 24. Michkov obviously is only 20. They've got to do some work on the back end, of course. But you've at least got some respectable defensive talent. Like there's some it really depends on what they're looking to do, because they are someone that you could pitch Hampus Lindholm to.
I wouldn't. I would definitely look. Not saying that I would move him, but I would definitely look if somebody was I would look at what somebody's offering for Hampus Lindholm. I don't know if I'd get rid of him yet, because you also don't know how he's going to be after this injury, and I don't know how other teams are going to view that factoring in. So it would all depend on what would be returning for us.
Well, as with any deal.
Yeah.
I'd trade Matthew Poitras for the right package coming back.
Exactly.
Now, that right package it's going to be a very high value package. I'm not trading him for, a number 2 goaltender and a 4C. All right, let's see Lori on this breakout here. Hampus might never be the same, and you need to free up cap. That's my point. That's why I think he's an option to be moved. The advantage that he'll have is that he will have taken his time to recover. So you really got to see what he looks like coming into camp. I'm not sure. It's kind of one of those things where you look at him now as he's kind of rehabbing, and then you have to take the chance in dealing him in the offseason because we saw what he was capable of meaning to this team this year before he got hurt.
That was the highest that I think we've seen his value go. He was the best defenseman on the team point blank at that time, and then he got injured, and now it's just a question mark. But when you look at the seasons prior, like, I would definitely not be mad if a move came across the table that was solid and you end up moving him.
See, the package to move on from a Hampus Lindholm is going to be a risky package coming back. We say it's a good move to trade him, but here's the thing. He was in the Norris conversation 2 years ago. 3 years, whatever it was, 3 years ago now. And this year, he was peaking at what he could be. He's not old by any stretch either. He's what, 28? No, is he 28 or 31? Either way, I mean, he's still not that old. 31. And his contract at 6'5" is going to age very well. Again, assuming health. So you have to assume the worst when you deal him, but that also means that your return for him is going to be the worst it could be. Like you would probably be getting a B-level prospect, a C-level prospect, and a third-round pick conditional to a first-rounder or something like that. It would be a third-round pick that's conditional to a first-round pick that's 2 years out. Or it'd be a first-round pick that's 2 years out, conditional to, they could become a second if something you know what I mean? Like, it'd be a games played or something like that with a condition on it, and it would be, like, top 20 protected.
I also think it would just matter about how fast this team can turn around. Because, I mean, at age 34, like, if you could get a good amount now, I don't, like I said, it would really just, it would matter about, what you're able to get for them. And, B, C level prospect, like, I would have to hear names, obviously, just like any trade. But, like I said, I'm not opposed to doing it. It would just have to be for a package that's decent, I would say.
Right, and that's the thing is like you're going to be looking at most people would probably look at the deal and feel the same way they did when they got rid of Marchand. That's it. Let the media put his name out, not Sween's actually saying it. So the approach is when a general manager calls you on the phone, your response is, who are you looking at? Who are you looking at on my roster? What were you saying?
No, nothing. I was just thinking about like who would I even like expect or want? And also like with the Marchand deal, like at the time it sucked and I know that people were hurt and we were like, wow, we deserve so much more. But in hindsight, it wasn't awful because Marchand is just now getting back to playing. And imagine Marchand on this team coming back and playing. Like I don't even think he would come back and play. So the fact that we got anything and then Sweeney put out his number, and Marchand wanted over that, and they had a hard line, and that's fine. I just
Yeah.
think that at the time, not having all the information, everybody was upset with it, but it actually turned out to be a good thing, I think. And it sucks because Marchand's a fan favorite and he's been here the whole time, but it's the business, unfortunately.
Dude, we are more than halfway through this period, and we only have 4 shots on net. But, this is all Korpisalo's fault.
Yeah.
So
Just wait until we lose 1-0, and then Korpisalo needs to be traded.
Right. I will say one team I would put a watch out for. They did Marchand a solid letting him pick. Absolutely. That is the type of move that has earned Don Sweeney the amount of respect around the league that he truly has. In Boston, he's not appreciated by the amount of respect that he has around the league. And it's because of a move like he did with Marchand that allows him to be so respected.
Yeah, and to Ryan's point right here, it's people were looking at it like a bad thing that, Marchand was the last piece of that 2011 Cup, but this isn't the 2011 team. We're nowhere even close to that. I am excited for the future, and I'm glad that we're kind of putting that era in the past because it's a new time. It's a new era for Boston Bruins hockey. And
Right.
as somebody who, is covering Providence, I'm definitely excited because now we're having prospects come through the system that people are going to be interested about. And we have prospects right now that people are going to be interested about. The amount of people, especially this season, the amount of views on just the videos of Patra or Lysell or Merkulov and the amount of questions and the people going, why isn't this guy called up? Why isn't this guy called up? And like we talked about yesterday, like posting the highlights, you really only get one side. And it really is, there's no winning because you post the highlights, it does well. And then you also have to deal with the comments of why isn't Lysell up? But then if you post the low lights, you're a hater, you hate prospects. Why don't you like this guy? You have something against him. Just people want their prospects to work out, but they also don't watch them. So, or they watch them with rose-colored glasses on and taking just the best of the best. So,
or the worst of the worst. Yeah, people don't want to have patience in watching a player develop, and that's what I'm excited about with a guy like Dean Letourneau. That's part of why I'm so excited to now see Gallagher in with Providence because I've been watching Ty Gallagher for 3 years at development camp now. I remember watching him 3 years ago at BU. And then again, a solid season, 24 minutes a night, 24, 25 minutes a night. And it's like, wow, this kid's going into his senior year or his junior year, potentially being a top 4 pairing defenseman at BU. And he was a 7th round draft pick. This kid has something, moves the puck well, is physical, wins his board battles, does this, does that, is solid. Steal in the 7th round. Then his junior year comes along. They go to 7D, and he gets 12 minutes a night, 10 minutes a night. And you're like, what happened? Colorado this season comes around, bounces back. Now he's in Providence. This is a multi-year thing. That's what's going to happen with Dean Letourneau. I can't wait for people 4 years from now to be like, why isn't Dean Letourneau in Boston?
Yeah, get the screenshots in now. Get the screenshots of people going, Dean Letourneau's a bust. I'm like, how do you call a kid 1 year out of high school a bust? And it's just so funny. It's because I don't know how people don't understand what's happening. Dean Letourneau probably needed a year of juniors, but he got that opportunity to go play at BC, and everybody knew that it was going to be a project. Everybody knew this was going to be a 3 or 4 year thing. But apparently not everybody, because there's still people commenting about how he's a bust because he's playing on the 3rd or 4th line, getting minimal minutes, and just he has a few points. I think it's difficult because people are also looking at a guy like Teddy Stiga, who was drafted after him.
Yeah.
Ever since the World Juniors, where Teddy Stiga scored that game-winning goal, everybody's like, oh, we should have picked him. We should have picked him. It's so easy to say that after drafting. If drafting was that easy, everybody would hit on all of their picks all the time.
Right. If you hit on 30% of your draft picks, you're successful. It,
It's incredible what Don
if
Sweeney's been able to do in just the 2nd to 7th round alone. It's
Oh
unbelievable.
yeah, and if you're a general manager, like if you're hiring a general manager and you have a guy who might have a 50-50 shot at hitting a first round pick every once in a while, a 50-50 shot around, you know, 2 or 3 guys hitting every year, maybe or whatever, versus you go in and going, this guy is going to hit on 30% of his picks consistently. Which GM are you taking?
Consistency for sure.
That's
Yeah.
the thing. And my favorite was as soon as they drafted him, as soon as they say he's not going to play in the USHL, he's going to play in the NCAA, he's going to take over at Boston College. Dean Letourneau went from they just drafted him to he is the greatest prospect that Boston has in their system. He is their #1 prospect. 3 months later, he steps on the ice. And some of us are sitting there going, and I say some of us because I know Dom and I were screaming as much as we could. Let the kid touch fucking ice before you deem him the best prospect in your system. He touches ice. He gets 10 minutes a night, 7 minutes a night, doesn't score any points, and now he's the biggest bust Don Sweeney's drafted since Zach Senyshyn.
People also like to forget the McAvoy and getting Trent Frederick in the same draft, where McAvoy was picked 14th. Everybody in front of him, except for like the top few picks, was just awful. The next few picks were just awful, and he found a diamond in the rough. And people want to overlook that because of 2015, where it's like we talked about it yesterday, where none of those people were his guys. I can't believe that people are still like 2015 this, 2015 that. It just wasn't his people.
Yeah, you can't replace your entire scouting department in 1 month right before the draft.
Yeah.
So you had to go with it. You still got Brandon Carlo in the second. You still got Jake DeBrusk. Like you still had some NHL players come out. And Ryan, it's funny because you mentioned Poitras, Minton, and Zellers, right? I'm going to take your Poitras, Minton, and Zellers, and I'm going to raise you Gallagher, Mirenberg, Loch Mellis. Let's see, Cole Spicer, Chris Pelosi, Oscar Yelvik, Andre Gassot. Like, this prospect pool is deeper than people think.
Yeah, and that's why I was so surprised when league-wide people were ranking it so low. I'm like, there are players that are further along than we think and better than we think.
It also depends on how you're going to define prospect when you do one of those rankings, because to some people's definition, Matthew Poitras is still a prospect, which would mean you are moved up in their listing. Yep, Beckett Hendrickson, that's another one Bruins meet. I know you watch my show with Dom on Mondays, so I know you talking Beckett Hendrickson looks promising as well. Loke Johansson is another one. Elliot Groenwald, Don Sweeney's average draft position has been somewhere around 52 for his first pick. So,
not easy.
You're telling me that guy might have a draft pool rated low 20s, maybe 32nd overall? Well, okay, if your average starting position is 52nd, that's a pretty big handicap.
Yeah.
And you cannot be compared to the guys, you cannot be compared to Buffalo, who's been picking in the top 10 for 10 straight years.
Yeah, or San Jose, who's been just awful as well.
Right. Like, those two things are not created equal. Yep, no. Wanner's another one.
And like I said, like it is unbelievable what he's been able to do with the second round picks through 7. The amount of guys that he's been able to find.
Nice.
Ty Gallagher is a great. Oscar Steen in the 7th round or 6th round. Like, and he played NHL minutes. The fact that you can get 6th or 7th round guys consistently to even see a return, incredible. And it gets overlooked just because of the lack of picks that he's been able to have. Of course, it's easy to hit when you have 3 first-round picks in 10 years. Of course, when you have 3 first overall picks in 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
Ryan, we're trying to not mention that because we would be using the same keyword that we used in the Providence game, and that did not work out well for us. So we're hoping this one goes a little bit better. But this was a nice little trip call. Good work by Pasta to earn that. I'll take it. You just gotta fucking collect. You've got to collect on this power play.
I
You
think
got what?
that was a problem with Providence as well. They did not look good on the power play tonight. Wallstrom and Potter just didn't have a good game overall.
Dude,
Last night's
Patra,
game,
3 penalties.
yeah, I know,
Three
6 penalties,
different penalties.
and he missed the kick on the stick too and fell. So that's
Yep.
bruised ego.
Over the past 25 years in general, we're a lot better in the second or later rounds than the first. I mean, some of it too, they've gotten a little unlucky. Drafts weren't all that fantastic. But yeah, overall, they're better in the second round. But and even when he's had picks in the first round, like, how far back do we want to go here? I mean, let's see, they had Letourneau this year.
Oh,
Last year, Pelosi was their first drafted player. Uh-oh, did you get ahead of me? Yep.
I think by a little bit.
Yep. Yep. That's not good.
Just said they got to collect on this power play. Well, we were talking about Anaheim.
That's collecting on the PK. I want to check. See, I'm curious to see, does Boston lead the league in shorthanded goals allowed?
I I don't know, but if it feels like it, I would be shocked. I can't even think of another team honestly, but obviously I watch Boston every day, so probably wouldn't be fair.
Well, you know what? We have websites for that.
Thank God for Google. It's nice seeing Lysell on the second power play unit, but it's a little bit odd that he doesn't play on the first unit in Providence and hasn't really all season. He's just not. I just don't see him more as like a power play guy, I guess. But obviously, like at this point, who are you going to throw out there? Patrick Brown,
Right.
who actually was on the first power play unit in Providence. So maybe I shouldn't be laughing at that.
Okay. Well, they are now tied after that one for
Uh,
the most. But you're never going to guess the top five. Actually, it would have to be the top 9 because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams are tied with 7 for fourth.
okay, so that would have like I literally have like a 1 in 3 chance of picking the right team.
Well,
There.
so the top 3 are the ones that I would sit there and say, with the exception of Boston, because I just gave you that one, you won't guess the other 2.
Is Montreal on this list?
They are 10th. Now, granted,
10th.
when I say 10th, that means there's 6 ahead of them with 7. And they are tied with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other teams having allowed 6.
Is it Ottawa too? Is Ottawa on that list?
Ottawa is. Wow. They're past 25. This is one of those tables that for some reason gets locked at 25.
Oh yeah, they make you buy the service after 25, even though
Yeah.
they gave you the information that you want anyways.
Yeah, StatMuse. So they give me 1 through 25, but let me give you the thresholds. The first team has 11. Boston was in second with 10. They're now going to be tied. The next team has 8. Then the next, what did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams have 7. The next 7 teams have 6. 3 teams have 5. And the remaining 6 teams that I can see on this list all have 4. Ottawa is not on this list that I can see.
Edmonton, Bruins meet said.
Edmonton is not on this list that I can see.
Is it like a good team? Is it like
Uh,
Colorado?
it's good, but not that good.
Carolina?
Carolina is 24th. They've allowed 4. I'll give you a hint. Both of them are playoff teams.
Don't say Florida. Cannot be.
Florida is 3rd. They are the
Third.
team that is allowed 8.
Oh man. Well, Toronto? Are they up there or no?
Toronto is 11th. They've allowed 6.
All right. So
Bruins meets got it. Wild guess. It's Florida is 3rd, but it's a different Florida team.
Tampa's number
Lightning.
1?
The Lightning have given up 11 shorthanded goals in 71 games.
I can't even believe that.
And now Boston obviously has matched them. So
Yeah.
your top 5, just based off of how they're listed, or better yet, the ones with 7 or more. Tampa, Boston, Florida. Then it goes Chicago, Buffalo, Vancouver, the Islanders, San Jose, Utah, and then we get to the teams that have allowed 6.
I probably should have guessed the Islanders because I know their special teams are just god awful this year.
Yeah, they've been bad.
The special teams has been like the reason why they're not in a playoff spot right now. And that's kind of frustrating, but they've been awful all season, so and they lost tonight to Vancouver 5-2.
Okay. 5 goals, 5 shots on goal in the first period against the Ducks. Like,
Yeah.
the fuck are we doing here?
I mean, John Gibson, like, he's okay, but he's a guy that I'd be like, throw the kitchen sink. Also, at some point, like, when you keep getting under 20 shots, you can't really be as selective as you want. You just need to start firing pucks at the net.
Right. There I just sit here and I go, what else do you do? Like, at this point, you almost have to call some guys up from Providence just to be like, guys, we just want you to come up and shoot the fucking puck.
Yeah, I wonder who would even be called up. I think that their plan of keeping Potter down in the AHL is actually fine. I know a lot of people are overlooking Minton just because we just got him and like they have no idea really what to expect.
I'd
I
leave him
wouldn't.
down there.
Yeah, I, I was gonna say I wouldn't mind keeping him down there. I think him and Potter are kind of in that same bolt, but also Pitlick once he comes back, like you could call him up. I don't know how much of a difference he's going to make, but he was signed to that NHL 2-way contract for the rest of the season. So you could do that. I
I would
wish
look.
Farinacci wasn't injured.
Yeah, I wish Farinacci wasn't hurt. I mean, the problem is you only have four opportunities. You can only call 4 of them up. They've been shopping. Not really, Bruins meet. They haven't really been shopping them as much as the media has been trying to make it seem. If you look behind Gibson and Dostal, there's nothing in their farm system when it comes to goaltending.
Yeah, Damian Clara had a tough year in the SHL. He had to go to the Finnish Liga. I don't know if you saw the goal, but uh, I don't know if it was relegation or it was a playoff round. Damian Clara shot it off of. He was going for the maybe it was relegation. He was shooting to go for like an empty net goalie goal, and one of the opposing players skated right into the puck. It bounced right into the net, and I think their team might have gotten relegated or something. I don't know what it was,
He's
but
had a tough year, but he's
yeah,
also years away
yeah,
because his contract still has sliding years. Kale Klang was the one that could be considered depth, but he got hurt, and that's why they brought in Ville Husso because he's done for the season.
yeah.
So I like what I've seen from Clara. It's not been enough, but you know, maybe you have a goalie there. Maybe you're not trading John Gibson because you might have Damian Clara 3 years
Yeah,
from now. That's why their ask is so high for him. because they know they're going to have to bring in a guy like a Jonas Korpisalo or an Antoine Forsberg, a Cam Talbot, someone like that.
Yeah, and because you don't want to put Dostal in that same situation where Ersson is right now, where you think he's like a good goalie, but he's just he's getting hammered right now, and he's not developing the way that you want. You have to have the other goalies because Ersson has nobody. Fedotov is not playing well, and then Kolosov is up and down. So
yeah, he's so inconsistent. Like it, I would be okay with, again, got to get the opinion of the one and only Bob Asenza involved, but I would be okay if you were to move on from Korpisalo and you were to flip him to Philly, and Kolosov was one of the pieces coming back, and you were going to make him your number 2. I'd be okay with that. But you have to know Swayman can give you 55 games.
Yeah, I would not feel comfortable with
I'm not
splitting.
making that move for another year.
No, you would also have to see how Kolosov plays when he's consistently in the NHL.
Yeah. That's just it. Like, again, I got to see Kolosov for another season, and I got to make sure Swayman can do 55 games. If I only need 25 games out of my number 2, Kolosov, I'm fine with.
Yeah, and it's hard to say that right now because there are so many.
You're watching the between periods right now?
What happened?
You see the stat that they have on the screen? Tied in the NHL with Tampa Bay for 11 shorthanded goals.
Right, yes, tied with Tampa.
Oh. I'm glad I asked you that trick question earlier.
That's just such a frustrating stat. I know the 1-3-1 is like that's kind of what you risk, but come on, 11, especially with the season that you've had.
I mean, that's kind of part and parcel for Boston, but for Tampa, for Florida to have given up 8.
Yeah, and I wonder how many penalties these teams draw, because obviously 11, and maybe you have you draw 200 penalties compared to like 250 penalties. Now it's a completely different. And again, like I don't know. So
well, the good news is we have ways of calculating that.
Yes, like I said, Google is incredible.
I'm just trying to see if there's. Let's see. Florida has 682 PIMs. And Tampa has 672. 570 PIMs. Now, let's see. Boston, 720 PIMs. I'm trying to see if there's a one of the sheets here has the season for everybody. League leaders. Well, we know Zadorov has 135 of them on his own. Oh, it helps that Mark Kastelik has 106.
Yeah, Zadorov and Kastelik helping out big time there.
Draisaitl has 101. And he's tied with Nikita Kucherov.
Yeah, Kucherov left last night.
Yeah.
We were talking about that. Can I just say, Boston has 3 shots on goal. One is from Patrick Brown, and 2 is from Fabian Lysell. No other forward has a shot on goal.
Who's got the other 2?
Oh, Lori has one, and Wotherspoon has one as well for defense. Brown and Lysell, the only forwards to have shots on goal.
Let me go hammer the shots for the Detroit game.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, Pasta under. Zaka under. You know what? That'll make a nice little parlay too. Just bang everybody for the under.
Yeah, not Lysell though. Lysell has been generating a lot of shots.
I wouldn't mind. I mean, but see, now the question is who do you use your 4 call-ups on?
I mean, it depends what you're going for. If you want to see what you have, then that'll be way different than just trying to get through the rest of the season, putting up respectable performances. I mean, if you
Well, to some degree, and I know this is going to sound like the worst statement ever. To some degree, you're putting up semi decent performances. They just are getting away from you. You're playing a decent 40 to 50-minute hockey game most of the time.
yeah.
So, like, if you're just trying to limp through the rest of the season, you don't call anybody up.
I mean, you
But
obviously can't go through I mean, I guess you could, but you probably don't want to go through the rest of your season putting up 5 shots a period against the worst teams in the NHL.
no, you don't. But who 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 do you call up to fix that?
There's nobody in Providence right now. Any younger guy. I mean, I guess you can call up Tufty and Wallstrom. And honestly, I don't know if those guys, like, especially looking right now, I don't know if those guys are going to be the guys that get shots on goal. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked looking at that list and seeing those guys not having shots on goal.
That's
Like,
what I mean. What are you going to do? Wallstrom? I'd go VL over anybody else because at least then you can plug him in and see if he can replace John Beecher on your 4th line.
yeah, but then you also have to think, like, what is the leadership down in Providence looking like, where Merkulov's wearing an A and he's the quietest guy in the locker room. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, is he quiet just because he doesn't know English that well?
I don't know. I've heard him do interviews, and he's been, he seems fine. Coyle said it as well. Like, he's just a quiet guy. And even if English isn't, even if it either or, he's not a guy that is going to get the locker room just, ready to go run through a wall. So where's the leadership going to come from? When you had Letary down there and you had Mitchell and you had Brown, you were full of leadership, but now you don't have them. And who knows?
Yeah.
So maybe on that aspect, that's why you don't call up VL. I would definitely love to see VL up. I thought he played well.
I wouldn't mind having him replace Beecher on that 4th line. This team has not put together anything close to more than 5 minutes of good hockey. Consistently, no. It hasn't been more than a 5-minute stretch, but they hang into these games more than they should. It honestly wasn't until Swayman tried to fight Kemper the other day until that game got out of hand.
Also have to look at, like, what teams, especially on this road trip, like what teams were playing. Like, I'm not really too happy with holding close to the San Jose Sharks or the Anaheim Ducks and then still losing by a goal. Like, that's not.
Oh, no, but at the same time, I mean, think about what this team is doing right now off the ice. Most of them are planning their vacations or their off-season workouts.
Yeah, and also, like, it's tough,
This
but
team is doing the definition of just playing it out. Just get
yeah.
to the end.
You also don't want to be injured, especially some of these guys that are trying to earn a contract for next season with the Bruins or maybe not with the Bruins. So,
Right. Like, I'll put it this way. Morgan Geeky's not going to change anybody's mind in the organization between now and the end of the season. John Beecher could.
yeah. And
If they lose this game to Anaheim, they move up a spot in the draft. See, Bruins, I'm not worried about the draft spot right now just because they got to get through the lottery first. Yes, every loss increases your chances in the draft lottery, but until they start pulling those cards, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's fun to speculate who they're going to get, but at the end of the day, like, you really have no idea no matter where you finish. So,
Because right now you have a 1 in 12 shot of picking first and a 1 through 12 shot of picking 12th. So, like,
in the way this draft is, you could be getting a generational player, or you can get a guy that may be a third or fourth liner. Who knows? It's
right.
just this draft is not that deep.
That's why I'm okay with the first rounder being next season for Marchand or the
Two
following
se-
year.
yeah, 2 seasons. Next year's draft looks to be really deep, so I'm excited for that.
But that I'm not you, but people forget you can move a future draft pick. So
Mm,
you can easily take that first round pick from Florida and bundle it with your draft pick next season. Let's say next season you have the 13th pick. You can take those two picks and try and move up to 7. Because other teams are going to look at that Florida draft pick in the first round and be like, "Oh, well, they could fall off a cliff by the time we get this pick." Also, if you have like the 12th pick, I mean, that's when you can really look at going after a restricted free agent and just trading the pick for an RFA.
yeah,
I'm out on Beach already. I get he can be on the PK, but he is bad offensively. I really think Beecher's back for 1 to 2 more seasons. I really think that that's what they're going to look uh to Schmaltz to do, is to take over the Beecher role. But the problem is Schmaltz is 23 and Beecher's what, 23 as well. So like, you know what I mean? You're not getting
yeah.
younger in that role.
You would have to assess in a few years, but I also think Schmaltz has the ability to be a better option
Yes.
than Beecher. He has the potential, but obviously like you're not moving John Beecher because of potential for 2 years. Like you still got to see.
Well,
So
and the thing is as an RFA who doesn't put up offensive numbers, he's going to be cheap for you.
yeah,
So, um, I'd move the Florida pick for an established NHL guy with term on a good contract. I mean, I'd move any first round pick for an established NHL
yeah,
guy
yeah,
on a good contract. I hate to say it this way, but duh. Like those guys usually don't come available. That's the problem. I mean, how many times did we hear that Jack Eichel was coming to Boston or Noah Hannafin was coming to Boston, and it just nope. Like, oh, now they're showing Martian in the red jersey skating around. I know. I love it when I see people who are like, just sit him down for the season. It's like they they literally can't. If he's healthy to play, he has to play.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. It was so funny, and I don't know if Sharon's still watching. She was on that 6 hour long live stream, and it was so funny that they were like, who are we getting? Who are we getting? I'm like, guys, who's going to suit up tomorrow for this game in Tampa? The
right,
Bruins got rid of everybody. Like, who is going to be there? Like now, who is going to play in tomorrow? And I think we're still in that spot now, and it's a lot more difficult because Providence had a lot of players, but now that forward depth is gone with Farinacci's injury unknown. Gaudette just got injured. Pitlick's out with a family issue. Like even Providence doesn't have enough forwards with them right now to put
right,
together 4 lines. So you really can't pick anybody.
right. You can't call anybody up. Like, maybe I don't want to say maybe he plays in Detroit, but like if McAvoy finally can come back on this road, like I feel like Detroit is an option for McAvoy because they brought him on this road trip. Like if they knew he was going to be out into April, they would have just left him at home. He could have done that skating in Boston.
Yeah, and he's also in the red jersey, so I don't know if that's gonna be an option. I don't know how bad it is. Maybe he's at the end of like as soon as that red jersey comes off, I would expect him to play.
Well,
So
the
I
other thing
don't.
too is like he was out with an infection. So like
Yeah,
once the infection has cleared his system, it's just get your legs back underneath you. That's what he was doing today. They'll take off. They got tomorrow and Friday, so they'll skate again probably in Detroit on Friday. And then I would expect him to travel tomorrow and then skate on Friday. He'd probably be in a probably be out of the no contact jersey on Friday and be a game time decision for Saturday.
yeah, and like you said, that's like why he's on this trip. Like they wouldn't have brought him on this trip if it wasn't a chance that he was going to play anyways. So like if they were just going to sit him the rest of the season, he
Ooh,
wouldn't
good
even make
pad
the trip.
save. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That was
No,
a
no,
good
you're
pad
good.
save.
I just saw it.
But
Incredible how strong these goalies are on the pads. Like in that position, getting pushed by a stick, like unbelievable how they're able to keep their
trust me,
pad out of the net.
if I did that, I'm ripping like 9 muscles.
Yeah, I know. My groin would be gone after that. Even just making the first save.
I love how he gets set though. I think people are still underrating Corpusalo.
Of course, because the team is bad and you have to blame somebody. So the goalie is always the first to go. If this game ends 1-0, there's gonna be people like, yeah, Coruscant should have made that save. This should be a 0-0 game in overtime. It's just what happens in hockey. It
Even
doesn't matter.
if even if he should have made that save, like okay, you should have gotten more than 5 shots in the first period and a half.
Yeah, you also shouldn't have given up a clear breakaway on a power play. So
A 2-on-1.
yeah.
They've got 4 guys on the ice, and half of them are carrying the puck into your own zone, and you've got 4 guys in their zone.
The battle down low was 3-on-2 in favor of Boston, and you still didn't come out with the puck. So, like,
Right.
there's so much wrong with that play.
I don't know how you can get to the goalie at being at fault when half of their guys are going against a fifth of your guys, and they have fewer guys.
Well, I say that all the time. Yet,
The math ain't mathing on that one, Sparky.
yeah. Well, like I said, that's what I say all the time about Swayman too. But there's always going to be a fan account with no name and somebody's burner where they just want to talk shit for clicks, and then people are going to be under there agreeing with them. So it's just going to happen.
And I love how those are the ones that always have 6 followers.
Yeah, of course. You can't say dumb shit on your actual account.
No, you and your 6 followers, come say that to my face.
Yeah, I know. Well,
I put my face to my opinion, to my thoughts, to the facts that I know. I put my face, I put my name, I put that out there because I will have the conviction to say it.
yeah, and I think that it's not. I think that people don't understand it until you kind of do it. It's like it's so easy to sit behind a burner and talk shit and give your opinion, but when you put your face to it and you put your name to it,
Oh,
it's a lot different.
that looked painful, but he kept it in the zone. I think I jumped ahead of you now.
Yeah. You know who's had a decent game though? I think Andrew Peak's played pretty well so far. He's had
Yeah,
a few nice
he has.
breakouts.
I will say too, if you get McAvoy back in your lineup for that Detroit game, your lineup has just gotten a massive boost.
Yeah, especially in an area where you can use it defensively and offensively.
I like that. Look at my face when you're typing to me. I'm not. It's not a shot at any of you guys in the chat. Like I know, like
No.
Bruins meet your logo is just the green circle with the B, and like I know that's what that's kind of the thing that YouTube does and whatnot. And that's not what I'm talking about. Like that, you guys are fine, and sometimes people have just opinions that are based off of uneducated fact. Like I we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Ever since I've gone out and talked to connections and people that I have in my network about the San Jose offside that wasn't reviewed, my opinion is nowhere near as fierce as it was on Sunday.
Yeah, and when you're sitting behind a burner account talking shit, like you don't ever have to own up to what you say, but like when you put your face and you put your name out there and you put where you work, it's like when you're wrong, sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and say, "Listen, I didn't have all the information. I got a little bit ahead of myself and that's just what it is." And
Right.
yeah, we're not talking about any of these people here. I'm not absolutely
No.
not, but
And that's why I said even now, based on that's why I preface it with based on the replays I have seen, I think he was touching the puck.
yeah.
Now, do I think that there's a replay out there that Boston probably has seen where it looks like he's not touching the puck, or they just looked at the same replay and went, "We don't know, it's not worth it," because that's not maybe isn't going to get it overturned in our favor. Fair argument, you
Yeah.
know.
And we talked about it yesterday. Like nobody really even knew the actual rule where it had to be on a stick because Joe Sacco said in the interview, he said possession. And we were like, well, he's stick handling. That's clearly possession. So,
Right now, he probably said possession and he meant contact
yeah.
because clearly somebody in the chain of watching the video, watching the replay, taking the time out and looking at it 6 times on the iPad, someone knew the rule,
Mm.
which means they made the right call.
Yeah. And like I said, I wish we had all that information because, when it comes out 2 days later and everybody's already passed it, it just kind of missed that wave of people arguing about it.
But I mean, again, it's now an informed opinion, and that's why I'm backed off on it. Sacco either knows to lose or was mad at Kelly. No, I don't think so. I think they legitimately looked at it, and you know, like I said before, there's a clear. I know the checklist is for goaltender interference that Frank Saravalli has out, but I think some of it can translate to you know, most replays because the onus is on the challenger to overturn the call. Is basically what it comes down to. So you have to have a clear cut, I believe this will get overturned by more than 50%.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier as well when we were talking about the Islanders Columbus game where it's like you have to be confident that there is enough there to overturn the call on the ice because even if it is 50-50, they're going to go with the call on the ice.
I see, Bruin. I thought that too. That Kelly was telling him to challenge it, and I think his first reaction was we should challenge it. Then they took the time out. They all looked at it again. They were able to communicate to their video guys and say, "What is this ruling? What should we do?" Their video guys, I guarantee you, know that rule.
Yeah, and we talked about it and it was so close and especially if they knew the rule, it was something that was not worth going on the penalty kill for 2 out of the 3 minutes left in the game.
Right. You have a
So,
better chance of tying it up if you remain full strength.
exactly.
So between the risk of challenging it and the maybe 50 to 55% chance that you might get it right, it's just not worth it. And
Exactly.
and that's not factoring in, hey, we have this other angle across the blue line that shows the puck hovering above his stick. So it just, but like you said, if you're my username is random word 1700 letters, numbers long. My profile picture is a sheet of blue that just says "Go Flames." Like, what do I care? I can
Yeah,
stomp
of
my feet
course.
like a 2-year-old all I want.
Say whatever you want, talk shit to anybody you want. It's just it's so funny. I mean, I love talking to those people. Those people that are under it just happened today where like I wrote an article about Fraser Minton and then some guy was like, "Why do I care? He's until he starts playing with the big boys." I was like, "Dude, I just write articles."
Well, okay, fine. Don't read it then.
That's what I said. I'm like, okay. You obviously don't like prospects, and it's weird because like the guy doesn't even follow me, but he commented on two. The same. I wrote an article about Jake Schmaltz being signed, and he's like, who cares? I'm like, I don't know. I just write articles, my man. I'm not Don Sweeney.
That's when I look at it and I go, the 3,500 people who read the article. Now you can go be 3,501 if you want, but I really don't care.
Yeah,
I didn't write it for you. I wrote it for those 3,500 people.
That's what I'm saying. Just it's so funny that people comment that and they like don't understand. I'm like, dude, I write articles for fun, bro.
I don't write articles for you, buddy. You are not the internet.
Yeah. Clearly, you are not the target audience, dude. You can move on without commenting anything. But it's just funny that.
But no, they can't.
No, of course. Well, when you sit behind a burner with no connection to you, sure, you can say whatever the fuck you want, whenever. So who cares? Whatever. Start an argument. It's all good.
Right.
Some people do that on Twitter. They just rage bait all the time and just comment the dumbest things just to get a rise out of people.
Man, I honestly though, those are the people I sit there and I go, I just feel bad for you, man. Like
I know. I wish I had that amount of time.
Like your life is so miserable that you have decided that the article I have written without reading it is so bad that you just want to sit there and go, who cares? Like, what?
I know. If your life is sitting on a burner and just like trying to get people to argue with you on Twitter, like you are so unbelievably sad. Your life must be so unfulfilling that you wait, and then sometimes you get the people where like it's so obvious, and then you'll say something to them, and then like they'll say something back, just waiting anxiously for you to type back, and then they end up commenting like 4 hours later, like, "Hey, where'd you go?" Or,
yeah, you got nothing to say to that, huh?
Yeah.
No, I just don't have the time to respond to your stupid.
Sometimes it just gets. Sometimes a conversation or a debate that gets it starts to like kind of close, and then somebody just he wants to go more, so he just brings up some irrelevant shit that's so stupid that I'm like, dude, I'm not even gonna take the time to even process what you're saying here because it's not even close to what we're talking about. Like some guy, like I said, the guy's like, who cares? And then he wants to go into his plans about how Don Sweeney should have traded those picks for whatever. And I'm like, dude, I'm not Don Sweeney. How does this relate to Fraser Minton?
Right. Or how did 10 picks 10 years ago affect for Fraser Minton in Providence tomorrow?
It's not even like I like Fraser Minton, but it wasn't even like I was advocating for him. I was just informing people that he had a good stretch with the team. So like again, it's whatever, but I just find those people so funny.
Oh yeah. It's just and yeah, I got. Oh, you got a one time that. Ooh, Saka, you got a one time that.
I looked like he had some. It looked like he had some daylight if he one timed it. Fabian Lysell making a few nice plays here in the second period. He had that bank pass earlier that set up, I think, Pasta or Geeky right in the slot, and then he just had that one as well. Lysell's looking good.
Yeah. Oh, I want him up the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's like we just talked about it. Who else are you even going to call up that can make the impact that Lysell's making right now?
I mean, he's got a shot first mentality, which right now you fucking need more than anything.
Which is crazy because it was like, when he's not playing confident hockey, you didn't see that in Providence. You saw nothing really. So I'm so happy that he's up here trying to make the most. Yeah, he scored a hattie and got an assist in the game against Springfield. So I was like, he had 5 points in 5 games. So now I think it might be 6 or 7 points in 7 games. But Fraser Minton had like 13 points in 26 with the Marlies. So we went from a half a point a game to a point per game. So I was like, yeah, right about it. That's how it was. Granted, 5 games having 5 points and then 4 points being in 1 game doesn't look great, but
I just sent you the thing I mentioned to you earlier, the Spencer Knight thing. I told you I have the thumbnail that says that I put it there, that I wrote it.
Yeah.
But if you go and look for it, it's not there.
Oh,
And I'm
that's
just
horrible. That you
pissed.
have, but at least you have some type of receipt. Nothing's worse than like when you're talking with your friends and you're like, no, like I'm positive this is gonna happen, and then 3 months later it happens, and then your friends are like, oh, dude, I don't even remember that conversation. You're just like, no, I was so right about this. It's unbelievable that you forgot I was so right about this. So at least
Well,
you have
and
something.
and the funny thing is like when I was talking to a scout about it, and I'm like, one of the teams that I would look at is Chicago, because they don't have anybody in goal. Like Soderblom's not the guy,
Yeah,
you know. I'm like, I don't know how you get it done, but like then that deal comes out. I'm like, that's how you get it done.
I'm happy. And then he went out and had that 40 save performance in his
Oh,
first game, and
dude,
now he's just like a fan favorite in Chicago. It was
kid's
awesome.
been sick.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. Brought the cup back to Darien, Connecticut, so always have respect for my Connecticut guys. It must be easier with in Massachusetts where like all of the best NHL players come from. There in Minnesota, but Connecticut we have very
Eh,
few.
honestly, I don't even. I mean, I I go whatever when it comes to where someone's from. It's like good, like it's great that someone from, you know what I mean. Like I went to the high school I went to. Hal Gill went to. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, all right, great, Bruins legend Hal Gill. You know, but like, good for him. He made it to the National Hockey League. That's not easy to do. Like, it's a cool thing. You know.
Yeah, that makes sense because Massachusetts, everybody comes from there, but like Connecticut, it's like few and far between. So like anybody who's
Yeah.
from Connecticut, you're like that's actually pretty notable.
Yeah, and Bruins mentioned we were talking about your mitten article. He goes, "Yeah, the guy scored a hattie. Obviously, you talk about it. Well,
Yeah,
somebody was.
yeah,
Who cares? Like, oh,
yeah.
well,
Not
everybody
you,
who
I
was in
guess.
attendance at the game cared.
Yeah, everybody who's interested, and it was great. One of the most viral videos that I posted was Minton scoring that hat trick because fans of Toronto were upset that they got rid of him, so they were reposting saying that they were upset, and then the Boston fans were like, wow, this is like another Tuukka Rask trade. So that was awesome.
We
I
just
know,
had 9 passes in the ozone on the power play,
yeah, with
and
7
now
shots
they're
on goal.
breaking it out, and they've got 2 guys. It's a 2-on-5 in our D zone,
We had
and
more
they were
passes.
winning.
Yeah, we had more passes on that sequence than we do shots on goal this game. It's unbelievable.
Like, we just we there was a 5-on-2 in our D zone, and we didn't have the puck. How does that happen? I mean, I watched it happen, so I know how it did, but like,
You would
holy
have to see it
shit.
to believe it.
I see it and I still don't believe it. And even now, fucking shoot the puck. And I laugh at the people who were in the garden screaming, shoot the puck, shoot the puck, shoot the puck. But goddamn, you got 7 shots on goal. Oh my
Oh
God.
my God, Yogi Haru just got stripped.
Okay, good play getting back defensively, but you should have had at least 2 shots on goal before that happened. And then another. Honestly, if Corpusalo was playing to the level as people make him out to be as bad,
I think you might have to change the mic again, the battery. But yeah, if Corpusal was playing to the level that they thought
am I back?
or the way they make him out, yeah, you're good now. This would be like a 5-0 game.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when my mic died.
But Lysel's creating. I like it a lot. I like what I'm seeing. He's playing a lot more confident. He looks a lot more free than he was in Providence, honestly, and it's good to see. My issue with the way he was playing in Providence was just the consistency some games you get Fabian Lysell, the first round pick, and then sometimes you get Fabian Lysell, the guy that can barely stick it out in the AHL. It's just, it also took him early on in the season. I felt it took him a while to, like, I don't know why, but he just, like, we talked about it yesterday. He just refused to dump the puck in for some reason. I don't know why.
He's not the player we see right now without this time down in Providence. And so many people fail to realize that. They just think this is who he was 6 months ago.
Yeah. No, if Fabian Lysell was called up immediately, fans would hate him. Fans would call him a bust, and it would just be over.
That's a good one from Evan. Bruins could have gotten Michael Misa if they rolled out tonight's roster for an entire season. They might still end up with him.
Yeah. Don't count it out. Oh. No way.
They just got another one. I looked down for 2 seconds.
Nestorenko. This is the worst goal that I've ever seen. And this is the goal that people are going to be like, Korpisalo sucks. He makes a breakaway save or like a 2-on-1 save, and then it just bounces off.
You got to keep that in, Callahan. You got to keep that in.
Yeah, it bounces off Callahan, and then Callahan takes a good whack at whoever 38 is on the Ducks, right to the face.
We'll see a Bruins mate. Oh, and Mitchell, you got to get that out of the net sooner. You can't let that cross the goal line. All right, that dude 62 looks a little like Mark McLaughlin.
He's got the nose for sure.
He's got the facial shape and the nose, yeah. Now, are they reviewing this?
I don't think they're reviewing the goal. I think they are reviewing the cross check. Because he got him, I think he got him right in the face. I don't know what they would be reviewing for the goal because, I mean, it was clear. Yeah, so Callahan goes to the box.
I missed the explanation.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah, he cross-checked, I think, Harkins right in the chin. So I wonder, 4-minute high sticking, I think. That would be my guess.
Hang on. I'm going to try and listen.
Yeah.
I'm backing it up to try to listen to it. Oh, it's a double minor.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact that I can't rewind it more than like 13 seconds. But whatever. I see what they did. So because they ruled it a double minor, but because of the goal, the first 2 minutes are coming off the clock on the power play.
Oh, yeah. Which is still just
because if it didn't go in, it'd be a 4-minute double minor.
So it's like they scored with a delayed penalty, but the penalty's 4 minutes long, so
exactly
only half of it comes off. Yeah. Yeah, so giving up a goal and then going back on the penalty kill immediately is just...
It's the Boston way this year.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, man. This team sometimes makes it so painful.
Well, I think as soon as the deadline happened, I think we knew this was going to be it. And then they had those 2 great games, and then I was kind of just waiting for the other shoe to drop, and this
I
is it.
know.
For a second there, we thought we were a Stanley Cup team. We thought we were
Oh
going to win the
God,
cup.
no.
Two games.
Oh, for 2 games, yeah.
Yeah, for those 2 games.
And like, yeah, Kevin, this is so embarrassing. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised we have as many people up with us. I mean, I hope we're making it a little more entertaining. I really do.
Yeah. Well, talking about stuff that isn't game related is
Let's
probably for
talk.
the
Let's talk about a first round pick for Connor McDavid, right?
best. Yeah,
Ugh.
Connor McDavid, Boston Bruin. Buy your jersey right now. Yeah, Witherspoon got hit with a high stick, so
Oh,
maybe we're getting it back. I don't know.
and then Peak hits. I think it was Vetrano in the back.
Yeah,
All right.
Bruins legend Frank Vetrano.
See, now we're just seeing the frustration. All
Yeah,
right, let's get this call in real time. Oh, good. All right, so 2 minutes for high sticking, 2 minutes for high roughing, and a 10-minute misconduct, all for 19. That's not. Is that Frank Vetrano?
yeah.
No, Troy Terry.
Was it Terry?
Oh, you know what? I think the penalties are to Vetrano, but Terry's serving them.
Yeah.
Vetrano got slashing. I just turned on the audio for a second. Yeah, Vetrano gets the 10-minute misconduct. And all I can hear is them screaming and chanting, "Ref, you suck."
I mean, I don't know. I know it's gonna happen, but I don't know what they're looking at. It was clearly a high stick, clearly a slash, or whatever it was. And then I don't know what the misconduct's for.
I think, oh man, I have to see the replay of it all.
I wonder, was it him saying something to the ref or like trying to start shit after? I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Kevin, I want him. I'm okay with him losing, but like, I want it to be a respectable game.
Yeah, 25-7 shots with 5 minutes left in the second period is not against Anaheim of all teams is not.
I would rather go shotless in a period than get 2 shots. Because at least if you go shotless, you can sit there and go, everything we put on net, somebody blocked. Like, that's more of a fluke where you can sit there and go, all right, we just got to keep shooting more. You got 2 shots on goal. You didn't do fuck all.
Well, that's how it is either way. If you put up 2 or you put up 0, it's not like they're blocking 14 shots. Like, they're just not putting pucks on the net. And I don't know how Joe Sacco is sitting there not saying, throw the puck on net. All right, let's start getting shots on goal.
There's no way Sacco's back next year.
No, and it is kind of hard. It's kind of unfair because he's been waiting for so long and he kind of just got put in a shit position. But I think there's just going to be an overhaul.
I mean, up until maybe 2 weeks after the deadline, I was saying I could see a world in which he returns, remaining as kind of an interim head coach, or a head coach on a 1-year deal, simply because the guys they wanted aren't available. But at this point, I'd rather them get rid of him and go to Jay Leach for next year. So don't care. The team is a shell. This isn't indicative of the next. I know it's not indicative of the next season, but like, I still want to watch these games and not feel like this.
Yeah, at least make the game somewhat watchable, please, for the fans. I'm not even saying you have to win, but like, can you put up a respectable amount of shots per period, please?
Per period. How about per game? I don't care if you get 30 shots in the first period. At least you hit the 30 mark.
Going the
right
first
now,
two. Sorry, you can go.
I was just saying, right now they're struggling to hit half of that over the course of a game.
Yeah, in the first two power plays, 0 shots, which that won't stand because now they have a few shots on goal. But
and it's not like you're getting 15 quality shots, 2 are going in, 3 are going in. Like, you're throwing everything you can at this, and you're getting 15 shots in a game.
and
Your
that's why they're only
ceiling
scoring 1 goal a game.
right now, your ceiling is 15 shots per game. Don't feel like anything then. I've checked out on this team since October, so I've been straight chilling. Yeah, it must be those burritos, Kevin.
There we go.
Hey, it was on the power play. They got a shot, but it wasn't 5-on-5.
We'll take what we can get. We can take what we can get at this point.
I know. Oh, and he took one up high. Was it intentional?
I don't think there's going to be a penalty. It wasn't as egregious as the Callahan cross check right to the chin, so that was bad.
No,
They
but I
get the
think
assist,
they
though.
keep the power play because of the game misconduct.
It was also a 5-on-3,
Oh, that's right.
so they will keep the power play.
You know that gif of the minion? Yay. That's kind of where we're at right now with that goal. Yay.
Oh,
Go do it again.
yeah, please.
And it wasn't even a regular power play. It was a 5-on-3 for that to happen. I got to point that out.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, thank God we had someone back.
Good to see Geeky and Pasternak still doing their thing, I guess. Geeky with an assist, Pasta with a goal.
Yeah, on the power play.
Yeah.
Just give us our nightly geeky goal and I'll be happy.
Yeah. Just a nightly goal period at this point will make me happy, I guess.
Can we get
how about 2?
Can we get a nightly 20 shots on goal? Honestly, if we can get to 20, 25 shots on goal and we get shut out, it's a step in the right direction.
You know, you say you're at rock bottom and it's like you can only go up from here, but I just keep seeing this team get worse and worse. Like
Dude, this team
I
is
don't even know
finding
what
a
to say.
deeper shovel.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They get 20 shots in a game and you're like, wow, this is awful. And then they do it for 3 straight games and you're like, wow, this is awful. And now they have 10 shots through 2 periods.
Right. Well, that's when you go, they can't get much worse. And then it's like, oh, no, now they're going to downgrade to 15 shots per game.
Yeah.
And we're going to go no shots on the second period. Like, oh, okay. I'd like to see Lysell snag a point. I'd like to see him snag a goal. Kid's deserving of one.
Yeah, he's been working his ass off. He got to the front of the net and had a look. Didn't end up working out, but he's also made a few nice passes too. Like Zaka probably should have had that goal. That's a shot that doesn't even hit the net. So
I would like to see a split of power play 1, power play 2, a minute apiece, as much as you can. And I kind of want to see Lysell on a power play unit.
like I said earlier, he wasn't like, I wouldn't say he's like a power play guy. He was on the second power play in Providence, and I think that's saying a lot because the guys who were on the first power play unit were Patrick Brown. So
Right, but he's at least shooting the puck.
for now, yes. For like playing in Boston, they should split this 50-50 and let Lysell play with a guy like Pasternak because why the hell not? What do you have to lose? Or play with a guy like Geeky because, like, why the hell not? But
Geeky, oh, I love this. The 4 Chiefs in a row there. Oh man, Charlestown Chiefs jerseys. Seen at every game around the league.
Oh yeah.
Of course, you're probably too young for that one.
No, I've watched Slapshot.
Okay, good.
Yes. There aren't many good hockey movies, so you take what you can get. Slapshot was one of them. So
What? How do you leave him wide open on the blue line like that? Like I wouldn't mind seeing. First of all, I don't know why Lindholm is still on power play one.
well,
I know
that's
he's.
been a question for a while.
Oh my god!
Did you just see that?
Like I
Oh my
did, but
God.
I didn't.
I think Zaka just punched that puck into the net.
I I saw it happen, and I don't know what I just saw.
Oh, I think it went off his shoulder and in. He was just trying to like shrug it off. I don't think it was the glove. Let's watch this replay.
Oh my god! Yeah, no, he's trying to like knock it with his shoulder, and it just clips
Yeah,
him. It's a it clips on edge, and so it just goes in. But
off the
that one's on
crossbar. Off,
Corporal. He
yeah,
flips it off the back of the fucking netting.
off the back of the netting, off his shoulder, off the crossbar, off Corpusalo's helmet, and in the net. Well, Corpusalo's head probably shouldn't have been there. So
Yeah,
trade, get rid
shouldn't
of
have
him.
been in the way. He shouldn't have been
No, of
standing there.
course not.
As Happy Gilmore would say,
Yeah.
he shouldn't have been standing there. Neither should Zaka.
Oh, yeah.
Put that one right up with Zadorov's stick breaking in overtime.
Oh, talk about crushing dreams here, where you feel like you just get back into it. Nope. You say, hey, listen, there's probably some light. Nope.
I got
And that's the goal that goes in.
I got to make a new highlight entry video for my show with Dom. Now 90% of the people. Oh, that's a big hit. Oh, that was Lacelle too.
Yeah. But he popped back up, though. Good for him.
No, he delivered the hit.
Oh.
At least from what I saw, it looked like he delivered the hit. Was that another? Holy fucking Jesus.
Okay.
You know, the funny thing is right now, if Swayman's in net, people are starting to sit there and go, do we pull Swayman now? Does Swayman start the third? And it's like, look at the last 2 goals that were given up. Like, what the fuck
Oh,
happened
my
here?
God.
Oh my god.
That's just.
All right, that one, Corpy, you've got to have that one. But like,
Yeah.
here's the thing: if the other one doesn't go in, does this one?
Regardless, you have 9 shots on goal through 2 periods. So does it really matter at all? Does any of it matter, honestly?
I mean, it matters because you're going to get a better draft pick because of it.
Yeah. No, it matters in a good way.
But the funny thing is, it like who I got to go back to. Let me go back to the draft year. Let me see. Yeah, it was last year, the 2023 draft, or 2 years ago, 2023 draft, right? That was the year that Washington sucked. They ended up with the 8th overall pick. And do you really think Ryan Leonard is going to complain about the team he's coming out of college going to?
Absolutely not. Ryan Leonard, the Washington Capitals organization has done it so well the past few years. The fact that it's all just aligning right now, not to mention 3rd round pick Eric Smatego, who had a fantastic World Juniors, and Cole Hudson, who was picked in the 2nd round, who's looking to be a stud.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
unbelievable work.
Oh, and let's not forget Ilya Protas.
Or Ivan Miroshnichenko either. He's a pain to play against in the AHL right now. So, yeah. Not to mention this team is already a top team in the East, or I mean, the Metro. So
Yeah, and people want to talk about the drafting that Don Sweeney has done. Back in 2017, they made 4 picks in Washington, and not a single one has played an NHL game. Geek Squad, so happy the Red Sox season starts tomorrow. What's baseball?
oh man, just anything other than the Bruins.
What is Red Sox? Of course, maybe if I go into it with that attitude, I could bet on games and win some money out of it.
That's what it is. It's always someone's girlfriend that wins fantasy. Just picking based off of, the name or
His socks look cute. I'll pick him.
Yeah. Yeah, she wins the league for sure. You know not to bet against her.
Oh man. I'm saying I got to make that new entry video for our show, and at this point, it's like I might as well just fill it with the moments of Zadorov's stick breaking in OT, this fluke goal here, that one sneaking through where he's like, "What the fuck just happened?"
Yeah,
like
well, because what's it going to be? Just a Pasternak highlight reel, or are you going to throw in Patrick Brown chipping the puck in deep as well? Is that going to make it like there's not much to really pick from here?
I mean, a couple Kostelic fights, maybe. Zadorov punching Sam Bennett. That'll be a good part. But I just like I don't even know. I don't even know what to put. Any Boston team is better than the Bruins at the moment. At the moment, yes. Well, do we count the Revs in that one? Because I hear they're pretty bad too. Exactly, Kevin. Anaheim will finish with 45 shots on goal and 7 goals. And we're going to finish with 7 shots on goal, the 1 goal, and it'll all be Korpisalo's fault.
Yeah, because of that 1 goal now, all of the goals are his fault, and he should be traded, and yeah, that's how it is.
Trade him for a bag of pucks.
Yeah.
Who cares? Oh, boy.
Because of that 1 goal, like it had any implication on the game. Boston's still going to finish the game with 1 goal, 15 shots, but because Korpisalo let in that 4th goal like that, yep. Ship him off. Get ready to speak Russian.
Man, what? I feel like watching this goes against the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, this should not be allowed.
Classified under torture.
Yeah, this is a war crime for sure.
This is what they play for prisoners at Guantanamo Bay.
Oh man, for Bruins fans, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I mean Steve Dangle's eating the shit out of this.
Yeah. Some Maple Leafs fans are watching this just laughing, having a great time.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm looking forward to draft day. I'm looking forward to. I don't have high expectations for free agency just because I don't think Don Sweeney himself is extremely meticulous. And so I really think, yes, Geek Squad, they really are going to go 0-5 on the road trip, I think. Well, they'll go 0-4-1 because McAvoy returns on Saturday. They'll get a little boost and they'll get it to overtime.
They'll go 0-4-1. Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
0-4-1. We got a point.
Stanley Cup is back on. Playoffs are back on. Let's do it. 1 point on the whole trip. And this trip was just like these teams are not that great.
It's good to see Sophia's back at the desk, although I'm sure she probably wishes she wasn't right now.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Sweeney has the appetite to go big fish hunting. I think a lot of those signings, when you really look back at some of the signings he's made, they really reek of Cam Neely more than they do of Don Sweeney.
I also think it's fine. Like, I know everybody wants to go out and get the big free agent, and I mean, right
But
now it's like,
you
for
you
what?
Kevin, we talked about that earlier. He says like keep McAvoy shut down for the rest of
Yeah,
the season. Problem is if he's healthy, you are required to play him. He is on your roster. If he is healthy, you are required to play him. It is part of the rule book. That is the definition of cap circumvention. If you don't, now I don't think 30 teams are going to put up a little bitch fit because you rested McAvoy. And, you know, you're doing what Boston's doing. But at the same time, if all of a sudden it results in them getting Michael Schaefer first overall, now you're going to have 31 teams pissed at you. So,
not to mention you figure out a way to whatever you figure it out. Like, you still need defensemen to play and suit up. Like, you still, depending on what Zadorov's situation is, once you get back, you still need guys to play. And there's really no one you could call up from Providence right now that's ready to go be an NHL defenseman at all.
oh, if that went off Callahan's foot, oh, if McAvoy says there's pain, they can't say he's lying. I mean, yeah, but then you're now convincing one of your best players to take the fall. Like, that's not who he is. That's not who you are as an organization. If you're going to lose, God damn it, you're going to lose loud and proud. Or loud and whatever the fuck this is. I don't know if I'd call it proud, but stick
Yeah.
behind it.
It's also like, why? Like, why even bother? This team sucks anyways. Like, McAvoy, even though yes, he adds a jolt to this lineup, like, you're not gonna win anyways. Why even bother putting anybody in
Oh,
that?
that jab right there. Sorry, they're doing the
Yeah,
replay of
yeah,
what
I saw
happened.
that too. He grabbed him by the neck and then just dropped him.
That's what got him tossed. I just you are you have nine shots. Like nine. I I don't know a word that I don't even know if there's a word in the thesaurus that is synonymous to just how pathetic this is.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people have given up. You gotta like usually when I'm on Twitter and I'm scrolling through, I see a ton of Bruins fans giving their opinion, and there are very few right now even up watching this game. And I honestly don't blame them. I mean, fuck, dude, 9 shots. That is so. It is such an embarrassment at all levels, especially being in
Yeah,
the NHL, to
yeah.
only put up 9 shots.
Kevin says he'd put me in there, and it doesn't matter. The season's over. See, yeah, exactly. Like, man, I'm really intrigued to see what they do once they get back from the road trip. Once there's like 4 or 5 games left in the season, like every end of the year you have that 1 or 2 game stretch where it's like, all right,
Hand out
we
the
don't
thank
want,
you games.
yeah. I mean, you're giving Patrick Brown an NHL paycheck for what he did for Fabian Lysell right now. He's earned it. He earned that paycheck already, and now you're cutting.
Yeah,
But I mean, you get 4 call-ups. Uh like what do you like? I wouldn't be surprised if you saw someone like Ty Gallagher get one, but he's on a PTO, so I don't think he can.
No, he would have to be signed by
Exactly.
Boston.
So like he's not getting it. Um, you
Could
know,
see Freddie Brunet get a chance, I would think.
I don't think so because he hasn't done enough. Like he's steadily getting better, but he's not anywhere close. That dude's gonna hit the end of his first ELC and he'll still be in Providence.
Yeah, but I mean 2 games at the end of the year. I think I don't know. I would hope that for the work that he's put in, and at the end of the day, that's what they are. They're thank you games for what you do.
But do you give it to him over someone like Billy Sweezy, who's been a good soldier all year in Providence?
Man, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Because you
Bill,
have other guys. Yeah, Kevin says Mitten Patra for sure. I don't think so. I don't think you get them out of their groove in Providence for one call up.
also, they don't need a thank you game. They're going to be here next year, and most likely both of them are going to be in the lineup. So they don't really need these last two. Hey, thank you for everything that you've done for the organization. Like they're just starting, so I don't necessarily think that they even need these 2 games. So I mean, at that point, why bother? Just have them gear up for the AHL playoffs. And that's what I think Don Sweeney was thinking this whole time by sending Potter down was just, listen, this season's over. Let's put you in an environment where you can thrive and succeed and gain your confidence, and then we'll see you next season. And I'm completely fine with that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm totally fine with that. But oh man, I just pulled up next season on Puckpedia, and I mean, even if you take McAvoy off injured reserve, put Lindholm back in, you throw Kostelic in off the press box. Whoops. Let's do this.
Is it guaranteed? I wouldn't say. I think at some point next year, Minton will be in the lineup. I'm not saying right out of training camp, but he was relatively close with Toronto. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think it'll be absolutely with Patra will be back up.
I
I
don't
hope
think it's a
Patra.
guarantee Minton is either, but he's also like he's so steady and consistent
Yeah,
that as long as he comes into camp ready and prepared to go, he very easily could win a job or at least a good look. Um, but god damn, I'm looking at this and you have a lot of work to do because so many guys are restricted and unsigned. Like, yikes. Right now, your depth down the middle is Middlestead, Zaka, Lindholm, Kostelic. And then Pasternak, Liesel. And that is it on the right side. You don't have anybody on the left wing right now. Now, the good news is you have a clean slate to work with, but that's a lot of shit to deal with.
do you think that there's any possibility that Merkulov comes back next year?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Uh,
I was really I did not know. It's also difficult because Merkulov isn't one of those typical Russians that go back to the KHL. Merkulov came over and played juniors and played college hockey. It's not like he played until 22 years old like Demidov and played in the KHL and then come over, doesn't really work, and then just goes back. He kind of grew up a little bit in the system, and it was hard because there were reports earlier in the year that a Russian team reached out to him. Now I don't know if he said anything back or whatever, but earlier, like when it seemed like there was no hope and it didn't seem like they were even interested in calling him up. Now it's like what you just said. There's a clean slate. There's so many opportunities to make the lineup, opposed to just one out of training camp, maybe.
there's also the possibility he doesn't want to go back to Russia right now. with everything going on.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, I know you said Geeky and Zaka. You can tell it's a long night. Middlestead, Lindholm, and hopefully we get a stud center in the draft right wing possibly. See, the problem right now with that is Geeky is still unsigned for next season. You don't have him under contract. Yes, I do think Geeky gets re-signed, but that's still work that you have to do. He's not there yet. So and I honestly don't even know if whoever they draft this year, man, I don't know if they make the team out of camp. Like, if who would you say is the most NHL ready center of the group?
In
I
the
know he'll
draft?
be signed, Kevin, but he's not yet.
In the draft or
Yeah, in the draft.
Misa, right?
I mean, that's who I was thinking of. You
Yeah.
get, let's say you get Misa second, third, first, whatever, right? You get Misa. Are you positive he's making the team out of camp?
Not really. And then that speaks to the players after him. Like, if I'm not 100% sure that the number one pick is ready right out of camp, then what does that say about everybody else that's available?
Like, is Matthew Schaefer making his team right out of camp?
I don't know. It would also depend on the team as well. Sometimes the players are ready, sometimes they're not, and also, is there a need for a player like that right now?
Right. Now, I don't hate the idea of putting Pavel Zacha back on the left wing. I
Mm.
really don't. And if you can do a top line of Zacha, Middlestead, Pastrnak, like, I'm okay with that. But it has to work. So far, the most successful top line we have seen has been Geeky Zacha Pastrnak. Ever since they moved Middlestead and Hustadinov with Pastrnak, it has not been as conducive to production.
It's also something that it's like Zaka, Pasternak, Geeky, they've been playing together for a while. They've been on the same team for a while. I don't know. I would need to see a few more games just to get.
I'm not ruling it out. All I'm
Yeah,
saying is there's been a significant drop off in offensive production ever since this part of the lineup was changed.
yeah, and this is for next season. Talking about it like right now, I think this is the time where they need to try to figure out what works.
Right.
So
Well, now's the time you can have a game
yeah,
with 15 shots on goal, and you're kind of like, okay, not good, but not working. We're not going to do this next year. But we have to run this back for 3, 4, 5 games before we know this is the problem. If Middlestead and Pasta don't work together on the same line, that's okay. That's okay. But you got to know that that's what it is.
exactly. You need to know what you have. And there's not, like I said, there's value in knowing that, because now that's one less thing that you have to think about for next year.
Now, what are you doing for a Geeky contract?
I don't know. I'm a lot more open now that I know that Geeky is not just a good player with Pasternak. It seems like he has his confidence back and he's able to just be a good player. I know that was a main concern with a lot of people, that it's like, yeah, you play with Pasternak, so like of course you're going to be good when you're playing with one of the best players in the world. But he's also, when he wasn't playing with Pasternak, he was still putting up points. So, and he has that versatility where he could play first line, second line, and third line, which is also huge. Because we talked about it yesterday, like, putting Geeky on a line with Patra maybe could be a good move. You can't put a guy like Pasta on the third line, and also you also said you don't see Patra playing on the first line with Pasternak because it doesn't really work, right?
Yeah.
You want
I mean,
Patra to play with a guy who shot first,
it does,
or
but it doesn't. Like, all right, Kevin, is that 4 years or 4 million for 5 years? Because I could totally see him getting 5.25 for 4 years. Geeky. I could see him doing that on a long-term deal. Long-term, mid-year, 4 years. I could see that being a thing.
I'd be fine with that.
Because that's what, 21 million over 4 years.
Yeah.
So let's pencil him in there. I think if you're gonna spend that kind of money on Kiki, you're gonna put him next to Zaka and Pasternak though, because you know that works.
Yeah, 5 mil, 4 years. I would do that.
I don't think you can pencil Elias Lindholm in as your 2C. I think you pencil him in as a 3C, and the contract is what it is.
Yeah. So, well,
So,
yeah, that'll be interesting to see, especially if both Patra and Minton make it out of camp, where
see,
everything will fit in.
that's why I sit here and say at low key, I can see them moving Elias Lindholm.
Yeah.
Because the addition that you get from it is you're not tied to his contract. You're able to bring Patra up and Minton up, and you're not beholden to the 7.75 that you gave Elias Lindholm. Yeah, maybe you have to eat. I mean, you could eat up to half of that.
Yeah, right. Because they've still, after the season, right, they'll have 2 slots, and then they only have Carlos' contract for another year or two as well. So they
Yeah,
have
next year and the
the
year
open
after.
slots to do it. So
Right. And with the cap going up, like, and I don't have, I don't know if maybe you can pull it up on Puckpedia, but I don't have the information on buying them out. But oh wait,
yeah,
buyout.
well,
I
I
got it
mean,
right here. I got it right. Well, okay. Buying out this player reduces the contract cap hit to the following. All right, let me run these numbers by you because this goes all the way to 2036, 2037.
okay, so that's not happening.
Well, no, the numbers aren't that bad actually. 3.4, 3.9, 3.9, 4.6, 5.4, 5.4, 1.6, 1.6, 1.6, all the way through 2036, 37. I don't think they are either, Kevin,
No.
but the math is not as bad as it sounds. You've just reduced his cap hit to 3.4 if you buy him out, and then the cap goes up a little bit, and the cap hit only goes up by 500 grand.
Yeah, I hope
Elias
Patra is
Lindholm,
top 6 ready. So that's the hope.
Kevin, look at your lineup with Elias Lindholm in it. I understand, but what if he's looking to get out? That's the other thing is you're not taking into consideration the player side of things where he's got the no movement clause. If he's willing to waive his no movement clause, that means he's okay with not being here. Oh, dude, just got checked into the ref.
Lysell can't catch a break.
Yes, this whole season has been a shit show, yes, but that doesn't mean you don't buy out a bad contract. It all I'm saying is it's an option.
Yeah, it's an option definitely to look at because it's addition by subtraction. Just having that open roster spot for a guy like Minton and Patra after Hustadinov here just got absolutely decked in the face by a teammate's stick because of
Something,
course.
yeah.
And then you get the
And
contract off as well. And we could carry a little bit of it. And we talked about it yesterday. Elias Lindholm has value to other teams that could use a third line center.
veteran who's
Yes.
made a deep playoff run. Um, Shit, we were talking about Philly earlier. He could help that team too because the contract length is there. All I can do is look at what we know, and that's Lindholm is a Bruin, and I need to see what he does next season. Now, of course, there's another one. Kevin, I know it's speculation. We don't know if he wants out, but I know that the way it was worded to me was if he was asked to waive his no movement clause, he wouldn't say no. Oh, that was just bullshit puck luck. And then a good shot.
Yeah, Carlson with a really nice shot.
See, Kevin, if you go Zaka, Middlestead, Lindholm down the middle, Kostelic on the fourth line, where are you putting Minton and where are you putting Poitras?
I don't love it, but Patrick has slot in at wing. But again, he would need to put on some weight because he's not.
Kevin, I've had it confirmed through multiple channels. Now, does that mean he's actively looking to leave the same way it was rumored that Dahlin was? Not necessarily, but he's okay with the move. He wouldn't say no. That's really all you need to know.
Callahan and Harkins going at it for what happened earlier.
Now, how would you feel about Minton, Lindholm, Poitras on a line? Because in theory, you could also kick Lindholm over to the wing. Like,
I don't know. Having three centers though on a line, like you could also.
Minton is he's capable of playing center, but I really think he projects out to be a more of a winger.
Mm,
And Lindholm's game is more on the track of becoming a winger long term anyway.
I don't know. I don't. Does that work out well for Patra? And again, it depends how all these guys end up playing in the NHL. Like I think just trying to get Patra with players that can allow him to shoot, and the fact that he can get rewarded for making good passes, because I still have a sour taste in my mouth from Patra playing with like Coyle, and then Patra makes a ton of nice plays, and then Coyle ends up just fumbling the bag.
Oh yeah.
It's just
So
yeah. I it just you would have to see how it works out, because in theory we look at that line and we can say this is awesome, this is going to work, and then it just might not translate to the game. So
I mean, I think we can fairly say that Hustadinov might get maybe
yeah,
1.25.
I would think 1.25. I think he's a guy that they definitely still want to keep around as well.
to $2.5 million contract for 2 years. Although that's buying up the last 2 years of his restricted free agency, so I'm not sure that's what they would want to do. Probably closer to 1 by 1.
Yeah, have a little bit of a bridge deal just to
I
get
mean,
him over, see what he does.
it's kind of the Wallstrom contract right now.
Oliver Wallstrom. He's a free agent as well, right?
He's a restricted free agent, yeah, but he's on a contract right now worth $1 million. So
Yeah, he's
it's
obviously not
kind of
going to get
the
more than that. So
no, his qualifying offer is $1 million. Where did he just end up on my? Oh, here we go. All right. Now let's say Matthew Poitras makes the team out of camp. You could run a first line of Geeky, Poitras, Pasternak, and then you could do Zaka, Middlestead, Lacelle as a second line.
could you see a guy like Fraser Minton playing on the first line at all?
Not unless the chemistry is there with Matthew Poitras to the point where Geeky and Pasternak have that same kind of chemistry.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just funny to think about, because I think Boston, everybody likes to talk about the next Patrice Bergeron, the next Patrice Bergeron. I don't think Minton is going to be Patrice Bergeron, but I mean he could come close. So that has absolutely nothing to do with anything. I just putting that
I
out there.
I always hear that and I say, well, let's see him become half of Bergeron before we worry about him becoming 90% or 100% of what he
Yeah,
was. Like let's let him get to 25% first, you know.
let's let him suit up in a Boston Bruins jersey first. How about that?
Yeah,
Yeah, let him.
let's give him the Dean Letourneau wait 6 months.
Yeah, let him step on TD Garden ice for the first time before we start making these claims.
Overall, he just got here.
Yeah.
What are you doing for Lorai's contract?
I don't know. Maybe a bridge deal to get over, see one more. I think he's proven a lot. I think that he's going to be a good player, but a lot of the defensive stuff I think comes with time. And unfortunately,
Are
not
you
unfortunately, we have all the time in the world right now, but
are you doing a 4 or 5 year bridge deal for like 4.5? Because I don't think that does it. I think if he's going to go 4 years out, you're probably looking at 6.5
million or years?
million.
Obviously. Fucking 6.5 years. What am I? It's been that type of night.
I was going to say, yeah, we've been doing this for far too long.
Oh yeah,
So,
let's sign Lori to 6.5 years. God.
I mean, by 5.5, he might want out.
uh, yeah, I like Lori. I think he's gonna be. I think he's gonna be a long term guy, but also, I mean, now that Carlo's out, it's a little bit easier. But those Lindholm, McAvoy, and Zadorov are signed for so long. It's just I don't know about throwing that type of money out on Lori right this second. I
See,
just don't know.
if you're able to do like a 3 year deal, let's say 3 years, you could probably get him around 5.25. Well, 5 by 5, three, that would be 15. See, I'm trying to think of it in terms of overall dollars too, because that's usually how they look at it.
Yeah,
And if you were to do 3 years by 18, like, I just don't know actually what it would be. That could be a decent middle ground. 17 million over 3 would be 5.66 mil.
I'm fine with that. I just think Lori is gonna get better and better just with the games that he's playing. I think he just needs to learn and take in and get reps and work.
Yeah, and that also gives you 3 years to kind of figure out what you're going to do with the Zadorov deal, what you're going to do with the Lindholm deal.
Yeah,
Because let's face it, if you can get Lori locked up to this deal, you're much more willing to say, all right, who's trading for Hampus Lindholm? It's the draft.
yeah, I like it honestly. And what I really like about Lori is he you can't shake his confidence is what it looks like. Like even if he turns over the puck, like he's gonna go do it again. Like he does not care. Opposed to a guy like Patra. I mean, granted Patra's younger, but you kind of see Patra get rattled a little bit when stuff's not going his way. Like Lori, good game or bad game, he's gonna go out and play the same game next time. He's gonna go
Yeah,
out and play like himself, which I love.
he'll take those chances. He'll try and tangle along the blue line. He'll do what he needs to do.
Exactly. And if it fails, you know what? He'll try it again to make sure it doesn't work. So he just
Yeah. Now,
just
if you can tell him why it's not going to work ever, then he'll listen and not do it ever again.
yeah. and then sometimes like he'll just know what isn't gonna work. It's just like I said with the game time. It's like you get the reps. You might make a minor move once or twice, and then it doesn't work, and then you're like, okay, never have to do this again. But he has the confidence to do it. He has the confidence to make a mistake and learn from it and grow, and that's all you can ask really with a player.
Are you bringing Yoki Haru back?
Initially when we traded for him, I was like, there's no way this guy is coming back next year. But
He's at 3.1 right now.
yeah, I would have to see what the contract would look like. I don't know. It's also, when you have all these guys signed, and then, what do you do with Callahan? He could be that bubble guy. It's just, and then I also, with the defensemen that the Bruins have in the system right now, you also want to leave room for like a guy to be able to, come up within the next few years. And then, like I said, you have Zadorov, you have McAvoy, Lindholm, and then if you sign, you have Lindholm, McAvoy, Zadorov, Lowry,
This
and
is
then you
why
want to bring back Yoki Haru, and then it's like,
this is why
where's
I
the
think they
spot?
move on. They look to move on from Hampus. Between
I think
that, the long-term contracts, like you don't want to be
yeah,
tied down. You want to free yourself from some of the money. And what we're seeing from Zadorov, he's taking over as a voice in the locker room. That's something that you need right now.
mm,
He's playing the way that you want him to. Like, he's not as clueless as he was 6 months ago.
no, he's definitely come back, and he looks a lot more with it. He looks like the guy that the Bruins traded for, and now he's trying to be a bigger voice in the locker room. I would rather get rid of Lindholm at this point opposed to Zadorov. So if
Well,
that's the way,
yeah. I mean, let me see if I can go back to here. Let's see. Zadorov will be in year 2 of his 6-year deal. Lindholm will be in year 4 of his 8-year deal. So they'll both have 4 years of term left.
and again, you see it as like addition by subtraction. Like depending on what you can get back, you're also freeing up a spot for a guy like Gallagher maybe in 2 years.
Well, Gallagher's on the right side.
Oh, yeah, it's late. It's late. Oh,
No, I know, but I made the same mistake with Murenberg. Murenberg is listed as a right side defenseman on Puckpedia, but he plays the left. He's a left shot. Um,
also, looking at a guy like Zadorov who's trying to be that voice in the locker room, to me that comes off as a guy that wants to stay and a guy that wants to make a difference. So, and that's
absolutely,
huge too.
absolutely. And let me ask you this: who would you rather have for the next 4 years? A 29-year-old physical, massive human being who is starting to get a hold of what he's supposed to do in this system and hasn't missed a game all season. Let's also mention that this is the first game
Yeah.
he's missed all season. Or a 31-year-old who just had knee surgery to repair a fractured kneecap, is coming back from said injury and might be a top 4 pairing defenseman and costs $1.5 million more.
Well, when you put it like that, first off, I was gonna say Zadorov anyways, but when you put it like that, it really like puts it into perspective that, yeah. Plus, Zadorov is just like when you go through it, he's just like a safer option. You keep Lowry, you keep Lindholm, and then
Great play by Corpy.
yeah, but it's his fault.
I mean, I'll take that as his fault. Sure, it's his fault he stopped the puck.
No,
Absolutely,
no,
because no one else was fucking
yeah,
helping him.
no, that's his fault though. Like this whole game, all on him. Trade him. I hope those bag of pucks we get in for him have some logos on them. That'd be sweet. I
Yeah,
don't
they'll
know
have the
though.
old Hartford Whalers logo on them.
Yeah, hopefully,
They'll be
maybe.
the
I don't know if he's worth
overstock
that
because we'll
much.
send him to Carolina.
Yeah. Oh
See,
man.
Kevin, I agree. As long as Lindholm comes back, I want to keep him as he's healthy. The
Yeah.
thing is even if he comes back and has a great game, a great month, how long is he going to keep it up? Dude fractured his kneecap. Last time I checked, that's a pretty important part of your leg for skating.
Yeah, and you got to look at this 4 years down the line when he's 35 years old and you're
Fuck
still
4
stuck with
years down the line.
contract.
What about when he's 33? A
Yeah.
year later. You might get one more good season out of him. Yeah, maybe he lasts, maybe he goes all 4 years. If he starts having a good strong start, that's when you trade him because that's when he's going to be valuable. Like, there's a reason why Minnesota looked at Brock Faber and went 8 years, done. Because they knew he can be a minute eater. There's always going to be something to worry about, Kevin. Come on. There we go. Kevin, I know you're old enough to know that your body ain't what it used to be. And man, that can change overnight. And I'm old enough to know if I wake up at the wrong time, my body's sitting there yelling at you, fuck off all day.
$34 to 16 shots.
But Kevin, no, we didn't because we didn't know he was going to fracture his kneecap and shatter it 2 seasons in or halfway through the contract. If he comes back strong, Kevin, it's equal opportunity that he does not come back strong. And here's the thing, you flip the coin and it comes up health. Okay, great. You traded away a really good top 4 defenseman and opened up his position on your roster for a younger kid during a rebuilding season. And you got, let's call it a decent return, because let's face it, we know Sweeney's able to make some fuck when it
God.
comes to make trades. So you're gonna get a decent return back for him. Flip it, and it comes up shattered kneecap, ends his career. Like, now you get nothing for him. Corpy. Okay, that's one you gotta have.
He's a little bit off his angle, and then McTavish put it by.
Because Kevin, if he doesn't come back healthy and he's a shell of himself, then you cannot move him. You can't move him. There's a reason why Kevin Miller had to retire because he wasn't going to go anywhere else. No one wanted him after he did that to his kneecap. And you know what? These Boston Bruins doctors saw, hey, there's the geeky goal.
Well, good to see. Oh, Zaka the Geeky. You love to see it.
All right, here we go. Come back and start. No, it's not. There's the nightly geeky goal Kevin wanted. You can move him in the off season, Kevin. You absolutely can move him in the off season. I would also sit there and say too that the medical staff for Boston, because they saw the x-rays and the situation with Kevin Miller, they're going to have the insight information to sit there and say, this is what we saw last time. That wasn't good. Because let's face it, not every doctor has dealt with shattered kneecaps. All right. So we just got back the goal that went in off Saka's shoulder.
Yep. Still a 5-1 game since those goals cancel out, but improvement.
5-1 game and 16 shots. It just... So, funny thing is as we're going through this lineup, I'm sitting here, I'm like, all right, we kick Zacha back over to the wing. Poitras made the team out of camp. You've got Geeky, Zacha, Hustadinov going down the left side. Poitras, Middlestead, Lindholm, Kostelik down the middle. Pastrnak, Liesel on the right. What are you offering Jacob Lauko? 2x2?
Yeah. I would say around there.
Kevin, you're going to get a hell of a lot more back when what he is unknown. Because the last thing teams saw from him, no, it's not the same situation. You can move him at the draft because teams are going to want to move around their defensive core. They're going to want to revamp their defense, and they're going to look at him as someone who might be able to help them. Teams would have been calling on him this season if he was healthy or even just playing. Hell, they got inquiries because teams thought he was coming back.
So what if a guy like Merkulov re-signs for next year? I wonder how that's going to work out. Same with Farinacci. I know he's injured right now. But you also have no idea how Farinacci's going to play at the next level because he has not played a single game in the NHL yet.
Yeah, Farinacci would come in with the intention that, he fights for a roster spot, but probably gets sent back to Providence, and then he's a call-up. Like, he's just not a finished product either.
Yeah.
Because, Kevin, those concerns are internal concerns, and you're looking to move off of the contract so that you can make room for other players. A lot of teams do that during the offseason. Hell, you moved off of Tyler Seguin because you were worried about his off-ice antics. Just because you have concerns doesn't mean another team isn't going to look at it and go, no, we can take that risk. All right, all we need is a goal per minute 5.
Yeah.
We can do not that.
Let's hope for a shot.
I was going to say, we get and like a real shot, not one of those shots where it's like, hey, look, it rolled on net.
Not one of those shots from like center ice that you're just trying to dump it in. Oh, it actually hit the net. Nice.
Hey, look, the Tudor shooter would have caught it. Okay, that's a real shot, but that angle was fucking 90 degrees.
And it was on the ice right at the pad. So.
Yes, Kevin, but at least one of 31 other teams is going to look at it and go, well, if we're going to worry about injuries, then we'll worry about all of our players. He is movable. That's my point. Both from you and for other teams.
And you're not expecting a lot in return. You're just trying to move the contract.
Right. You're not
Yeah.
looking to get Connor Bedard in return either. The point is there's no any example where there's a concern on a player is equatable to what you're talking about, Kevin. It's the concern might be different, but there's honestly, if I'm shopping any player, Kenny calls me up and he calls me and he says, pick a player on any team, Kenny. Who are you calling me and shopping?
Um, any player in the whole league. Let's go, Trevor Zegras.
Okay, why do you want to get rid of him?
Confidence concerns.
Okay, what are you looking for him in return? My very first question is why are you looking to get rid of him?
Oh well, then if I'm the Ducks, I'd probably say like, yeah, he's just not fitting into what we're looking to do in the future. I wouldn't be like, yeah, his confidence sucks and we hate him here and he's not a good player.
Right.
Yeah,
Look, we love the kid, but it doesn't. We're trying to go in a slightly different direction, and we're not sure where he's going to fit in. And you know, we know that you might have interest in a young winger who's got some term to his contract.
yeah,
Okay, well, what kind of package are you looking for him? What are we talking? Are we talking prospects? Are we talking picks?
yeah. Do we just want to get rid of the contract? So like, just take a pick, or maybe a mid-tier prospect.
Well, that's the thing. You're gonna start high. You're gonna be like, well, how, are you interested in him? Because I got four other teams who are interested in him too. We're looking at, I've got an option where I can do just him for a couple draft picks. I got an option where I can get a pick and a prospect, B-level prospect. You know, you're gonna game it a little bit. How interested are you? Who do you want
Yeah,
from my roster?
I could definitely like. It's definitely not out of the realm of possibility that another team would take the risk. And it's also like if the doctors do have that inside information, they're like, yeah, this is not looking good. Let's move them. It's definitely like possible. Like it's not like out of the realm of possibility that the Bruins are like, yeah, we're just trying to free up a spot. Like he doesn't fit into the future. So
Yeah,
it doesn't come off like it's like, oh yeah, the Bruins know something's up and they're just trying to get rid of him. No, that makes sense that they're trying to, free up spot, trying to free up the cap. Like it
right.
makes
And
sense
he's
that
a
that would be
great leader
happening.
in the locker room, so he's gonna bolster your back end that way. Like there are plenty of teams that would be interested in him.
It's a slight risk as well, but you also have term to the contract too. So you still have 4 years of maybe top four Hampus Lindholm, and you're not trading like a lot for him, honestly. So
And you could even do it's not working as well as we thought it would for you with this player, and we want a shorter contract to deal with, someone we might be able to flip at the deadline. Hey, Edmonton, what about Lindholm for Ekholm?
it's 100% reasonable. And it's not even that it's like going to happen. It's
Kevin,
a reasonable thought to have, I think, going forward.
Kevin, teams get medicals on any player there before they trade for him. All they have to do is ask you, like, hey, we're not doing this deal unless we get his medicals. That happens all the time. It's a formality. And if they have concerns, then any team can back out of the deal and just say we don't trust this. That would be why they don't do it. You're not telling them we're concerned about his knee. Here are his medicals. Let's make a deal. You let them mention that they're worried about his knee. Don't trip over yourself to not get a deal done.
Exactly. You don't have to be 100% honest. Just say we're confident, and then if they ask for the records, hand them over. Be like, yeah, we don't know. We think it's fine. So let them
Yeah,
find it.
right. But that's all. Like, I'll go back to this option: Matthias Ekholm for Hampus Lindholm, straight up.
Yeah.
If you're Edmonton, you get a decent puck mover. Which who will what? I didn't say any team is stupid. There it is. 6-2. And you legitimately almost got doubled up in shots by the Ducks.
Just embarrassing hockey all around.
I didn't say you know his knee is fucked. I didn't say that at all. Kevin, your entire point was if he comes back healthy. I said yes, and if he doesn't. And also, you're assuming an X-ray is going to show that his knee is fucked. Guess what? I'd be willing to bet that you could look at all the paperwork on Tuukka Rask's hips, and they look fine. Well, as soon as you got him in net, he wasn't fine. He didn't have the same mobility that he used to have. That's why he retired. So it's I'm not saying his knee is fucked and you know it and you're just trying to dump him off. Hell, that's a move Minnesota would pull. It just anyway.
Yeah.
I can pretty much tell you that at least 30 teams would have interest in Hampus Lindholm if you made him readily available. Now, what you'd get back from each of those teams is debatable, but they wouldn't hang up the phone and say absolutely not, we don't want him. Now, maybe they do if they say, well, let's look at his knee medicals, and then they go, nope, we don't want him anymore. We don't trust his knee. Well, okay. Guess what? Then you keep him.
And like you said, even if the medicals come back fine, like that's fine to like walk and live and skate. But then you got to realize you're playing one of the toughest sports on this earth, and then now you have to go and think 4 years into the future. Like you really don't know. And like you said, like the worst thing is what you keep them. It's not a bad conversation to have to see if you can move them or not.
And here's the other thing, Kevin. Let's say his knee is 100% right. I will give you that. His knee is perfect, better than it was before. Best knee in the NHL, right? What about his brain? You go through an injury right like that, you might not trust your own knee. So mentally, is he going to be the same player that he once was? You're also risking that factor. So if you have any doubt at all, which if you're the Bruins, you've been through this before, you kind of should. You at least have to explore the market. Whether you do it in the offseason or you do it after he comes back, you're paying. That's my point. No, I don't think you are. You're just getting a lower return, but you are also gaining cap space. You're gaining roster flexibility. You're gaining, you know, you're adding to your rebuild options. Let's say you get 2 second-round picks for Hampus Lindholm. That's 2 draft assets that you didn't have before over the course of 2 seasons when you're trying to rebuild. Oh, and by the way, you've opened up a roster spot that might allow you to bring Jonathan Muhlenberg in and get him some NHL time if he shows that he might actually be ready coming back from his injury. You're looking at your next wave. In order to look at your next wave and mature them into the NHL, you have to move on from NHL pieces you already have. That's why I'm also sitting here saying they could move off of Zacha because they want to move Patra into that similar type of role. You can't slide Patra into a top 2 center position if you already have Zacha and Middlestead in place. There's nowhere in the top 2 for him to go. Which means and if you throw Elias Lindholm into that conversation, well, now you've got to move 2 of the 3. Well, at least Elias Lindholm, you can say, all right, if we slide him down to 3C, now we just have to move on from Zacha or Middlestead. Or we can move Zacha to the left. Okay, let's move Zacha to the left. That's opened up the hole for Patra to try and take. You don't know if his knee is messed up, Kevin. That's the whole fucking point I'm trying to make. You are planning for the worst case scenario while another team is trying to hope for the best. Your price is a little lower than you wanted because you don't know that it's the best case scenario, and their price is little lower, and they're happier about it because they don't know if it's the best case scenario. You meet in the middle. You let them evaluate his medicals, and you say he's skating, and he looks pretty good to us. We just don't see him as a fit. We need the roster spot. We need the cap space. We need whatever. He knows. Sweeney also knows what people are willing to give up for him already. You're talking about it now because Kenny and I, were having a conversation about the offseason. That's why we are talking about it right now. I know you know how this works, Kevin. Kevin, you're not yourself. Go eat a burrito. Anyway. And Kevin used to be on the show with me, so I know we can go back and forth on this all fucking night. So I'm not going to subject everyone else to that. God damn, what a shit show that was. Before we go, now that game is over, let's look at our updated standings because we are now tied. Oh, goody. We have the tiebreaker with Pittsburgh. We are 25th in the league. We are the tiebreaker against Pittsburgh, so we very easily could be 26th in the league. I mean, that puts you in the top 10. You're likely to be in the top 10 in the draft.
So it isn't all bad.
And, okay, the last question I'll ask you, Kevin, because he says it seems premature, that's all. Would you rather move off of Hampus Lindholm a year too early or 6 months too late? Because 6 months too late could royally fuck you. Whereas a year too early might screw you up a little bit. That's the difference. We're worse than the Ducks. We are officially worse than the Ducks. Not just because of that loss, but they have more points than us. The fuck are we doing this year? Anyway. I'd rather make the decision when we have more information. Kevin, what if you don't get more information and you have to make the decision right now with the information that you have on hand? Anyway. Well, we're in the top 10 statistically in every way when it comes to the draft. The sigh heard round Boston Bruins nation.
like I'm looking at it too. I'm looking at the standings and I'm like, how did this season come to this? There was so much hope. And
Was there though?
I
Yeah,
mean,
Kevin, this is why I want you back on the show because we used to do this all the time. But we did the conversation in 5 minutes because you didn't have to type everything. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I thought there was hope. I mean, you had the cap space and then this season just took a nosedive. But it's all right. I have hope for the future. I'm
Listen,
excited for this new era of Boston Bruins hockey.
listen. Last year, everyone called me fucking nuts when I said that they had a shot at winning the division, and they were really fucking close on it. This year, I still thought they had a shot. They had a chance, not necessarily to win the division, but to compete for it, be in that top three. But this is why you play the game.
Yeah, hockey's not played on paper, so
Tell that
now
to the
there's
Jets.
now they're second in the second to last in the Atlantic. So
You know, Kevin, I don't think so. I feel like Kenny can hold his own. So I feel pretty good about that one. I don't know. I feel like if you scared them away, we probably would have shut this down a long time ago. And the funny thing is only Chicago and San Jose are eliminated still. Nashville's preparing for that epic comeback.
yeah, that Stanley Cup run, they're still hoping.
That's another team. They're going through exactly the same thing that we are, and their biggest need is also center, and they could be looking at Misa or Higgins just as much as we are. I worry more about them getting one of them than us if I'm the rest of the league.
Yeah.
Nashville next year could do what Washington is doing this year. So, anyway.
Boston Gamer, I probably scared Kenny. No, I just took a step back and I let you guys talk it out. I see both sides. I just think like, what's the worst by thinking about the future? And I see it like, you lose out on one good year of Hampus Lindholm. Like next year, are we really competing anyways? Does it matter? Honestly, it's just something to think about. I just like thinking hockey. I like talking hockey. I just just wanted to hear both sides and let it take its course. That's it.
And that's the thing is it's friendly debate as Kevin mentions. Like he said, agree to disagree. But now it's just a matter of what does Sweeney decide to do. So yeah,
Yeah.
Kevin, we've been on since the Providence game started, as you saw. So this has been a long one. It's been fun.
Yeah.
2 losses though. Holy fuck.
Well, listen, if I didn't like the friendly debates, I wouldn't be sitting on here for 6 hours.
I know, right? My God. Well, I mean, draft day special. There was probably no debates on that one. But
No, yeah, trade deadline was everybody was kind of in an agreement.
I've got to figure out if I'm doing something for the draft. But anyway, I'm going to thank everyone for tuning in, and yeah, I'm sure we'll coordinate on another one because once you sit down to watch the games, it's just a matter of at this point finding someone to suffer with. So maybe we
Yeah.
can all suffer and you know scooch up with our drinks, throw some, you know, whatchamacallit, we'll call it some whatever you need in there to some coping juice. And just tie off the season because that's how we're going to get through this. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Keep an eye out. I will post the next time we are doing something like this. It's a lot of fun. So keep
Yeah.
tuning in and we'll keep doing it.